We sees you. We know hears you. Crazy.
Creeper.
For streaming.
Why is there a Streamlabs chat open?
Yeah, Killian's again.
She's just mad that I mixed fruit juice into wine.
What's even worse is it was apple juice.
It was juicy juice apple juice.
That's hilarious.
It was Kool-Aid. Don't let him lie. Pretend it was fruit juice.
I got the bottle of juicy juice right upstairs. I can prove it.
Juicy juice and vodka. That's the way to go, homeboy.
I don't like vodka.
Alright, what do I have to do for this again? Pop out, right? Yes.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
That's what I would suggest. Pop out, drag it to your main monitor.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
You got some crazy bangs going on.
I know, I need to cut them.
Need to feather those bangs.
Teach me your ways, Thrill.
It's called not having hair.
Yeah. My head get cold.
Yeah.
That's why he's constantly
I remember
wearing...
when I used to actually have hair, and I'd always get it cut. I'd be like, all right, do this and that. And I was like, and then on the bangs, like, because they come down to, like, say, here or whatever. It's like, make sure you texture them. Because I don't want to look like I'm in a third grade, like, photos where you've got the straight cut bangs across your head.
The old chili bowl haircut.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want that. I look like my 6th grade school picture. I'm like, give it some texture. And I learned how to do it myself.
My cousin always had the chili bowl. It was an honest-to-God chili bowl. They put a bowl on his head and cut all the way around.
Oh,
Yeah, I cut my bangs myself. I've been doing that for years. That's why they're not cut right now, because I've been lazy. I was like, I'll just sideswipe them.
Sideswipe.
Hey, it's
Swipe
Rona.
right.
Who cares anymore?
Yeah.
That's why I went back to shaving my head. Because for a while I was actually trying to stick with a buzz cut, but I literally was to a point where I had like a reverse horseshoe. Because it was so thin here that it just zoomed back here, and then the big bald spot here. So it was like I had like an island of hair here, and then like a horseshoe, a reverse, like a horseshoe going on. Like,
I started keeping mine short when these started going a little further back. Like,
okay.
I'll just let it go with grace. I'm not gonna try to hold on to what little bit I got left.
It's okay, but then like as it got worse, and then I was like, well, it's not worth the hassle. Well, the Rona shut down, barber shops and hair salons for like 3 months or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I was cutting it myself, just doing like an old barracks cut with a pair of clippers and a couple of mirrors, but it's too much work.
Yeah.
All right,
trying to
Streamlabs.
give yourself a fade is just.
All right, chat. All right, chatbot. I guess you just don't exist today. Because why not?
You get no chats.
Well, it just won't. What am I trying to think of?
My chatbot worked.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, the YouTube one is being a little irritating.
That's because it's YouTube.
I had.
I know, but I don't want to log out and then log back in and have to deal with all that. It's too much.
So here I am.
So I'd
Here
rather
I
deal
am
with
talking smack about YouTube like Twitch is any better.
I'm not gonna lie. I've gotten a few Twitch followers lately, and I don't know why. Because the last time I streamed was at the beginning of the month on Twitch, and I haven't streamed on it since then.
Since we started playing Phasmophobia, I've been getting quite a bit more.
Nice.
That's got a big cult following. People like that game.
I mean,
I like that game. I'm obsessed with that game.
It's fun.
I would stream it if I could, but I need RAM expansion.
You might be able to if you locked your FPS in.
Oh yeah, actually I should do that next time we play.
Because it was giving me a bunch of trouble, and I went through and, like I said, I can't overclock my CPU because it won't let me. But that was like the main thing I did was I locked my FPS in at 58, I think. And I haven't had a problem with it since.
Nice. Yeah, I guess Streamlabs chatbot is not going to work. Okay, whatever. What do I want to add? I want to add... Do I want to add anything else other than alert box, actually? Nah.
Didn't you have this
Probably
set up
not.
already?
I did, but I was trying to... Also, Streamlabs is annoying, and I don't know if Aureolin has the same problem. For whatever reason, when I log into my Streamlabs, right, even if I set up an event beforehand, it will not find the event.
What?
Yeah, so I have to make a new event every single time I want to stream to YouTube. It just doesn't...
I mean, if you set up an event, and then you do the event's over, right?
So, you would think that's how that Streamlabs OBS works, right? But if I set up the event...
I'll be back in a second.
If I set up the event on YouTube, when I go to event, there's nothing except for create new event.
That's weird.
It's dumb. I don't know why it's been doing that, because I used to be able to select the events that I wanted to do, because I have like ones that are continuous events that I can just switch stuff around for.
Mm-hmm.
And it just says no.
What's my beard doing? What's this? There.
Let's see. What should we do? Should we do people and blogs? Entertainment? Let's do entertainment.
I did people and blogs.
Uh,
I almost
get
did
Chrome
entertainment, but I just figured it's probably more bloggy.
I get
I mean-
Chrome Dome glare if I don't.
I think both apply, so really it's personal choice.
wasn't there a YouTuber who said like the entertainment thing? Who said the entertainment thing is pointless because you're all here for entertainment anyway? So
Yeah, pretty much.
I think that's kind of like science fiction. This is the genre they throw on something when they don't have anything else for it.
true. All right. Well, I'm live on my YouTube at least.
I'm live.
Me too.
Yay!
Aureolin's live.
I need to pull up your guys' streams. I'm sure I've gone pixelated on your guys' end, right?
No?
Oh,
Yeah, no,
maybe it's being nice today.
not yet.
Well, so I did put the bitrate down, and for whatever reason, I don't know why this is that I have had 0 frame drops for YouTube, but anytime I try to stream on Twitch, I get frame drops at some points.
See, Danger's live now.
He is.
Is Thrill live?
I'm about to be. And I should be live now. Should be. Doesn't mean I am.
What?
Do you still have
That's
the charity
Aureolin.
stuff in yours, Danger?
That's
You
NDP.
can't hear me.
You know who that is.
What's NDP? What did I do? Oh, it's Sky.
Yeah, somebody woke up. Alright, go bed.
Told you to go to bed. I'm going to stick the dog on her. Don't knock her down, CC. Don't knock her down. She go lay on top of her. Keep her from getting out of bed.
Mm-hmm. Go.
It's funny.
So I was going to tell you guys, last night when we got done with the stream and I was getting ready for bed, I realized that I forgot to take my medicine for that stream, and that's probably why my heart rate freaked out.
Oh, okay. What's up, Aviera? Welcome to the stream.
I was like,
So-
oh, right.
That's a
So-
thing.
For everybody that doesn't know, Aureolin almost died on YouTube last night.
Yeah.
Had a literal panic attack.
I am set a new
The-
heart rate record.
I did.
The The
What-
funniest thing.
What was it? 158.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The funniest thing about that is like you were just like chill the entire time.
Yeah.
That's how I get when I panic, is I get like hyper focused and then I just kind of like everything else shuts down, but inside it's just like and I'm freaking out.
I have a similar thing. It's like you just
Hey, Vicky,
go into like a statue type of mode, like stone. Like
I call it
You're-
soldier mode. It's like when
Zoom.
I'm just like, get this done,
Yeah.
but inside I'm freaking out and sweating and shaking, but I can do
Sure,
everything
yeah.
really accurately.
I have the same issue. And, like you can feel like just your ears and stuff like that get that ocean sound to
Uh-huh.
it. Your,
Like
your heart's
things
racing
start
and
fading
your
out, but
adrenaline's
you're
spiked,
just
but
Why are you like this, dragons?
not like you're not like
What do you?
oh my God,
Why am I like what?
Huh?
You know what? You know what?
Making you take a shot right at the beginning of the stream.
instead of
what do
scatter
you-
panicking, it's like focus panicking.
What are you watching, Tayron Guy? You're watching 4 people who just are gonna sit and BS about
jack shit.
whatever we. Yeah.
For
I mean,
8 hours.
Absolutely.
Are we actually
I mean,
gonna do
we
8
did
hours?
last time.
I know we did last time, but are we
I
gonna
don't
do
think
it
we'll
this
go
time?
that long. But
I would.
you know what?
I doubt it this time.
Danger kind of saw that Aureolin in me, what you'd call like the soldier mode. When you remember when Hunter was really young and he started having the seizures at that restaurant.
Oh yeah. Yep. I
And it
remember
was
that.
just like I seemed super calm, then but at the same time, while like I was trying to help, I guess I was like my inside was just my heart rate was up, my blood pressure was up, and I was like I could just. But at the same time, I'm like, all right, well,
Physically
how old is he? I'm called
calm and collected on the outside and
Right.
having a panic attack on the inside. Yep.
So
I had my panic attack on the outside that night. That's
Yeah.
That's like
So-
my mom got in a really, really bad car accident, like one of those ones where she has to get flown to a city kind of thing. And I was driving my younger siblings and my brother sitting there freaking out in the front seat like, I don't understand how you could be so calm. If I was driving, I'd be going 100 miles an hour. And I was like, well, doing all that stuff isn't really going to help mom, is it? So we're just going to stay focused and we're going to get this done. And then it was like, you know, at the end of the day, later that night, I was just like, oh gosh. Ah!
So, all right. So really quickly. Oh, you would love to say, but you got to record your junk. All right, Tayron Guy. I'll see you later. I love the suggested tags I have for this live stream because it's like Dallas Cowboys.
Good ones in.
It's like Dallas Cowboys. highlight. Dallas Cowboys live. There's literally nothing in my description or title that would suggest this.
I mean,
I just
they didn't even make it to the Super Bowl,
I
so
didn't say did I miss the part where they're going to the Super Bowl? Because
yeah,
I
didn't
you
know
must
that.
have.
I don't know, dude. But like, it's all football stuff. That's all my suggested tags.
It's Kansas City and Tampa Bay, right?
I never even
Yeah.
look at suggested tags. I just type
Sure.
in crap.
It must be a YouTube thing.
I forgot to add. I
This is
forgot to add
popular right now.
AMA to mine.
I just put just chatting on mine. I'm down with it. Like, whatever. We're done.
People are either going to stop in or they're not.
Yeah.
You just grab the lives with the whole game songs thing. Yeah, let's do
Game
that.
sucks.
So speaking of, NDP wanted to talk about that. So
Oh
it's been
yeah.
brought up. Go for it.
Yeah. So Reddit has basically taught us all that Wall Street can be fought, and that a collective community of I always like to call them the Reddit hive mind, but a collective community can apparently topple the the economy if they want to. So yeah, GameStop like shot up like 1,000% in stock price or something like that. It's
Is it
funny.
still? Is it still up?
It was still like $300 or $400. It started to drop because all of the trading apps like Robinhood, like the free trading apps like that, banned users from
Yeah, they
making trades on it.
so trading apps have frozen it, which is funny.
Yeah. Some trading apps have frozen it. Some have put warning disclaimers like on what they call meme stocks, basically
Wow.
advising that this stock has a huge increase, you know, due to like an online movement. It's very risky to invest for the long term or something.
don't
Reaper,
think-
yes, this is my channel, and then I'll go.
Well,
so
that's
really, well, I mean, I'm saying for the people who are viewing this on my side, Aureolin above me has her own YouTube channel.
You can watch our
Thrilled
panic
to-
attacks.
Thrill to the right of me. Thrill to the right of me.
You're pointing
is-
off screen, buddy. Other way.
I'm pointing the way. I'm pointing the way that my viewers would see it. Thrill to the right of me has a Twitch channel called RealThrillBilly, and then Danger over up in the top right corner has a Twitch channel called Danger's Sweet. So
Thrill
Yes.
to the right of me. Danger to my left.
Here,
and
Thrill.
I
We
am.
could frame him. Put your hand
What?
up, Thrill. Let's frame him.
who? Oh, what? You, guys can
you
frame
gotta
me.
put it up.
Let's
Well,
be
so he's-
real. I'm an
He's
Instagrammer.
actually
I'm
like
an
that
Instagrammer
on my
with a
screen.
Twitch
That's
account.
what he is.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm in the
Like,
yeah,
top.
I was
I'm in the
framing him.
top left on mine.
You're in my. If I'm
So-
looking at my screen, you're in my top left. Danger's top right. NDP's the bottom left, and I'm in the bottom right.
Yeah, that's
So,
how it is on
what-
mine.
If I'm looking in Danger's stream, Aureolion's top left, Danger's top right, Thrill's top or bottom right, and I'm the
Yeah.
bottom
Yeah,
left.
weird.
that's how it is on mine.
Maybe
but-
my camera's inverted though.
Yeah, probably.
Hmm.
Like,
You were pointing off screen.
Hey, this is like backing up. Okay. I don't
You
know what
pointed the
I'm
way
doing.
that felt natural for you, but it was wrong for everybody
You just
else.
look at the screen and do it.
See, Aureolin's this way.
That way.
Thrill's that way.
That way.
No, you're this way. You're right there.
There.
You're right here.
There.
And NDP's right here.
That'll
There we
way.
go.
I'm gonna get you, buddy.
Right. That away.
So,
Here's the
GameStop.
house, here is the steeple. Look inside. Here's all the people.
So,
So,
like, I hate big business and everything, so, like, I'm kind of okay with what Reddit did.
Same.
Yeah, I think part of the issue is they were very successful in screwing over like a couple of hedge funds,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know how much it really means to the long-term change of the system.
See,
Because-
that's the thing. I don't know enough about stock to know what kind of long-term effect it's going to have.
yeah, but
I
I
mean-
think
And they only did it because they saw this hedge fund making all of those,
Yeah.
short sales or whatever they are. I'd never heard of a short sale until this happened, and as far as I'm concerned, that's just shady as all hell. So I'm all right with it.
Yeah, it's like I think at
So
most.
apparently, short sales balance the stock market. As stupid as it is.
Well, it's like I think at most this might increase GameStop's business because they're going to have more funding and whatnot. But in the end, it's all going to balance back out and go back to how it was eventually.
Yeah.
Right, but
If nothing else, they're in the news again, and people are be like, "Hey, I remember GameStop. Let's go buy stuff."
but here's the weirdest thing about this, right? Like, what is GameStop even going to do? Period. Anyway, because I thought they were becoming a failing business because of everything going digital in essence.
Well, just
they are.
getting the
Yeah.
value of their business before they go out, I guess.
I did see.
I'll be honest though, GameStop's never been a game store for me. It's always been kind of a toy store.
Yeah,
Well, and I feel like they tried to brand themselves that way, like a couple years back too. They're like, we're not just a game store; we're like a hobby store. Like you can come buy Funko Pops, you can come buy T-shirts.
See, that's what the fun part was for me. Like, I would go and buy like used games or whatever because they were cheaper. But the fun part was looking to see what Funko Pops they had because they got the stuff that Walmart didn't get and all that stuff.
I didn't realize like the Funko economy like
yeah.
was so like exclusive. Like Barnes and Noble gets like certain ones that no one else gets. Walmart gets certain ones that no one else gets. Like Target will get certain ones that no one else gets. It's weird.
Mhm.
I didn't realize it was like that deep. I just thought everywhere sold the same Funko Pops.
I
would
think
hope
ju-
that-
I think just this past year we finally canceled Game Informer.
The only reason I get it is because like I have so many points, and like they've basically gotten rid of like almost everything that you can get points off of, or like that you can spend points on. So like even when I buy new games, I still stack up points, and I'm just like, well, I don't have to like pay to get this renewed, so might as well. I'm not going to use the points on anything else.
Thing is, I just don't buy games that much anymore. If I do, it's on PC, so I'm buying on Steam. The last couple of like PS4 games I've bought, I actually bought digital, or I happened to be at Walmart, so I bought it there.
I
Yeah.
have like
There's
certain
just-
games that I really want like physical copies of, or they'll release like the special limited edition early access or something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, I need that.
If it's a very specific game, I absolutely would. Like, I've been dying for Dying Light 2. I've been wanting that to come out for like the past year. It was supposed to be out last February, but it got delayed because of the Rona.
Yeah.
So here's the
I've
question.
just been waiting on Dying Light 2 forever, but if there's ever an exclusive version of it somewhere, I will absolutely pay like $120 to
Right.
pre-order it and get all the stuff that comes with it. Just waiting.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I like physical copies of games. Just cause
I do too sometimes.
Just cause like it's fun to like have the box art at least.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of
Um,
like what I put on my entertainment stand, like put my
Yeah.
rows of games.
I miss the limited edition like aluminum tin
Yeah.
cases. They aren't doing those as much anymore, and I really liked those.
I know. I hate it because like those were just like super durable too. Like
Yeah.
And they look so nice. They're so good.
Mm-hmm.
they felt really good when they were in your hand. Actually, do I have? I should
It's
have.
like I've got
a
one
tin
up
case.
there, I think. I think it's Mass Effect 3 or something.
I think the only one I have is like Assassin's Creed 3. Like the most random game to have one for.
Right.
That's funny.
I think part of with GameStop is I know in December, and I didn't find this out until this whole issue went down with their stocks, was the founder of Chewy, the online pet supply place,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
sold his store to like Petco or PetSmart or something. But he ended up buying like $75 million worth of GameStop in December, like in their stock. And he's on their board now because he saw it as an investment to convert them to more of an online platform, to pursue more online sales and distribution, which would make sense if they could manage to do it.
Okay.
But I don't know how you're going to compete with selling like games online against places like Steam and all of the stores that exist. But I guess they could also focus on selling like their toys and like shipping and stuff like that instead.
Yeah, and see that would be smart. I feel like I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how hot of a take this is, but GameStop needs to like stop just even selling games and just like exclusively just be like gamer merchandise.
Merchant consoles.
Yeah,
I mean, I feel like they should at least focus on that, but they're already set up for games. Why not keep selling them?
that's true. But they do need to. I feel like they need to focus on like their merchandise and all that like a lot more because
Yeah.
it's like you said. I mean, why are you gonna go to GameStop to like buy a game when you can just buy it on Steam or
Mm-hmm.
buy it on the PSN for the exact, usually the same amount. I mean, I guess sure you get rewards points, but they're pointless too because you can't use them on anything now. Almost it feels like.
Well, for a while, I mean, they had like exclusive DLC for pre-orders and stuff. But then Best Buy would have their own exclusive pre-order stuff. I'm like, well, Best Buy is better than GameStop's, so I'm gonna go pre-order at Best Buy. I mean, these days I don't pre-order anything anyway, just because I don't trust them anymore.
Yeah, I've been burned on pre-ordering since like No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
I bought it. Apparently, it's okay to play now. Like it's almost like space
Playable.
pretty. It's like playable. Like it's basically space pretty Minecraft or something like that. Like you can build stuff, you can research planets and do all that. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know
I'll
if
have
it's because I was in a really small town, but like GameStop was kind of the only game store that we really had. So back when I was a teenager and it was like PS2, that was all I could do was go to GameStop and try to find some games that I could afford.
Did you guys ever have like a Game Force in your town
No.
Mhm.
or
We-
near you?
We had GameStop and we had Best Buy, but Best Buy was like all new, so it was all top dollar, and I couldn't afford it, so GameStop was like the only place I could go to get games.
Oh,
Mhm.
wait, maybe Game Force is only a Colorado thing. There was like some other one that was also a chain.
Game
That-
Crazy we had. I think
Yeah, okay, that's what I meant. Like Game Crazy.
Exchange.
Yeah, we had that. We still have disc replay,
Hmm.
but they're
Yeah,
not
it's a
just
local
games.
place.
They're DVDs and stuff too.
Yeah, we're getting
Okay,
ready
that's
to
fair.
lose our Best Buy even. They're closing.
Ooh, damn.
That's one thing that really affected, I think, GameStop the most. I don't know if it gets glossed over, is changes in like the digital media also means you can't buy used games anymore.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And with
Yeah.
all the changes in security and like DCMA and stuff like that, like you just can't buy used games. They don't work.
Mhm.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm sure that didn't help either because like their model was like buying a used game for you from for $1 and then selling it for like 12.
I always got at least 9 for mine.
Did you sell like the newest games though?
I returned a brand new game once just because I just didn't like it. So it was a brand new Call of Duty that I didn't like, and I think I got like $12 for it.
Yeah. They always have like those high ticket games that they want you to trade in.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
they like offer you an incentive like, hey, you can get $15 trade in for this.
Yeah, I didn't do a lot of trading in because you didn't get squat for
anything.
trading in. But I mean, I got some great things. Like I think I got the like original Final Fantasy VII and the guide like way back, way back when. And I know for a while there it was really expensive to buy that before the remake came out. And I was like, well, crap, I've got that. I paid like $15 for it.
Well, I mean, let's also not gloss over the fact that Final Fantasy VII came to Steam, which probably like lowered the.
Oh, it did. But like for a while there, I was seriously debating selling my copy because it was worth like $200 or something, and I had the guide. So I was just like, maybe I should. But it's one of those nostalgia games that I really didn't want to let go of.
So that's how I feel about the dot hack sign games.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so first of all, I don't have the last volume in the original dot hack sign games, and I swear it's like it's insanely expensive to find a copy
Really.
that's even in like enough like a well enough condition.
I think I have like the first one, but because there were so many in the series, I couldn't afford buying them all because that was during my don't spend money on pointless games phase. But it was a really fun game. I remember enjoying it tremendously.
Oh, that's Japanese import. Never mind. Oh, I could play. I could play it.
I didn't
So-
really use GameStop. Oh, go ahead, Danger.
I was gonna say, what about like instant regret games that you bought and immediately just wish you hadn't spent $60 on? Because I have one in mind.
Ghostbusters.
I probably have a
So
couple.
mine's definitely No Man's Sky. I would say
That's fair.
for sure.
When the
Just because.
Ghostbuster game for PS2 came out.
I remember thinking that looked really cool. The trailer made it look cool. Then it came out and was pretty lackluster from what I heard.
Yeah, it was terrible. I was like, wow, I pre-ordered it. This was, 10 years ago, I guess, but
Yeah.
That was one of those instant regret games. I was like, this is horrible.
I think there was...
Mine was
Okay, you go
Walking
ahead.
Dead. Mine was Walking Dead Survival Instinct. I wanted it to be good. It was like a 5-hour game. It was so short. There was nothing to it. They spent their entire budget getting the actual voice actors from the show, is what happened. They blew their budget getting them. There wasn't anything left for the actual game. So it was like 5 hours. The graphics were like PS1 level. It was horrible.
Superman game was another one. Was that N64 though?
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, you
I
hated
remember.
you hated Superman 64?
Yeah, I think is that the one where you just flew around through a bunch of rings?
Maybe. I think so.
Also terrible. I'm pretty sure whichever one that was. I thought it was N64, but I could be a system behind. It might have been a later one that came out, but it was terrible. Yeah, it was like half the game was you flying through the air trying to like fly through rings for the objectives.
That sounds like Sonic.
Right.
Terrible choice, but I never cared much for the Sonic games.
Really?
Yeah.
I
like Sonic Spinball. That was my favorite one.
Sonic Spinball was interesting. I will say, like, I feel like after Sonic Adventure 2, like, the series just went downhill at that point.
I just never cared about it.
For a good while.
Either.
And then, like, Sonic Generations got released and it was, like, a decent game.
Never played that far in, but, like, even the original Sonic was fine, but then after that, it was like, well, I don't care much for this game. Like, it's just not that fun.
I always felt like it was too linear. I mean, you're literally just going forward on this track and occasionally dodging obstacles, and that was it. It's like, oh,
yeah,
this is
there's
boring.
really no challenge whatsoever. Like the boss battle at the end of each one was about the biggest challenge,
but it was
those
just
weren't hard.
jump on its head like Mario, and
Yeah.
oh, yay.
Well, but I mean, it also was let's be honest, right? Sonic's not targeting our age or like teenagers or any of that. It's like targeting young kids who are probably gonna.
Well, that's what I was. With
yeah,
Sonic
I didn't like it when I was
Yeah,
little.
I was like, I'm talking even back then when I was like a teenager.
Yeah.
And that's what they were pushing. I was like, oof. That was back in the era when the cool, like, adult-themed games were on Sega system.
Right. I didn't have a Sega. I never had a Sega, but when I got to play Friends Sega, they had Sonic, and I just remember being like, why am I playing this? This is really boring.
I want to play Road Rash and Terminator.
Yeah, I want to play Rush.
Twisted Metal. We always played Twisted Metal.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it was a different time. It was a simpler time, right?
I don't know. Some of those games were pretty freaking hard, actually.
To this day, I would take another version of Twisted Metal. That was a fun game.
Yeah.
I miss Rush.
So my favorite thing that I found out, Ninja Gaiden, right?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Stage 3-2 is so hard that like most people never made it past that, but it's one of the most memorable soundtracks because of it. Because he got stuck at Stage 3-2 the entire time, so everyone's like, hey, I mean, this at least the song's good, even though I keep dying all the time.
Does anybody else remember Echo the Dolphin?
Yeah.
That was another game that I never understood the entire purpose of.
Well, it's one of those games that later the maker was like, I'm so sorry for making this game so freaking hard.
It didn't even seem that hard. Like, I didn't understand it. It was like you swim for a while, and then you swim through some rings in a different perspective.
You were supposed to, like, save other dolphins or something. I don't know.
I don't think I ever realized that. We just swam through like it was a platformer.
Yeah, I just swam everywhere. Like,
I don't know. It never made any sense.
It was very not clear what you were supposed to do in that game.
And I think that was a big problem with a lot of the older games, especially if they had a semi-open world style, it was just sort of like here you go, figure out where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Oh, great! I accidentally walked into like level 40 enemies, and I'm level 5. Like, oh no!
I feel like you're talking about Final Fantasy at that point.
Well, that's one of the well-known ones, yeah. But it happens in like some of the early Link games too. They don't show levels, but it's like you walk in and they're overpowered enemies, and it's just like, oh crap! There's literally no way to get past this.
Well, but I guess the good thing for Link, like the Legend of Zelda series, is like if you are skillful enough, you can dodge everything at least, and still take down something that you're not supposed to take down at a point. But you have to like. I watched speedruns of that game, and I'm like, wow, I would never be this good at Legend of Zelda to where I can just kill a boss in 3 hits.
Yeah, I'm talking enemies where it was like if you didn't have the upgraded, like if you didn't have the Master Sword yet, or if you didn't have bombs yet, it was just like, forget it. It's gonna take you about 50 hits with that normal sword. And that's if they don't touch you, because they will insta-kill you.
I played Legend of Zelda, like the NES stuff, and of course at that point, I was a kid, so it wasn't as fun. But it was like, oh, good. But I feel like my favorite, I think this is a pretty common trend, is the Ocarina of Time.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel like that was the peak, and then stuff that came after that was garbage too. Like,
well,
this
did you
is just never gonna
play
be good.
Breath of the Wild though? Because that one was astounding.
Which one was Breath of the Wild? Was that where you turned into a wolf?
No, that was Twilight Princess. Breath of the Wild is the Switch one.
Oh yeah, no, I don't have a Switch.
I feel like
oh, it's so good.
I think I watched some walkthroughs start on it, and I liked the look.
It was very cool.
so.
But I
feel like
loved
Breath of the
Ocarina of
Wild,
Time. Ocarina of Time was one of those things where like all my friends would get together for LAN parties, and we would speed run it to see who could beat it first.
Wait. Hey, Vera, who are you saying who has the mighty beard? Because if you're talking about Thrill, he does have a mighty beard.
That's me.
It's definitely
It's
true.
me. It's definitely me.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about Thrill.
Danger's supposed to just have a mustache by
Dang.
now. He lost the charity stream.
I didn't get into the charity stream to raise money, so
Wait, I
$0
got this.
Did you?
Yes,
Oh yeah.
you can mustachio it.
Okay, so while we're on the topic,
over there.
Aureolin has a dope head beard.
I got this. I just,
while we're on the topic of beards, can we discuss why monkey tail beards are now the latest trend in?
I don't want to talk about monkey tail beards.
I
We're
don't
not
even
talking
know
about
what that is.
We're not talking about them. They don't exist.
All right.
It's stupid. Why?
So it literally looks like a monkey tail. They have this, and then it wraps around, and it goes up this way, and everything else is shaved. So it looks like a monkey tail on their face.
Why?
But who decided?
I don't know why.
Who decided this was a good idea? Like,
I don't think anybody decided it was a good idea. I think one famous person did it as like a thing,
A joke.
And then everybody's like, "Well, they did it, so I'm going to too." And now I've seen way too many pictures of guys with monkey butts on their face, and I'm not down with it, man.
so I think we need to find the root of the problem and curb stomp them a little bit.
We need Reddit to handle it.
Sick Reddit after him.
Get Reddit to cancel monkey tail beards,
Please.
please.
Speaking of famous people who create terrible trends, see Ryan Reynolds is like the owner of Mint Mobile now.
Yeah.
Is he?
It's like I was like he bought that aviation gin and made a fortune and sold it. Now he's buying and gonna pump up some pay and go like no name mobile phone company.
So
And
did he actually sell aviation, because he's still
thought
doing
he
their
did.
commercials?
Is he?
Did he
Maybe
stay
I
on
was
as a
wrong.
spokesman just to keep making money off of him?
I mean,
That's what I
maybe
thought.
he did.
Sold it.
Because I
Maybe
mean, he's
just bought
Ryan
it
Reynolds.
and
He can
invested
kind
in
of
it.
just write his own check and do whatever he feels like doing.
I mean, do you remember the end of Deadpool 2? And I don't feel like this is a spoiler because the movie's been out for like 3+ years. The end of Deadpool 2, when he was like cleaning up the timeline, and it It had Ryan Reynolds with the Green Lantern
Oh, yeah.
script, and he said, "All right, this is gonna be great," and Deadpool just shoots him.
That's gonna be your big break, kid. That was amazing.
You're welcome, Hollywood. Oh, Avira says hashtag buy Doge.
Buy Doge.
So back on the GameStocks thing, it's funny because there's multiple stocks that Reddit's trying to inflate right now, and out of all of them, one of them is Dogecoin. They want to increase the value of Dogecoin
Oh yeah.
to $1. Before all this, it was like at half a cent.
I
value.
don't.
Weird choice.
I don't want cryptocurrency to go up anymore because it has been too hard to get GPUs for like 10 years. And I'm done with it. I want my GPUs back.
Well,
There's another new one that came out earlier this year, wasn't there? And that's what caused part of the crunch again on the cryptocurrency market.
I mean, Danger Chrono's offered to buy you parts multiple times because he has a business and it gives him a business discount.
I thought he said he was gonna look on the Facebook Marketplace and let me
Yeah,
know.
he was gonna try
Yeah,
and
but-
find that specifically, but I mean, like, he does get discounts on a lot of different parts and stuff. He's usually
but-
pretty privy to the best deals kind of thing, but sometimes you get lucky on Facebook. Like, it happens.
Danger doesn't want to give him the favors.
what favors? All he has to just not do. All Danger will have to do is just die for Chrono in the next Phasmophobia night.
I think Chrono
Instead.
likes dying though.
Yeah, he seems to be very willing to sacrifice himself every
I don't
single
think he
time.
really wants to play.
He's like, no, I'm not leaving until I die.
He's like, well, if it kills me, I can just play on my phone instead.
Oh, he just
That's-
doesn't want to play with me.
Can you just kill me? I've got a Switch
just-
game to get back to.
I just think it's funny because when I would play, like the couple weeks that Thrill wasn't in, when I would play with you guys, it almost seemed like, all right, cool. So we got all the objectives. We even got a photo of the ghost. We got nothing else to get here. And Chrono's like, okay, guys, I'm gonna go back in. What?
Why?
Why?
We
Why?
don't have Dirty Sync yet.
We don't have.
It's been 3 hours. It's not gonna happen. No, I'm gonna get it.
I'm gonna get dirty water. Don't worry.
I'll stand in this bathroom till it kills me. Just watch.
Can I point out that I like the idea of cryptocurrency. The only fear I have is that I was going to invest in it at one point, but first of all, it's like gambling, and I don't have that kind of money to waste. But
I'll
Even
be
when
honest,
crypto
I
coin was
still
coined.
don't understand cryptocurrency and how it translates to actual money.
yeah, it's by investment, really. But the
It's,
problem I have with crypto is that a government could literally, like the U.S., could pass laws that makes it like technically illegal and cracks down on it.
So it had.
So,
So cryptocurrency is just about value of computing power, in essence.
No,
So like Bitcoin is valuable because it takes
Take
so
that,
much
husband.
processing.
I think Aureolin's haunted.
I think so too.
No,
crypto
it was
is
attacking.
valuable because it's valuable. Like it, part of its intrinsic value, though, is that it's not controlled and regulated by the government, i.e.,
Yep.
it's not tied to a government. But another issue is, who mines the most cryptocurrency is the Chinese government. Because it's, money, they have the ability and the power to collect huge wealths of it.
They have the
So
manpower.
governments can mine huge numbers of it and get it off the market and drive prices up, forcing
Stop
consumers out.
Freezing.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
No.
Apparently, Danger is walking away.
I like the decentralized economy and like decentralized aspect of cryptocurrencies.
So I have background music on. I didn't catch it right away, but I heard like little kids singing.
Uh huh.
Like, what is going on? So I took my headphones off and I still heard it. She's just been sitting down here behind the green screen watching something for like the last half hour instead of being in bed.
Oh
So I'll be right back.
no. Oh no.
Paw Patrol,
Talk
Paw
to
Patrol.
yourself.
That's
Gosh.
funny. Sky's just chilling.
Yeah, that sounds like my youngest. He just wants to. he's always like, no, I just want to sit with you and watch. I'm like, but it's like 30 minutes past your bedtime.
What are you trying to watch? I'm
Just-
sitting here.
Just like whatever we're doing, it's like he just wants to be with us.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, and so I feel bad at the same time. It's like, well, but you're really supposed to be asleep.
He's like, I really want to watch Dateline.
I have to find out. I have to find out how she killed her husband.
Like, okay, it's time for bed.
That's the one thing that with cryptocurrency always concerned me is, the government could really wreak havoc on the market for local investors, like in the US, by really cracking down on access to it and the use of it as a trading instrument within their own national borders.
I feel like that's less of a threat in the US though, because then they're encrypting, like they're encroaching upon crippling certain freedoms. And with our government, that's a pretty big deal. And I feel like they'd get a lot of backlash for that. But in other countries, absolutely, they would just use it as another reason to gain more control.
It's heavily, the US has already started to, like, in ways position themselves to
Oh,
defend that,
absolutely.
because like cryptocurrencies were at one point a big talking point for like the Department of Justice and even like the Federal Trade Commissions and stuff like that. It's hard to regulate, so it's a high risk, and we're here to protect investors. But then also the Department of Justice and stuff all said, look, it's untraceable, so it's very prevalent in criminal activity. So I don't know what'll happen. It would take an act of Congress to really make changes, but
Yeah.
that's my fear, is that they could potentially do it. Like, the authority is there to just be like, nope, it's illegal.
Yeah, I mean, they could. Hopefully they wouldn't, just because, like, I get their concerns, but at the same time, it's like, once again, that's those people's freedom to choose to trade through those means. And so they're just kind of crippling that freedom and stuff. And that's what makes the country what it is. So if you keep taking away those little things, eventually it's going to be a big thing. And that's what I don't want to see happen. So
Yeah, it's iffy, but I was like, I always looked into it. And then, of course, by the time I look into them, the price spikes. But knowing my luck, I would be the guy who would invest in the one that completely shit the bed. Like, oh, right, I was like, my investing would be like, I could once a month spend like $50 to buy some.
yeah.
So when Bitcoin was $37,000, someone invested apparently like enough to get like 200 shares in it. Then obviously they have enough money to do it, but then Bitcoin lost like half its value the next day.
Yeah.
And that happens. I mean, I really like the stock market. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of good investment businesses in the area. But I did used to play the stock market quite a bit when I was younger and had more like savings to play with. But now it's like I need a good system or online business I can use where I could just like get on there at the moment and be like, sell it now, because otherwise you just don't know how much it's going to fluctuate.
Yeah, there's a few.
I actually used to do
trading
penny
apps
stocks
like that.
for that exact reason.
Yeah.
It was just like, you're never gonna make a bunch of money off penny stocks, but it's just
Right.
for the sake of doing it, I guess.
Unless, of course, like
Yeah.
for whatever reason, that penny stock explodes because Reddit.
I
It's like
mean,
that's not
geez.
very likely, but
It's
I
not out of the
liked-
question, but it's probably not going to happen.
right. Like I liked playing a lot of the stocks. Like if you pay attention to the news and if you pay attention to like what developments certain specific businesses are doing and things like that, then you could kind of anticipate when you should jump
Yeah.
in. So it's not that bad, but if you don't have someone you can relay to the same day and be like, sell it today, then you're going to miss out on your your bonus, your quota, and then it's just not worth it. And
well, and here's the thing about the stock market I don't like, right? Is it's almost like a cult mentality to like get into the stock market because you literally just follow almost everything financial at that point. Like I know people who have gotten into the stock market and like you try to talk to them about like literally anything else, like, hey, it's a sunny day today and it's been cloudy for like 3 days.
well,
and they're like, yeah, but stocks stonks.
That's called a gambler's mentality. I did it more of like a on the side. Ooh, well, here's an opportunity, so I'm going to jump in, and then I'll check in on it once in a while, and that way I know when to jump out. And like maybe I'll make a couple $100, or if I'm really lucky, a couple $1,000. But you have to know when to get in and when to get out. And some gamblers are like, ooh, well, maybe if I wait one more day or one more week, it'll go even higher. It's better to just take your win and get out and move on to the next thing than to fixate on it and play it, because then you're gambling.
The most I ever really dealt with anything to do with any stock market whatsoever was GTA 5. Because certain hitman missions in that game would affect the actual stock market in the game. So you'd go do the idea was to go do your mission, go put a bunch of money on it, and then after like a day or so, pull the money back out and you'd make a couple million or whatever. But somebody had figured out exactly how long it took for it to start falling again. So what a lot of people started doing was they would do their mission, they would put all of their money into this one particular stock that was tied to it. And then they would start sleeping for 12 hours, and then like 8 hours or something, right before it was about to fall, when it was at its highest, and then sell.
Yeah, but then that's not a real risk-reward situation. You kind of know what to anticipate.
No, it was completely scripted, and
yeah. I mean,
once you figured it out, you were fine.
Absolutely, I've lost money in the stock market before. It happens. Sometimes you get in and you think, yeah, this is the opportunity, and then things go poorly for the business. It just happens, but that's part of the stock market. I don't know. I really like doing the stock market. I wish I had a better business locally that I could like personally communicate to do it more efficiently. But until I find some avenue to do that, I'm probably not going to be doing it again for a while.
Have you looked into some of the online apps like
not
E-Trade,
really,
Robinhood? Like there's some that are like, zero fees and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but how efficient are they at like same day kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a good question.
That's because it's pretty important.
I looked into them at one point, but like I said, I don't have that gambler's mindset where like I'm not worth risking losing my money.
I do a little bit. Like I've been to Vegas. I like it a lot.
No, my money.
I do love playing cards. Oh man, blackjack. Oh.
Next.
Yeah, me and blackjack have a history.
Yeah, right? I mean, especially, I learned really early on that I was unconsciously keeping track of cards. And so I knew when to like hit and not hit. And it wasn't until later when I was getting into it more heavily and did research and found out that people actually do that professionally. And I was like, oh, I think my mind was just checking off like how many face cards had already shown off. And I was going, oh, well, the odds of me getting a 10 here are pretty low.
Yeah.
And I just...
Cards. Definitely counting cards.
I was doing it unconsciously, though. Like, I just knew because I'm a very visual person. So it was like, yeah, I've seen that a lot. So it's not going to happen now.
And the pit boss scrapped her. And got her hand broken.
And that's why I'm not allowed in Vegas anymore. But I don't even know what that was about.
Watch Aureolin just like next Friday say, hey guys, I can't make Phasmophobia tonight. And we're just like, why?
I'm going into witness protection.
I'm going into witness protection right now because I counted cards in Vegas.
You guys make it sound like I have such a shady background, but I probably have the most pristine out of all y'all. I never get caught.
skipping the wine trail. We're going to the boat.
Yeah.
That's why it's shady, is because you know how to do it without getting caught.
You all come to my cabin. We're gonna go on the wine trails, and I'll learn you some.
I can honestly say that a mugshot of me does not exist anywhere on the internet.
Yeah, unless you count the military one. I don't know if that one counts. And that's only in the military database, technically. So. And I had secret security clearance, so ha!
Oh yeah, comms bubbas.
Yeah. I don't know how many times we had to tell that freaking officer that he was not allowed to look inside our trucks because he did not have secret clearance, and he was not happy about it. It's like, dude, it's our job. You cannot look inside here. You do not have the proper clearance. Like, what do you want from us? We're doing our job.
Then Aureolin shuts the truck. All right, guys, he's gone. Wine party.
Yeah, it's like, no, you can't look in there. It's not because they're secret kegs.
Would you call that a secret kegans?
A secret keg, like keg storage. It was like one of the only parts that were air conditioned.
Actually, that was where they did all their Call of Duty parties for the unit. Set up there.
I wish there weren't many gamers. I like struggled. I was the weirdo because I walked around carrying a Game Boy in my pocket, and everybody was like, "Oh yeah, the Game Boy kid." It's like, what else am I supposed to do? I got a book in the other pocket. Would you prefer that?
Instead of radio comms, you should have gotten into computer comms and stuff.
Well,
fit right in. My brother was in the Air Force. He just got out a couple years ago, but he spent 12 years in like their IT infrastructure and doing all that, like setting all that. And you know, that stuff slowly as you got later into the years and has replaced a lot of radio stuff with computer communications and networking and stuff. And he was also in charge of all of like the encryption devices.
Right.
He said the same thing. It was
we were in charge of that too. It was like we had to have the keys, and they had to change X number of times, and then we had to go over and input them because no one else was allowed to input them. But there were some people who had like setups and they would game, but most of them were in the more remote locations, and being a female, no matter how much I volunteered, they didn't allow me to go. So one of those were equal opportunity, but not really.
One of those I don't know, you have always issues and threats of violence against women.
Well, there were
in the military, but I know.
But I think they claimed it was a hygiene issue, which I don't think was really an issue. It was just like the higher ups didn't want to send females into like serious field. I mean, we were still in a yellow zone, so we were still getting mortared, but they didn't want to send us out into one of the remote fobs. And I kept volunteering, and my team that I was assigned on ended up getting sent to one, and I was like stoked. And then my squad sergeant told me that I was going to get left behind, and I was just like, what?
This will sound terrible, but I think people in the service will understand it, but it's going to sound terrible to anybody listening in. But we had guards assigned to some of the women in our units when we would go to fobs. They could not go anywhere alone, and they always had to have at least one male escort, because a lot of the fobs we went to, we would be taking supplies, or like some of our females were electricians, engineers, welders. But so if we were there to do like repairs on the fob after an attack, we would have to bring like the electricians or generator electricians along.
Right.
And so some of the females in our support unit, they always had to have at least one male escort with. Yep. So luckily we had one male and one female electrician. But like even if they just had to walk
Yep.
to the head, like, oh, I need to use the shitter, 50 yards away. It's like you've got to bring a male escort with you to basically stand outside while you go to the bathroom
We had
because they're the fear of them being assaulted. And they just, I
well,
know how we'll solve it. We just won't let them go anywhere alone.
we actually did have cases of incidents. I won't elaborate, but it led to all the. I kind of thought it was BS though. All the female soldiers had to mandatorily have a rape whistle on their person at all times, which I thought was BS because it wasn't only women that it was happening to.
Yeah.
And every time they asked, like they did a spot check for certain gear that you're supposed to have on you at all times, they would ask, do you have your rape whistle? And I would pull out my Damascus blade and was like, yep.
So what we had was, it was like, well, like at the main base, the air base we were at, it was fine, but you were technically not supposed to wander around, male or female, without like, a partner.
Right. I mean,
but then like
it's technically still a war zone.
Yeah, like any of the fobs, it was like, well, you need to have, any females need to have a male escort. And it was like, you couldn't just be like, 2 or 3 women couldn't just go to the chow hall. Or it was like you had to have at least one guy in the group.
We had a couple times where that
these
was
women
an issue.
choke out men during like hand-to-hand combat. So I feel like a couple of them are tougher than the guys you're sending with them.
Yeah, I think it's more of it's that making them look like less of a target kind of thing.
Yeah.
But we did have that issue. And there were, I can't deny, there were a couple times where there were some guys that were like advancing more than I would have liked. And then when I found myself, like I was on guard duty at some point or something, like on extra, they put people on guard duty all over the place, wherever. And I would be on guard duty somewhat late at night, and then I'd be having to walk home to my sleep spot, and I felt a little uneasy because one of the people I was assigned with was one of those guys, and I was just like, he kept trying to offer to walk me all the way to my sleep spot, and I just was like, I don't want you knowing where it is. Like, please go away.
I'll walk you all the way back to the cans. Come on.
Yeah, I was just like, I'm good. You can go.
Yeah. We had some incidents on one of the bases.
It
and the base I was mainly stationed at, and that's when it started. And they were really fearful of terrible, but like when we would go to a lot of these fobs, because they were infantry fobs.
Yeah.
So it was all male. So there weren't women there at all. So, you're talking 6, 7, 8 months into a deployment.
Yeah.
With guys who have done nothing but sit in this fob by themselves.
We got on higher alert when like certain infantry units would kind of pit stop.
Yeah.
But we did have, we had artillery units and things like that, and motor pool people, and it just, it was a constant thing.
Watch those motor pool people, they're trash.
Hey, some of the people in my unit were motor pool people.
That was motor T.
So was he.
But yeah, I mean, there were certain times where it was just kind of like, need to be a little careful now. And it was sad because like these were fellow soldiers, and I didn't want to have to look twice at them. I'm already having to listen closely for sounds overhead and having to beware the Iraqi workers that are coming through the fob regularly and stuff like that. And there was even a time where me and another female soldier had to go on a guard duty for some Iraqi workers, and it was like right outside the wall. And I mean, the looks they gave us, it was so awkward.
We had a few spots where we were doing infrastructure repair, and I remember we had a couple of females in our combat engineer unit that we were attached to, and yeah, like some of the way they would look and act, and I literally watched some of them, like they'd watch us working until they saw females come out and literally like get up and turn their backs on us. And we had them who ran all like the Haji shops and stuff around the base, and
right.
You could see them interact and just like act and treat and leer differently at the females than they would with male troops, so
Yeah.
I completely get it.
I couldn't tell if they were like looking for weaknesses or if they were just highly amused at the fact that a female was in that role or what. It was just very
Or they had-
awkward.
Or they hadn't seen a female in 9 months and
Yeah,
couldn't help.
Yeah.
I don't know.
mean-
That too.
I really don't know. It was a very awkward situation. But I
Well,
mean,
with
like
the-
you were over in a relatively same time, so I'm sure it was pretty similar.
Yeah,
overall.
it was there in 04 and 05. And,
Right, and I was 0506, so it was probably about the same.
It was in the was Al Assad Air Base, so the Al Anbar province. I made it as far as Fallujah, right after the second invasion took place, and then, but we, I was motor T, so I might be driving a semi, I might be driving a dump truck, I might be driving a Humvee for security element.
Right.
I had gunner 1 week on convoys,
Mhm.
running checkpoints. And so we were also what I would consider like in like the BFE area.
Yeah.
So we were in like the hillbilly areas. It wasn't like we were in, Baghdad where there was a real city. We were
Well,
so you also had that like we were dealing with what would be the equivalent of like the rural
yeah.
elements of that area. So
I mean,
The middle.
my unit was kind of all over the place because we were comms. Obviously, you kind of need
Mhm.
comm people everywhere. But we were pretty close to Baghdad. Like we were right outside Baghdad. We were our fob was right where one of Saddam Hussein's palaces was.
oh, okay.
But like I said, it was not a city. We were in the middle of the desert. There was like one man-made lake that sort of made some trees, and
Sort of made trees.
we did get mortar fire. Like like if we got it once a week for a couple months, that was not a regular.
Yeah, it was a reoccurring theme for us.
Oh
Actually,
yeah.
I think 3 days before we left, they finally hit something. They hit our fuel farm with a mortar. And
It's like I think they darn near hit us one night. I was
it's like they would just
lucky enough
randomly
to be
land,
on the
but
hill for that night.
See,
That's how you
I-
could tell new people and people who'd been there a while. We'd hear mortars and just like, oh, okay. But then you'd see somebody like literally come shooting out of like a porta shitter with their pants down, like rolling around on the ground.
or
trying to run.
jumping to one of the concrete blockers, like ah! It's like
Well,
yeah, you'll get used to it.
Everybody
I kept
huddle in
hearing
their
that,
kerosene soaked tents.
Baghdad was
I'll just stay out.
considered like a safe area, but it really wasn't.
It
Like-
wasn't a safe area. When we were there, it was still yellow. It wasn't red, but it was yellow just because of the mortars and the rockets that we would get launched at us pretty regularly. So it was still risk, but it wasn't as, bad as a red zone. So
I think the whole thing, and I'm just trying to contribute to the conversation because
Yeah.
I've got nothing.
Sorry.
No, it's
I know
fine.
they went
I
on like
love-
wars. They went on
that's
war
fine. I
stories.
love hearing this stuff.
It's fun, yeah.
I just
Different
I have
perspective.
nothing to add to it, but
Same.
I think it was just kind of like it was just like this general mentality of, oh, it's the big city, it's fine, nothing's going to happen. But no, a bomb could still drop at any freaking time. Nobody's
yeah,
no,
stopped that from
I mean,
happening.
like, we had to check our Humvees before we got into them, and it wasn't irregular if our sergeants came around and were like, hey, there's been a warning about a VBIED that might happen today, so just in case you hear gunfire outside the wall or there's a big explosion, just know that that's probably what that is. Like, all right.
I didn't mean it in a
Cool.
safety
Thanks for the heads up.
Right.
I was
like,
thinking of it like the
Thanks.
local culture and customs. Like you have, I guess when we were talking about like the way they looked at women, I was like, I also
Yeah.
think of it in the shape of or voting. Like
Oh,
there was
yeah.
a different reaction to the first, like when they did their voting in say, the smaller rural areas versus like
Mhm.
Baghdad areas. So like I think it's like that in the U.S. as well. If you look at how people adapt to society changing and society views, I felt like it applied overseas there in Iraq as well. Like, yeah, you've got Baghdad, And, you know, at least that's, you know, like more of a progressive city than compared to like Fallujah, which was like a working class type of city. And then you push even further out into like small villages
Right.
that, you know, with a few hundred or 1,000 people in them, it's like they're stuck back in time comparatively. Like they were less progressive
Yeah.
than even like that. And they weren't as used to patrols when we were, because we didn't patrol those towns and villages. We just drove through them.
Right.
Sorry to interrupt real quick, but does anybody want to be famous? I got a link right here that can make anybody famous.
Oh, anybody?
For
fall for
real?
Wow.
I think all you got to pay is like
Opportunity.
$100. I mean, the link's gone because I banned him.
Aw,
Everybody's like,
Drat. What have you done?
What
Sorry.
they do is they ask
I'll
you to
never
send
be
a
famous now.
Oh, we've lost our
You bet.
opportunity.
You banned the one guy who was gonna make it for you.
Right?
I was gonna
I was
ask
probably gonna
though,
get on Reddit and have them take down your site.
Thrill, did you ever get to go on R&R like in any of the cities in the
No.
like a green zone, like a city?
Nope.
No? I did get to do that because we were there for a year. So we got the R&R trip. I'm trying to remember exactly what the city was. I just know that it was near the Gulf, the Persian Gulf, I think it was.
We had people, they started doing it when I got there. A couple of months in, they started doing rotations, but they literally only sent like, I don't know, maybe like a dozen people before they stopped doing it. And they were going to, I don't remember how you pronounce it now. We always called it Qatar.
Oh, maybe that was it. Yeah, that
like
sounds
a big
familiar.
nation, like off in the Gulf. It's one of like the richest countries in the Middle East.
Yes.
But yeah, that was where they were sending R&R.
Yeah.
We had some people who were going to like the Balad area.
Oh.
Comparatively, like, and then I remember towards the end of my deployment, it had gotten to a point where we had one of the biggest, like the air base that our unit was based out of at Al-Assad was being handed over to the army. And it was literally like one of the biggest, best bases in the area. Everything else was really like ASPs and FOBs all around us. So they would send people there because we had an actual like PX setup and an MWR setup with a movie theater. So like they were sending people there for R&R.
You had a theater? What the frick?
Yeah. Like, it was great, except that I was motor T, so I was never there because it was like you get up and go on convoys out to different construction sites and spend the night in the field. So or I spent like a month on the Syrian border reinforcing an army checkpoint out there that had got hit with a VBIED.
Yeah.
And literally the only thing separating us from the natives was a couple of like a HESCO barriers.
Yeah.
So we were there with the engineers just rebuilding like all the checkpoints and stuff.
Yeah.
And so it was like, ugh, but we went across into Syria.
Yeah, I feel like our unit kind of got tasked with everything. Like they really expected us to follow through with comms because it was such an important deal. So if comms even got the slightest bit staticky, they would just like start smacking on us, and it was like we are literally doing everything we can. But then they would still send us on like guard duty or convoys here or there or whatever, and just doing odd jobs. But I did get to go on R&R. I was one of the last people to get to go though because I was the youngest, lowest ranking person in the unit, so of course I did. And I got to go over in the Persian Gulf area, and it was like I got to like jet ski in the Persian Gulf, and it was just like, oh my gosh, this is amazing.
that would be really cool.
That would be cool.
No,
but we went in one of the. I think what blew my mind was what I saw in country. You know, is kind of what you picture as a classic third world country kind of look.
Yeah.
Where everything's just dilapidated and people are literally just walking down the roads carrying jugs of who knows what kind of thing. And then we went into this city and they were like the most modern, expensive looking buildings you've ever seen. And everybody driving the most expensive top dollar cars ever. And it just blew my mind how different it was from the city to more rural area. And then when we were shopping, it was like if you saw the women, it was almost like they were scared of us trying to interact with them. They would like skirt around us and try to avoid us because I think they were terrified that if we tried to talk to them, that some man was going to see it and like get all judgmental about it or something because that was their culture. And it was shocking to see.
So talking point, right? Since you guys have been overseas and have obviously seen like other cultures, would you say like the disparity is that even the right word?
Yeah, disparity, the difference.
Yeah. Yeah, the difference. Yeah. The disparity between like city to rural, so like, you know, like people that would be like more like middle class to lower class is greater over there than say here where
100%. It's
100%.
night and day. It's like third world country versus super modern rich.
Well,
so I only
like-
have I only know like South Africa, right? Because a few people ended up in my small town that were from South Africa that were like fleeing apartheid at the time, right? And they just settled down in the US afterwards. And so I only know what they say is like, if you know, it's good to be like rich in South Africa, but if you're poor, it's like the worst thing in the world.
I feel like that's a lot of third world countries. You're either super, super rich or you
Right.
have absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
There's like no in between.
Right.
There's also the country difference. Like, I know this is something that took place with Syria as well, because there's the export. Like, for example, a lot of people who fled Syria had the
Mhm.
monetary means to do it. So they were either rich enough and upper class enough to where they could get out, whereas a lot of upper rich people stayed because they were so rich and politically connected, it didn't matter. And
Right.
you had wealthy people who weren't connected and they fled. And then you had people who were like middle class, upper middle class, like dentists, doctors, electricians, you know, like that class where they had just enough money to try to get to like Europe or try to get refugee status to come to the US. But again, like the poorest of the poor were then left. So then you kind of lost
Right.
that whole in between. So
Yeah.
it was a drastic shift. And in places like Fallujah, when I went through there, of course, this was after the city had already been bombed to hell. But you had nothing. Like everybody was poor because Fallujah was originally like a very populous working class, like industrial type city. And then, you know, after the bombings, the conflicts, the invasions, and then the first battle, and then once all of the insurgents took up residence there and we went into the second battle, you know, that city was just completely devastated. So it's like, yeah, there's nothing left. And
Yeah.
so, you know, anybody who had jobs was just gone.
And that's why it was really hard to tell because of the base where I was outside Baghdad. Like I said, it had one of Saddam Hussein's palaces.
Mm-hmm.
And like if you went in there, it was really extravagant and really rich. And he even had his own like zoo. And
Yeah.
so it makes you think like what was actually here before all this happened? Or was it just kind of his own personal playground? Like I don't know for sure. But yeah, it's hard to tell. But right now, or at least when I was there and saw it, it was just like destroyed, people scrounging, trying to get by, just trying to get odd jobs to do anything versus super rich, really well off. And it just, I was shocked. I did not expect it to look like that when I went on R&R. So it just kind of was like a, whoa.
Yeah.
Even now, like Qatar is always really, it's like the UFC and stuff does a lot of shows in like Abu Dhabi.
Oh, wow.
But like Qatar and stuff is still like one of the wealthiest places in the nation. It's all oil money.
Yeah.
Right.
So people who live there are basically all millionaires. And so like, you know, high school parking lots and stuff are all people driving, you know, like Bugattis and Lamborghinis, and the police departments use Lamborghinis to get around in. And it's just crazy how much money's there. But the whole place, and if you're not, though, you're poor. Well, most of their poor don't exist because they get allotments from the government for oil money. So the poor are literally people who were brought into the country from other nations, and then they're just treated like absolute garbage. And, they work for almost nothing. They live in squalor conditions, and they're mistreated. But it's like that weird... It's just such a weird, like, upkeep from here to there.
Yeah.
Even when I went through Syria, I did patrols in some of the border areas, and like they were a little bit better, but we had guys who would go to the cities and like they had McDonald's and stuff. So they would, like, in the middle of the night during checkpoints, they would drive like an extra hour away and bring McDonald's back for us.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I was like, man, the greatest thing, like 9 months later or whatever, it's like, oh, a cold Big Mac and cold McDonald's French fries.
I think
was
later in
heavenly.
our deployment, our fob got one of those Cinnabon trucks, and
Ooh.
I was just like, oh my gosh, like, yes.
When I was leaving is when they started upkeeping where we used to have just like Haji shops everywhere.
Right.
And then
We had
when I
like a
was
whole
leaving,
Haji
they-
bazaar.
we had a bazaar in the old stadium that was there.
Right.
And when I left, they were switching over to an army post. And when I talked to guys who had deployed there like a year or two later, who were coming back to our unit from like being, like shifted out to make like the rosters, we're like, oh, we need 12 extra guys. And it's like, well, grab them from this unit. And those guys would come back and be like, man, it was almost like being in Kuwait because like they had like a Subway and a Burger King on base now. I was like, what?
Spoiled.
I didn't have any of that shit when I was there.
Right. I mean, we did.
Down the street, we got 5 guys.
We
They
did.
just put in a Whole Foods.
Yeah, right. Like what? We did have
The Amazon warehouse is coming next week. It'll be good.
most of our stuff was Haji shops, but we did have like a small PX for your general stuff, just so that you could kind of get microwave meals if you didn't feel like eating what was at the cafeteria that day, kind of thing. But I mean, there wasn't a lot in there.
We had a PX that was a good one compared to like when I'd go to FOBs and they would
Oh,
bring in
yeah.
mobile PX buses, but like they had soda, like you could buy
Right.
Cokes and Dr. Pepper, and
I don't
they'd have
remember
magazines
if we had
and
soda. I don't.
uniform items.
There were
but-
magazines, and occasionally they had a few video games.
Red
Shockingly,
Bull cigarettes.
they of course cigarettes,
I
but
didn't buy any of my cigarettes there because they were too expensive, so I bought them from the Hajis. I go to like one of the local Haji marts and I
Right.
could buy, you get a pack of cigarettes for less like $1. And so I'd buy cartons of cigarettes for like a whole carton of cigarettes for, like $10, $12. Local brand cigarettes, I don't care. I was like, I'll smoke them. I don't care if they're.
yeah.
And then everybody else would try it. And they'd be like, here, I just bought these at Haji Mart. I didn't like them. They're terrible. They're dried out. And they taste like, yeah, because you smoke like Newports. So, yeah, you're not going to like the Courtfield cigarettes from,
Yeah.
China or whatever.
I feel like when you're over
so
there,
they
it's
give
like,
them to me. I
don't
just
be
had
picky.
a stack of cigarettes stored up.
yeah.
And
I
then
don't-
we had a cigarette raid on one of the, when I was working the checkpoints down across from Syria. Because guys would try to smuggle cigarettes into Iraq. And they would try to smuggle like gas and fuel and stuff like that across. So it was the checkpoint was we would check, and like the Syrian border patrol, because they had good communication back and forth, like we would notify them because that's not what we were there checking for. But then when they would stop them, they would tell us like they had. I remember that one spot had literally a Connex box. Just with full of contraband, just boxes upon boxes
Oh my
of cartons of cigarettes. So I
gosh.
remember just filling up a sea bag, with like 30 or 40 cartons of cigarettes
Dang.
one time before we left that post and headed back on.
They checked every package we ever got for contraband stuff. It was like, we don't want to see any of it. They did random checks on our rooms and crap. It's just like,
Well, we
come
were-
on. Someone's
were
got
like-
one bottle of vodka in their fridge, and you're going to have a cow. Like, come on.
We used to buy Haji whiskey too. We would barter because part of our
They
unit's
didn't-
job was to
Yeah,
refill
Watch
They didn't allow them to sell that stuff there because they didn't want us having it at all.
us either. But we were in charge of refilling like the water, all of the water refuels and generator refills. So we would fill them up at whenever like locals, like non-military, whether they were Iraqis or Syrians or Kuwaiti or like truck drivers and stuff, would
Right.
deliver supplies back and forth. They were always quarantined in an inner base that was wired off. But we would go in, and some of our guys made contacts, and so we would go in to do like refill all of the water bowls, the water points, and the generators, and we would barter with them. So these guys weren't technically allowed on base, so they would be in the overnight stay area for the workers. But we would go in, and you'd have guys in watchtowers watching us.
Mm-hmm.
But like you'd be refilling something, you'd start chatting with them while you were filling stuff, and you always had one guy on top of the truck with a rifle and one guy down actually doing the refills. But you'd be talking to them, and you could park the truck to kind of block their truck, and then we'd trade, whether it was cash, extra like cots, extra equipment, because we also Motor T.
Right.
Stuff fell off trucks all the time. we ran supplies everywhere, so we had so you could trade stuff to them in exchange for, like, they would trade us bottles of cheap whiskey.
I feel like the Hajis that
picture
came on our base were more iffy, because we had a lot of cases where it was like they did stuff to our supplies, and so we had to be really careful.
Yeah, we had guys doused with opium and shit from buying like their food and buying stuff.
There was one time in particular where we would get like water bottle deliveries, and apparently they had somehow spiked a whole shipment with something that was making people very, very sick, and so they had to like come around and warn everybody, like, if you have a single bottle of this water, you need to return it immediately. And they had to go around and like collect it all, and I was just like, gosh dang it. I mean,
and you're like, it's all in Arabic. I don't know what fucking brand bottle it was.
Well, I mean, they would like show it to us, but like what sucked was that our water supply, like, yeah, they were water bottles, but they were literally in these humongous cardboard boxes at the end of the rows of our things, so they were hot as the day was.
Yep.
So if you got one and got it in your little personal fridge that you got and like bought yourself, and if it was finally cool, and then they come around and are like, those are no good, give them to us. It's like, but my cold water.
102-degree water, like,
right?
Warm water. And they were all
so
good. All of our water came in like basically like a cardboard box.
Yeah.
But they were all 1-liter bottles.
Yes.
Like, what am I going to do with a 1-liter bottle of water?
Of 102-degree water. This is like, that's some good stuff
so
there.
We would get crates of them, and I was actually in like an old Iraqi barracks. So we had like an old barracks, and they had just kind of torn down and separated like the squad bays in some areas were kind of cut down with wooden walls in between for different sections.
Makeshift.
So we would get the big cases of water and bring them in from out in the front of the building and put them in our rooms. So that like every weekend we would basically bring in several boxes. So we always had them at least out of the sun.
Oh.
But didn't help when you had to strap them like to the back of your truck or something and drive around all day with them.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I put it in my Camelback, so at least then it would stay cool for a little while longer.
Of course, then half of my deployment was spent over the winter, so where it would get cold enough, shit would freeze overnight.
I don't know if it ever got to freezing at night where we were.
I took pictures of like frozen mud puddles on base and stuff. Like, there's frozen water.
Oh my gosh, when it rained, it was like you would think, oh, the ground will suck up the water because it's so dry. No, it just sat in humongous muddy puddles. I think I lost a boot in one. I stepped in it and sunk to like my knee because it was one of those puddles that looked like it wasn't that deep, and then you stepped in it and it was just like shunk. Oh no. I'm wearing my chem boots as rain boots. It was just like, oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. But yeah, I don't know. In Baghdad, I remember like being really cold at night and like hugging the space heaters we had in our shelters, our makeshift shelters around our comm trucks. But if you looked at the thermometer, it was like 80 degrees.
So
we had some freezing nights when I was down on the borders, and even on base, like it was iffy.
We were probably too close to the equator for that, but I remember freezing and it being like 80 degrees. It's like, oh, I'm in my fleece jacket and my full uniform and I need the space heater. It's not 130. What's going on?
40 degrees outside, and I was driving on night ops. I had bought some of the local, like Haji Marts, some of their handmade blankets. So I would drive in my truck. And now this was, of course, in the heavy, like in some of the semis or the 5 tons, 7 tons. So you didn't have windows because they just put the big sheet of L-shaped metal like armor over it, so you couldn't roll a window up or down, which is great in the summer when it's 103. Not so much, in what would be the winter time, and it's in like the 40s, and at night when it's like 40 degrees, and you're trying to drive, for
you only had 103.
I didn't remember what the high temp hit at one point. I think it was like 120 something.
I was like, ours got up to 130 multiple times.
I remember seeing 120 something.
It was definitely 130.
It's like, well, that's great, but yeah, when you can't close the windows in your truck and it's 40 degrees outside and you're sitting there with just an open window.
Yeah.
I remember taking old MRE boxes and taping them around there so I could, and putting a flap on it so I could open it to look in the mirror every now and then.
Right.
And I had a blanket over my lap.
I mean,
so I'd be driving around like an old man with like a blanket I bought for like $5 that I realized after I got home I didn't have room for it, so I left it. Then I got back and looked at how much stuff like that was selling for. Like, son of a bitch, this is like $100 and some odd. I could have bought it. I was like, it was such a nice. I was like, I have a blanket wrapped around over my waist, like do.
Yeah, I think I just sold everything, almost everything I acquired over there. Like before I left, to people coming in, it was like, you want this, you want this, you want that. Like, take it
too.
Yeah.
When they kicked us out of the barracks and we had to rotate to the tents.
Right. Yeah. It was like, just take everything.
You were just selling it to whoever came in, and
right.
If you couldn't sell it, you just gave it away.
Yeah. It was like, it's here if you want it. Whatever. Yep.
So Danger, how have you been this last half hour?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you guys are fine. I've been soaking it all in.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear about this.
Yeah, like I obviously never went, but the military always interested me. So to hear the stories from people that actually went is just fascinating. So
I was just more making fun of the fact that Danger and I are just like sitting here awkwardly. It's like they're
we've got nothing to add.
I think it's a curse with anyone who's been deployed. If you run into someone else who's been deployed, it's just like, yeah, did you experience this?
And then you don't tell because you don't talk to regular people about it. So then when you run into another member, you're like, oh man, I got somebody I can talk to about it.
And especially since you were over it almost the same time as me, it's like, oh my gosh,
I was all over the Anbar provinces, from Fallujah, Al Qaim, Husayba, Haditha, down to Korean Village, Terrible. Where else?
I was a FOBIT.
Going through
how long were you actually deployed through?
10 months.
That's what I was thinking. It was 10 or 11 months.
I think they cut us off right before 12 months because they didn't want to give us that extra pay for 12 months.
Oh, okay.
Well, technically,
from us.
Technically, it was an 18-month deployment. They made us do 6 months of training, and then we went straight overseas. So I was gone for 18 months. But we spent 11 some odd days, months in country. But
I think I spent 9 months in country.
Yeah.
But it was like an 11-month training cycle between pre-mob and post-mob.
They didn't want us to get to 12 months because there was an extra pay boost after that. And so they were like, oh, we'll send you right before. It's like, no! If we're here already, just leave us.
Yeah, it was funny because I felt like I also got the lane because the unit I was with had deployed with the initial invasion in 2003. And so they were there for like 6 months, from like March to, I don't know, like October or something. And then we came back. They came back, and then I joined the unit in like October, right around the time they were all coming back.
Right.
And then our unit got activated again to deploy in June.
That's exactly what happened to me. It was like I joined, I graduated high school, went to basic, did MOS, came back to the unit, then the last rotation came home, and then they redeployed us, and they told me I wasn't going. And then like a week before Christmas, they called me and said, yeah, you are going. And I had like 2 weeks to pack. And I hadn't done any of the pre-briefings or anything because they thought I wasn't going. So they hadn't involved me in it. And I was so lost in the sauce. It was ridiculous.
I got the drive one time because we had guys who checked into the unit after we were mobilized and we had moved. And we were training further up north, and I remember I had to go down and pick people up.
Yep.
Like they're like, "Hey, yeah, you just checked in." I remember talking to one of the guys I became real good friends with him. He's like, "Yeah, I checked in," and Gunny was like, "All right, well, you're here, and you can go back home, but we're gonna have a bus come get you in like 4 days. You need to be back here, ready to standing tall, because you're gonna deploy."
Right.
Like, I just got out of basic training in MOS school like 3 days ago. And he's like, the unit's already getting ready to deploy, and they've been training for a month. You're just going to join them. And then he got to our unit, and then he was there for a week, and they actually sent him to a totally different unit, so he didn't even deploy with us.
Oh, gosh.
Like 5 or 6 went to fill necessary holes with other units. So, yeah, he went a whole different unit, did his whole deployment. Then came back to our unit after. And I was like, that really screws up unit cohesion. And
well, I was going to say the worst part about being in the situation that I was in was I literally didn't even have time to know anyone. And because it was like there was Alpha Company, Bravo Company, and Charlie Company, and I was Charlie Company way down in the south of Illinois, and we were deploying with Alpha Company, and so was part of Bravo Company, so it was like people from these 3 different bases throughout Illinois that were deploying together, and I didn't know anyone. So I'm just sitting there like, what am I doing? I'm a private. Help me.
Like, at least I had like 6 months to get to know the people I was deploying with. And I got lucky because at least 75% of them had all just come back from a deployment. So it was like, great. Like our CO's already been over there. Our, platoon commanders, all of our squad leaders, fire team leaders, like everybody has already deployed.
All of our leaders came from Alpha Company, so I didn't even get to go with people that were over me in Charlie Company, and I was very socially awkward anyway, so it was not good. I felt alone probably for like 75% of the deployment until I finally made a couple of good battle buddy friends, and the group I was telling you about that got sent out to a remote area and I didn't get to go with them, I loved those guys. I finally felt like I was in a squad that I belonged in, and that's why it hurt so much when they told me that they had to go and leave me, because I was like the soldier who got passed to every single squad throughout the deployment, and I never got to stay in one place. And I was like, why the frick am I here? You guys don't even need me. Like, why am I here? I'm filling a hole that doesn't even need filled. This is ridiculous.
That's what she said.
Well, I mean, and on top of it is when we were doing the 6 months training before we even went over, they switched my MOS while I was doing that training. So I went through MOS training again during that. I mean, and before I got out, I did another MOS training. So I had 3 MOSs by the time I got out. But it was insane. I literally felt like I was alone and nobody was really watching my back, and I'm glad that I ended up with some battle buddy friends towards the end there, but it was rough. It was really hard.
Did I hear a cat in the background, Aureolin?
I don't think so.
I heard my chair squeaking.
They're just
Oh, maybe that's what I heard. I thought I heard a cat, and I was like, "Oh, there's
So-
gonna be."
The only remotely related story I have is my grandpa was in the Air Force, and the air base here is Scott Air Force Base, I think.
oh
Yeah.
yeah. Mhm.
And I mean, this was even after he died. I'm on. Oh, okay, chef. Oh, she got discounts at the Air Force Base.
Oh yeah.
So forget the fact that it's in St. Clair,
Southern
Illinois.
Yeah, it's in like
Yeah.
the St. Louis area. It's at the 618 area code.
Yeah.
2-hour drive.
So forget how far it was. When I turned 16, it became my job to drive my grandmother to Scott Air Force Base so she could shop and get the discounts.
Right.
Just because she could.
Absolutely.
Yeah, stuff was cheap.
It was absolutely
I still make the trip up to
gas.
Scott Air Force Base occasionally. I'm like, I'm gonna
Yeah.
go over there and take advantage of that PX.
I can't use the PXs.
No,
No.
because you don't want to, or
Well, we don't really have anything around us. It would require me going to Scott, but
Oh, I thought Thrill was
Also,
about to tell a story
not
of like
like,
how he's
I
banned.
think you have to have a certain service-related disability or a certain discharge type, and I'm just a standard.
I thought you could
Uh,
still go on as long as you have like a honorable discharge ID kind of thing.
You probably
Well,
did.
so that's the problem.
They may
Thrill
have
wasn't
changed
honorable.
it recently, too. Yeah, mine was honorable.
No, I'm
But,
I'm just
like,
I'm just
I don't have like I know there.
Surprise of surprises, they didn't kick him out.
Yeah, well they did, but it was an honorable kick out.
It's like it takes
know.
something pretty serious to get kicked out dishonorably.
But like my disability ratings and stuff weren't high. I know you could use it if you had a certain disability rating, and I think you're right that they've changed a lot of the rules over the last several years, where you could actually like use your VA card to use like PX facilities and
Yeah, I think so.
but I mean, I
'Cause-
can't remember what it is anymore. But yeah, it's definitely not worth me driving an hour and a half or 2 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I don't go often, but sometimes it's just sort of like, yeah, why don't we go?
Here's what I can tell
Something
you,
to
my
do.
brother was on Scott, and they usually went off base to Walmart to shop because
Hmm.
it was
Oh,
actually
hey, you cap.
cheaper
something,
to
mate?
shop at Walmart than it was to shop at a lot of the base exchanges and
Oh,
stuff.
I haven't been paying
Yeah.
attention to chat at all.
I
Yeah.
feel
Hi,
like
Cap.
I feel like it's cheaper to shop at Walmart compared to like anywhere.
A lot of places, yeah. But-
Well, I mean, at the time, like, my biggest complaint was, like, I'm driving 2 hours down south just so you can get a discount at the air base.
yeah. How much are
It's
you
like-
really saving after
Yeah,
gas?
I'm sure,
Uh-huh.
we probably spent more just driving down there, but at the same
I
time, like,
mean,
it was something to do with my grandma, and it was fun to go to the Air Force Base. So,
yeah, like 20 years ago, it was really, even when I first enlisted, which was almost 20 years ago. But it was, you could go on, like, cigarettes were cheaper. Everything was cheaper on base than surrounding areas. And you didn't have to pay the taxes. So that, you didn't pay, like, state taxes on stuff. So that knocked it down. The fuel was way cheaper because, again, you didn't pay all the extra fuel excise costs and stuff.
Mhm.
yeah.
But it's like, it feels like now it's gotten, even when I was close to getting out, it was like a lot of the bases, like, oh, it's not that much cheaper. So it's not worth traveling there.
Yeah, if you're nearby, I'm sure it's worth it.
Yeah.
But driving 2 hours,
yeah.
it's like you're just making an event out of it at that point.
Yeah, I think sometimes it was like it's on the way to St. Louis. So like if I was going to St. Louis anyway, maybe I would pit stop, and then if I was going to St. Louis, like I'm going to be filling up in Missouri versus Illinois. So
I remember last time I went to Scott because my brother was stationed there. It was right when he was getting out. So like I went down there. I went down on a weekend, and that next Friday was like his EAS date. So they had 2 cars. So I was taking one of his cars and driving it back to my house, and then I was going to drive it from here to Pennsylvania, where he was moving back to after he got out. And so I drove his other car. I got a rental car, and I Or no, I'm sorry. It was the opposite time. Either way, but I had his car, and I'm getting ready to take it back. So I've got the car, and I got lost on the Air Force Base. It's actually quite confusing, and they've closed like all of the side gates. So at the time, you could only go in and out through the main gate. And he was, of course, living in base housing. So he was like, "Oh, just go up here and go up here." I was like, "Okay." And I was like, "Well, I've got the GPS anyway." The GPS does not work
Oh no.
on base. Like, it doesn't tell you the right turns, and it tries to take you to the side to the closest exits, which
Oh,
are all
no.
closed. So I was like, I'm lost, and like I'm driving around in circles. I'm like, this one, some MP is gonna like pull me over for being suspicious, like driving because I keep going around the hospital and going around because I'm looking at the GPS map trying to find landmarks. Like, well, if I go up here, here's the hospital. Go here. And so I'm trying to like use the GPS as a map to
Right.
try to like find my directions manually. I was like, so I'm driving like turn here, turn there. And then like I parked in front of like the little shopette for a while. And it was like I'm on my phone looking up directions and stuff because I'm a guy and I was too stubborn to call him. Because he told me like, now if you turn and get lost. I was like, I'll be fine. And I was like, well, I'm not going to call my little brother. I'm like, yeah, I'm lost. I haven't even made it off base yet. So,
And that's why
like,
Thrill isn't allowed on bases anymore.
I was like, just my luck is like some MP is going to come by or AP, whatever the hell the Air Force calls them. Like they're going to come by and like because I'm just going to be circling around these neighborhoods 3 or 4 different times trying to get lost because all the neighborhoods get same thing. You end at a dead end and you drive through. It's like, oh, the gates are all locked here, so you turn around and go back around to try to get back to another gate.
Right.
And I was like, I was just so worried, like I'm going to end up getting pulled over and harassed by like an.
Well, that's when you
By an
ask.
MP.
That's when you're like, "Hey, can you just drive me to the entrance?"
Yeah. And then I was like, well, I'm a Marine. I'm not asking no Air Force for help to get somewhere.
I would almost start looking for an MP at that point. Like, I am lost.
It took me about 20 minutes to get 7 minutes from his house to the main gate. So
Yeah. Some of those bases are kind of wonky laid out. I can't deny.
And then you run into the issue of you're looking at a map, like a GPS map or your phone map, and you're like, oh, yeah, that can go this road here, go around there. Well, then you get there,
No,
and you're
it
like,
doesn't.
it's a restricted area.
Yeah.
Like, there's a signs up, like restricted personnel. It's like, well, I can't go this way. Turn around and go back around. I ended up at the gates to Fort Knox once.
Oh, no.
Like that region. I just remember friends and I were traveling, and we got lost, and we took a wrong turn. We were just going to pull in and like turn around. We didn't realize exactly where we are until we started seeing signs and all the armed guards and stuff. Like, and the guy was really cool. Like, the soldier that we ran into, because we're like, well, we're lost. We're trying to get somewhere else. And he was like, oh, yeah, you. He goes, yeah. He goes, you. Well, this is restricted, like, because we were in the how to get into the, like, check into the base and stuff. It's like, yeah, you have to turn around and go back that way. So he let us turn around. It was 3:00 in the morning as well.
Yeah.
So, he was like, well, just back up, turn around, and go right out of here. And then, like it's like half a mile up the road, you want to turn on that side road. And that's how you get to where you're going. You just ended up at, like, one of the side entrances to Fort Knox.
He just shows
lost.
up like an hour later where you guys are at. It's like, hey, where's the party?
It was in San Diego. We rented a boat to be out on the bay. And we were right off the San Diego Bay there where the big naval station is. Fun thing, there's like a barrier, and when you start getting too close, you'll see naval gunboats, like fast boats, will pull out and start following you and shadowing you along the perimeter when you get to where like the ships and stuff are moored at. So I was like, that was fun too. We were like, well, like waving at them. But it was when I was on active duty. So like we just for the weekend had gone out there, and we were like, yeah, I didn't think anything of it, but there's buoys and stuff set up. And you cross that line, so it's like, yeah, if you get too close to it, you'll look, and there's patrols of like armed gunboats that patrol that area to keep people out. This was also in, 2003, so we weren't that far removed from 9/11.
Sir, you need to turn the boat around.
So, I don't know, like, you don't have to answer, but I'm curious, like, what disability rating you have and whether it's PTSD related or not.
Oh no, mine's a back problem. I'm only at 10%.
Oh.
I should automatically qualify for 30.
Yeah.
They changed the scales.
Uh-huh.
But when I got out, I only got a 10.
Well, you can reapply, you know.
And I need to reapply, but
Yeah.
it's a hassle.
It is, but it's
I'm
worth
sure
it.
Not only reapplying, but
I'm
also
sure-
driving an hour to get the exams and stuff done.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's also
yeah.
worse with current times in the Rona. Probably doesn't help
I
a lot.
should, in theory, be a minimum of 30, and I could
Yeah.
easily probably bump it up to 50 based on. But I got tired of going to the VA as well, so like I just stopped going because they didn't help me.
So how did you injure
That
your
is, like,
back?
we can't do anything. Go, and I was like, "When you cover this, we don't pay for that." Well, how about this? Nope. I was like, "Just here's some painkillers, and that's all we'll do for you."
Right.
Here, we'll get you addicted to morphine instead.
I don't know. The VA's pretty big stickler on that stuff now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yours is a degenerative disc, right?
Yeah, I had.
That's the same
Was
thing
that from the
dad's got
military?
going on.
Yeah, I had an incident. It started right before I deployed, got worse while I deployed.
Mm.
I herniated a couple of discs.
Oh, no.
I had, while I was in the service, I fractured 2 spines or 2 vertebrae in my back.
How the heck
and
did you do
herniated
that?
2 Yeah, I had I was thrown around
It
the
was this
cab
one night in Baghdad.
Met up with some
And,
crazy comm group, and they
I
made
had
me.
to jump off the balcony because the MPs busted in the door of the whorehouse we were in.
I had to bail out the
No.
window and landed wrong. I don't know.
Part of it goes to the convoys I was in hitting an IED, and that threw me around in the cab. And we went over a bridge that had just been recently blown out by insurgent attacks. So it was like a cobbled together engineering bridge, but they didn't tell us that.
Oh no.
So I went to go over it at like 30 miles an hour or whatever, just got thrown around in the cab, bounced up and down, smashed, like I got a concussion.
Oh man.
Being tossed because you're just driving on the paved road, and all of a sudden it was like, whoa, like there was nothing to the bridge. It had been blown up and just tried to like cobbled back together.
Oh, I mean, you cannot understate how bad it hurts to get tossed around in a Humvee. It's rough.
Yeah. I was in an 817 5-ton, like the old stick shift 5 tons from Korea.
Like a deuce and a half, or
No, the in between. It looks like a deuce and a half, but it's bigger. It's the 5-ton version.
oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, they don't really use them.
Not as much, no.
But ours were literally from like Vietnam.
Yeah,
They
makes
were like,
sense.
it was equipment that was left over in Europe, whatever they could scrabble
Right.
together. I was one of the few
Yeah.
people who could drive a stick shift, which is why I was stuck driving the stuff. But and then
Yeah, they trained us to drive deuce and halves too. I
drove
jumped on that training. I was like, give it, I want it.
the Marine Corps doesn't have deuce and a halves. We've got, well, now they've got all 7 tons. Before that, we had just the 5-ton troop transports. But I had licenses on deuce and a halves. I got them before my deployment at one of like the Air Force bases. So I was licensed on like everything from
sure.
the Humvees to the C-Trax to the deuce and a halves, the 5-ton dump trucks, 5-ton troop haulers,
Honestly,
5-ton
I was
semis.
more nervous driving our comm trucks than I was driving a deuce and a half, just because it's so back heavy with all that gear on it, and it's nerve
I hated
wracking.
driving the up armored like Humvees or the comm trucks.
Yeah.
I've had to do that too. Drive some of the comm trucks and the convoys and stuff, or like
They're scary to drive.
We so yeah, mine's all lower back problems.
Okay.
I could qualify for
You
PTSD.
really should refile though. Like, I know it's a hassle and it's a pain. I understand fully, but it is worth it.
I went through PTSD, like counseling at one point when I first got back, and I remember I stopped it because a few reasons, and I didn't think I was that bad. I was like, I cope every day.
I didn't think I was that bad.
Yeah.
That's how it starts, and then you have a few conversations, a few checklists, and then you realize, oh, wait a minute,
I checked the boxes, but also again the VA.
I checked a few, maybe all the boxes.
And the VA at the time didn't have a counselor.
And that
So if
is,
you wanted
no.
counseling, they had a traveling counselor that traveled like within like a 100-mile area. So they were only in my area every like Tuesday.
Oh.
So you could only make appointments for counseling on Tuesday. So after like
They've
2
gotten a
appointments, like,
lot better though. They
I was
really
like, I don't need no
have.
psychobabble bullshit. Yeah, they've got a full-time counselor now. I was like, I don't
Yeah.
need any of this shit. I was like, I'm fine.
So-
Well, it's not really
No,
like
yeah,
that
suck it
anymore.
up.
It's not like analytic or anything like that. It's more like, let's just talk. Like, if you don't feel like
Yeah.
talking about this, let's just talk about something else. Like, I've more than once, because I do talk to my therapist pretty frequently, and it's all video right now, which is easier for me. But like some days I'm just like, I don't really feel like it today, and she's like, that's fine, we can just kind of spot check, maybe go over a few things, and then I'll be like, I think I'm done.
Talk about the
And
phasmophobia kids you've seen in the
I have
past.
discussed my group of friends that I game with, but
Yeah.
sometimes I'm just like, I don't feel like it, I want to
You know,
go, and she's
To
fine
that
with
point,
that.
I feel like why wasn't video just an
Yeah.
option to begin
Should
with?
have been.
Like that
Yeah.
would be so much easier for so many people.
I think they want to
Like I'm enough of an
encourage.
introvert anyway. Like
Yeah.
if that was the thing I needed to do, like yeah, just sit me in front of a computer. I would rather do that.
I think they want to encourage.
Text me. I prefer that.
I think they want to encourage like that human interaction, as well as some people do kind of get into their issues, and sometimes they can get really worked up about it. So if they're not there in person to help de-escalate that situation, it can be really difficult.
Yeah, I
Well,
guess that makes sense.
and also you got to figure on video. There's probably less body language cues.
Yeah, there is.
I found that
Unless you put in something like it had to be a certain aspect ratio so that you could see the entire body or something like that.
Yeah.
I
also
just
found
use it as an excuse to like have an adult conversation once in a while, honestly.
Are you saying?
I hear
wait,
that.
Are you saying you don't have an adult conversation with your husband?
Well, I mean, sometimes he's tired from working all day, and you know.
Oh, I thought-
Are you saying that our phasmophobia sessions aren't adult conversation?
Yeah.
I think they're more
I only peed my
relaxed,
pants twice. Okay,
friend-based
I'll have
conversations.
Because I definitely feel like me calling the ghost a poopy head is most certainly
That is
adult
definitely-
conversation.
That's definitely
No,
an adult conversation.
I highly like love our interactions and our conversations that we have. Like, it's very nice change of pace for me, because usually it's either I don't talk or I'm talking to a child.
I
and the child is
understand
Chrono.
What?
I also found that with like PTSD, I know there shouldn't be a stigma on mental health, and I understand that, but there is a stigma. And
Yeah.
There is. Absolutely.
I also know that I thought of like, I was like, you know what? My grandpa, when he was in the jungle, saw a guy hacked to death with machetes and stuff. It's like, he's okay. my great grandpa was, in Europe, and it's like, yeah, they're fine. It's like, oh, then you talk to people like when you're after you get out. Like I talked to my great uncle who was in Korea.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, he was fine eventually.
Right.
Or, but it's like you just think I thought of it different. Also, I wanted to be a cop.
Yeah.
Which didn't happen because my back is so bad that like I can't physically do it.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what happens if you try to be a cop and it's like, oh, well, I was already medically discharged. And it's like, and then you have to report, that you have PTSD. That's
Right.
a red flag.
Uh-huh.
To get you. A friend of mine waited to get his PTSD diagnosis until after, because when he was trying to get on with police departments, and he ended up giving up because he got on with a couple of like state offices and got hired and put on a waiting list. And he was like, I've got kids. I can't keep waiting around to be shipped out and getting pulled off the list and
Right.
replaced with an alternative. But it's like, yeah, because I don't want that in my record. I was like, I went to the couple of counseling meetings.
Yeah.
They said, you fit the pattern of PTSD. And I remember the diagnosis was probably high chance of PTSD. And I was like, well, I stopped going.
I think one
I
of
don't
the
need that. But I realize now.
Yeah.
years later, like I do suffer from it.
I
enough to
100%
recognize it
understand
myself.
your thought process, and it's one of the reasons it took me so long to go in and actually kind of try to admit that maybe I had it. Like, it took a long time to get there. But one of the biggest things that helped me was I ended up going to this group counseling just to try it. And almost all the people that were there, I was the only female, for starters, but all of them were older men who had served in Vietnam. All of them.
Yeah.
None of them were from, Iraq. And they were like 100% accepting of me. And what they told me was, war is war, and no matter how or where you experienced it, it's the same. And I was just like, holy crap, you guys are amazing, and I love all of you.
See, I was gonna say the exact opposite. Like I feel like shit when I talk to guys like that. Even
Well,
if it's
and
the
that's
VFW, it's like I didn't suffer nearly what like some of these guys,
exactly.
like infantry units in Vietnam.
Exactly.
Or like my great grandpa who was in the infantry in
Oh,
Europe in World War II.
yeah. They
It's like these guys saw some real shit.
They told me some of the
I saw a
stories, like as we're in the group meetings, like they tell the stories sometimes. And I just was sitting there like, I feel so guilty because what I experienced wasn't even close to that. But they were like, no, don't even begin to compare it because it doesn't matter. You were in war, and that's all there is to it. War is war, and what you experienced is still just as serious as what we experienced. And I was just like, you guys are so awesome.
I was like, what you experienced every day, I experienced like 6 times. Like, oh yeah, this is my best story. Literally happened to you every day. Like, clearing houses,
But they
getting in like a firefight. Like, it happened to me a handful of times, and it literally, like, you went through it every single day.
They didn't even begin to judge, though, or compare, and it was amazing. I was like, you guys nailed it.
And this is where we quote...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say this is where we quote Fallout and say war never changes.
No, really. I mean, I had like a new perspective on the beginning of that game after I had been deployed. It was like, holy cow, this is slightly profound.
No, just hearing Thrill's side, it's like it is the classic mentality, the classic male mentality around mental health of like. Yeah. Whatever you experienced is far worse than anything I've dealt with.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need the help you need because what you dealt with was so much worse. And, like, I keep seeing all these memes lately of, like, women with mental health needs, and then, like, a group of people wrapped around them. And then men with mental health needs, and, like, everybody disappears. Like, I feel like that's a lot of bullshit.
Yeah.
Just
honestly,
like, it's not that the world doesn't care, but for one, I feel like women just deal with a lot more than we do in the first place. Not talking military or nothing. They just deal with a lot more.
I also feel like if, as a female, like if I came out and said, yeah, I have some mental health issues, they're going to start judging me and looking at me like, oh gosh, it's a crazy chick, And
right.
It's like, no, I'm trying to deal with some serious personal things and learn how to deal with them in literally my everyday life. Like, this is my life. So excuse me for trying to better my life. Like, God.
Well, like, I've heard, like, everybody knows my son is on the spectrum. Your personal opinion of what the spectrum is, whatever. I do agree with Thrill to where the spectrum is just so insane at this point. Like, anybody can be on it. I'm probably on it at this point.
They throw out
well, we already knew you were a little special danger.
If he was diagnosed today.
I mean, he is, so I might be, is the point.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
There might be genetics to it.
When I started looking research into, like, my daughter having ADHD, I was, like, reading all the, like, signs and things like that, and I was like, well, this is me as a kid.
Right. Like, I fit,
but isn't that
my
the
best friend fits, like, everybody fits to some extent.
Isn't
It's
that
like,
the WebMD phenomenon, though? Like, right? You go onto WebMD and you're just like, I got a little bit of a headache. Oh, well, you have a terminal brain cancer.
Oh, I don't know. I was
What?
like
Well,
buying books
I mean-
and like reading on how to deal with it and how to cope with my daughter and things. I mean, like, Danger, imagine like your son, experiences a lot of similar symptoms and things like that. And imagine in the same time having PTSD as your own
Right.
personal issues. And so for me, it's like an everyday I have to work on it and deal with this and try to handle my daughter's issues without my issues affecting her as well. And it's
Right.
it's an everyday conscious decision in what I say or
Mhm.
do around her. It's highly stressful, but I'm trying.
Yeah, and like I know what you're saying in DP about the whole WebMD thing. Like everybody just thinks everybody thinks they have something. But mine was more like I went over the checklist that they filled out for my son, and like I feel a lot of these. Like maybe it doesn't affect me to the same extent, but I am extremely introverted, which is very common for autism because it's a social thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then
so
as she's getting older, like Skylar's kind of starting to show a little bit too, and looking into it, like being autistic for girls is so much harder. Like it seems like they're more aware of what they have. I get that's a really weird way to say it, but they're aware that something's a little bit different with them, and they work a lot harder to hide it, which just ends up leading to depression, and it's just a rough gig, man.
It is.
It's also very hard for families.
It is.
yeah. So fun fact about mental health, as long as we're on the topic, I ranked high for depression
Mhm.
and super high for PTSD because of some of my childhood past.
And
high on anxiety, but
yeah.
basically I'm a train wreck. Let's go. Choo choo.
My brother
Everybody get
treats
on
for
board.
PTSD. And I tell you what his counselor told him was very similar to what mine had, which is you probably already had like a high risk of PTSD
Mhm.
before you deployed based on like, your living and stuff growing up, like your experiences to start with.
Mhm.
So it's like, yeah, PTSD hits a lot of different reasons and stuff. But
Right.
and I realize now when I look back, like, yeah, I probably did. From the time I was like, let's say 4th grade, give or take, until
Stop.
I basically
breathing.
joined the military. I slept in blue jeans and socks and a shirt, like ready to go at any minute in case we had to pack up and run. So it's like, yeah, I get it now. It makes more sense, but
Mhm.
so that's what the one counselor told my brother. Like, so you're probably more adept at just coping with it because you've probably coped with it your whole life, so you've naturally
get
gotten
that.
accustomed to it.
I like when we lived out in the sticks, we were always taught how to deal with emergency situations
Yeah.
without having to call emergency situations, like kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it was like you knew how to stitch a wound, you knew how to do, like CLR basically, as like you could do CLS on cue already. And my
Yeah.
dad even trained me how to disassemble and reassemble an M16 before I went to basic. So I was one of the only kids there who was like, yeah, I totally already know how to do this.
Yeah, my dad, because he was an Army vet, he was a combat engineer, which, fun story, my MOS training actually took place in Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri,
Uh-huh.
which is where the Marine Corps has an MP, MBC,
Yeah.
and Motor T
It's a
detachment.
big infantry base.
Yeah. So he went to basic and MOS school down there. What did they call it back then? ACL or whatever. The Army called like your
It was MOS. I mean,
that in
unless-
between, like before MOS, because I think his
Oh.
MOS school actually happened in Fort Ord or something in California.
Yeah, I
But
can't.
what is that weird gap after?
Yeah, I
your
can't
basic
remember off the top
basically
of my
like your
head.
combat training, like AT training or whatever it was. But
Yeah,
he was
something
down
like
there
that.
for his initial basic, and then like his 2 or 3 week follow up before he went to MOS school.
AT is usually like after everything, but maybe he had it like stuck in the middle.
Yeah, or
but-
maybe it was. I don't know. This was the 70s,
Right.
So, and I don't remember what they called it, but he was in Fort Leonard Wood for a while. That's where they were doing basic training when I was there for MOS school as well, because we'd see all the recruits and stuff down there doing stuff. And that's how I learned there was like a weird, like third phase of their training where like they could go out to like the PXs and stuff like
Right.
that on their own. But we, anyway, when I was down there, I was like, before I went, he trained. We used to go fishing all the time, fishing, hunting. So we would camp, and he would show me stuff like, basic map reading skills,
Yeah.
land navigation stuff, like how to pack, a military style pack, and
Mhm.
just, simple stuff, and like simple first aid tricks, and like pressure dressings, and just stuff that, you would probably get from a normal dad anyway, who was showing you, like camping survival, camping, hunting, fishing. But he added like that twist to it, and he would talk about, how like bomb building and stuff, because that was like he went through EOD school with the like a joint training with the Marine Corps and the Army on like a combat engineer, like demolitions expertise type
That's
of training,
cool.
like an additional like A school when he was in. So he talked, and I remember for like 4th of July and stuff, he would make like homemade bombs.
That's
So he would take,
neat.
like old pill bottles and, make like homemade fireworks and stuff like that.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, my dad was in, but he was kind of in during a peace period, I guess you
So
could
was my
say.
dad.
Yeah, so he didn't actually deploy or do anything. It was more like riot control kind of stuff.
Yeah, like
And
my dad was, he went in the late, 60.
yeah, I was like, I'd have to think about it.
Like 77 to like 81 or something.
My dad's quite a bit older, so I'd have to ask him exactly when he was in. But he was only in for the 4 minimum, you know what I mean?
Yeah, my dad did.
And-
I think he was only in for like 3.5, and then he
Yeah.
got discharged because of a knee problem. So he had a
Mhm.
medical discharge.
Yeah, and I mean, like, he was Army, his dad was Army, my uncle's Army, all that stuff. So I was just kind of following. But the downside to it is, since my dad was Army, but he didn't get to see any action, is he kind of glorifies the fact that I'm a veteran, and I don't particularly love that.
Yeah, my dad did too. My dad was in the Army in peacetime. My grandpa was in the Air Force.
Mm.
I had like an uncle in the Army. My great grandpa was in the Army. My, like great uncles
Yeah.
were in the Army.
Yeah, it was like my great grandfather
and
was
the
in the Army. Everybody was in the
yeah.
Army, and then my brother went Navy.
My grandpa's brother. was
So
in
your
the
brother
Navy.
was the smart one, is what you're saying.
No, he was the late bloomer. He like
He was the lazy one.
he tried to do college, and then he realized how expensive it was going to be, and so then he went to the Navy and then came back and did college.
I told.
So
when
my
somebody at work,
grandfather-
like, asked me. I told him, I was like, "What do their kids talking about going in the service? What do you recommend?" I was like, "Well, what do they want to do?"
Yeah,
I
exactly.
was like, if you want to just be like a grunt, I was like, sure, go into the Marine Corps, because
Yeah.
it's probably one of the most prestigious when you tell people you are a Marine versus
Yeah.
the
And it's
Army's
like
a lot more common.
it's like the Army is
but-
like if you want a little variety, they have like a job for
Mhm.
everything. The Navy's like if you want to go more business or numbers oriented, then yeah, they're more school and structure. And then the Air Force is like if you just want something casual to put on your resume.
But almost like if you want a good trade, like if you're going into like IT or
Yeah.
something, like if you want, like I was like, yeah, go Navy or Air Force, because what's the point in joining something else?
Right. Like
Mhm.
it's
So I
more
was like,
physical.
if I was trying to get like an IT gig, I was like, yeah, I'd definitely go in the Navy or the Air
Right.
Force to learn a trade.
If you're trying to do something like if you were trying to do police, then yeah, Marines or
Mhm.
Army, because you want that physical on your resume to be like, yeah, I totally did that grunt training. Like, yeah. So it does kind of depend on what your future plans are, for
Yeah,
sure.
like the Marine Corps is the same way. We've got
That requires you
everything
to have
from
plans. is the
food
problem.
services.
I
to
had
truck
everything
repair
planned.
to
I was
So-
like, I got plans.
Me too.
So let's actually go from top down
Oh.
to who had their plans together when they graduated high school. So Aureolin, you get to start.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I 100%, I had plans that I wanted to do. The only hang up was trying to get a scholarship because I wasn't quite fast enough in track and cross country to get a good scholarship. I could have gotten a 50% ride, but I wanted a full ride. So then I went military to get a full ride. And then I 100% knew what I was doing when I went into college. And then I got married and everything changed.
So
What a
she lost
shot.
her plan. She lost her plans
I
after she
s-
met Chrono
I
because Chrono just
Yeah,
because Chrono has to die every time we play Phasmophobia.
No, I lost my plans because Chrono already had a career set in stone. So then it was like, it made more sense for me to sacrifice my future plans than it did for him to sacrifice his. Because
And is that why? Is that why he
was-
sacrifices himself in Phasmophobia all the time?
I think he just likes being the martyr. I
It's
don't know.
Well, honey, you sacrificed your life plans. I'm gonna sacrifice my virtual life plans.
I think honestly what it is the game doesn't scare him the way it does the rest of us. So he's like, screw it, I'll die to get the picture,
It's
and
like,
you
it's
guys
fine.
run away.
Okay, I mean, but the thing is the ghost can be pretty terrifying at times. Like, it doesn't usually scare me, but for whatever reason, last night I was like shook. I also, I mean, part of it could be because I came from a therapy appointment
I think
immediately into Phasmophobia, so that might have helped.
like
little bit,
hiding
but-
from the ghost is more terrifying than running from it. But it's
I just
scary.
I just like the fact that like the ghost literally phased through the door and was coming at me, and then it stopped hunting. Oh. And you all heard me. I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake!
We thought it got
We really thought you were dead.
Yeah, we thought it got you. That's why we left.
I still don't even
So-
know why it went after you when Danger and I both like stopped and were waiting for Thrill to come
Yeah.
so we could protect him, and then somehow it went after you. It was like, what is happening?
I think what happened is it just like it got lost, and so it was
Yeah.
just checking rooms. And I think I think because it last night for sure, but I think because it was a little more glitchy, like it just phased through the door. Like normally it would have like opened the door, and I would have
Right.
been like, oh, okay, but it just phased through the door.
It seems like since last night, there's been like a ton of beta updates. Like
Yeah.
whatever he released kind of broke beta, and I think you realized it, and he fixed a lot of it.
There was a
Yeah.
lot wrong last night. Things
Yeah.
that just
Guys
weren't
keep talking
working
about
right.
it. And,
All right, Danger.
I'm next.
Yeah, you're next. Did you have your plans together?
I did. My plans didn't involve education. Was part of the problem.
She's gonna be a rock star.
I wasn't going to be a rock star. I was going to be an Olympian, which I was training for.
Ooh.
I was all lined up.
What field?
Because I started Taekwondo when I was 9 years old,
Cool.
and that's pretty much what I was groomed for from that point on. And then 18 years old, I tore my ACL, and then that just wasn't a thing anymore. So I had plans, and they kind of disappeared pretty quickly, and then I didn't have education to really back it up. Because I did high school, and then I went to college. The biggest problem was that when I went to college, I went for graphic design, and I should have picked something that I could actually have a career in. Because I've got a graphic design job now, but I could have done just so much more than what I'm doing at the moment. And I don't regret any aspect of my life, really, but at the same time, it's like, what if I had done something else?
What
You know
if?
what I mean? Yeah. It's like, I'm proud of my family and all that. I wouldn't change that at all. It's just my
Are
career.
you sure? You're proud of Sky too, even when she freaks you out.
Very.
Yeah.
That's when he's
Yeah, I
all,
get
all
that.
the time.
That's when he's the most proud when he turns around and Sky's being creepy and he's like, "Yeah."
No, I mean,
I get a lot of that. I have moments where I sit there and I'm like, gosh, I could have been doing this or off in the middle of the woods taking research data and working in a lab doing this. And it's like,
Yes,
but then you
that
think
would have been
about it.
awesome.
Yeah. And then you think about it and you remember like your kids or, just the little things or whatever else it is that you're doing. And it's just kind of like, yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah. It's like I really wanted to do programming. That was always really interesting, and then maybe go into game design from that. Graphic design was easier.
So ironically,
laziness kind of played a part in it, and I regret that. But
ironically enough, that was the reason I got into programming and all that. Right, was for like game design, and then like I started like super studying game design and all this, and I was like, wow, I actually don't want to do that, but programming is still really cool.
Yeah.
So, but like, yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna totally make video games. Like when I was like, well, okay, so first of all, I didn't really know like I wanted to do computer science and engineering until like senior year of high school. Because at first I was like, wow, I want to be like a chemical engineer, and then like I looked at all the schools in Colorado, and there's like one that you can go for chemical engineering. So I was like, oh, well, that kind of sucks. And then I looked through, I'm like, oh, maybe I want to be a physicist. And then I looked and it's like, oh, your only job as a physicist is NASA. So then I also are at a college, teaching other people physics.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I guess this is where my turn comes in, is I just kind of segued into it, but whatever. And so then I was like, well, I like gaming, so let me do game design. And then like my first semester in college, like when I was doing the programming, I'm like, cool, how does this relate to game design? And I like looked at it, did all that, and I'm like, okay, game design, no. Software design, yes.
See, that's one of my things with games. It's like, even Phasmophobia. I can complain all day about how people designed a game, but I can't do it myself. So they're miles beyond anything I could accomplish.
So I could do it myself, right? Like, I know enough of what goes into it, and as part of it, because I was still like interested in how graphics worked, I did graphics programming and know how to do at least a rudimentary sort of graphics programming. So I understand why Phasmophobia has its issues, but then I also understand that like he's a one-person job, and I probably would have the same issue of like, optimizing all the graphics while making sure the gameplay still stays intact.
And I mean, that's probably not the only thing he's got going on either. Like, he might just be some kid in school, and this is something he came up with.
And now he's rich because Phasmophobia is like crazy fun.
I don't know about rich, but he's definitely got more money than he planned on from making some silly game, right?
Yeah.
Especially out of Unity. But, like, as a consumer, I mean, you're free to critique something all you want, but I couldn't do it, so...
I know where he might be screwing up, but I also would have to like look at the code to verify if that's actually what was happening.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's coding's weird. Sometimes even I've been doing it for a little bit, and even sometimes like I sit there and look at a program and I'm like, I have no idea why this is actually not working.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's so much like messing up, but I mean, at the same time, it's one guy, so he probably is messing up. But like, you fix one thing, it breaks something else. You have to go and fix that, and
the favorite program,
how they interact, and
right,
the favorite programming song.
And there's only so much testing you can do on your own.
Yeah,
and then somebody does something different, a way that you didn't plan on, and they discover a new glitch that you hadn't seen yet.
Oh, don't worry. I had plenty of that when I was doing my senior design.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to be like stupid person, right? Like I was trying to like act like I was stupid person who barely knows how to work a computer program. And did a lot of testing of like, okay, well, how does like user interface and user, like how does it work for the user and do all this? And like it was great. It was great design. And then my actual like client that I was working with for senior design did something that I never would have expected anyone at like a really basic business level to do, and they broke the code, and I was like, "Can you like? I want you to like show me the exact steps you did to break this thing, so that I can fix it. So that if you do whatever for whatever reason these exact steps again, even though I'm saying don't do these steps, I can fix it."
Well, I mean, that's a lot like, I don't know, shit, even the all button when you're adding stuff in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it makes perfect sense to us because we've played several rounds and we're like, man, it would be awesome if we could just add everything all at once.
Mm-hmm.
But the way his mind works, like, he just didn't think of that until somebody pointed out to him, hey, can we make this a thing? I think Chef's throwing it.
Oh, Chef's coming in. All right, so I guess to summarize my end is, like, I kind of knew exactly what I was doing. Like, you know, I had my plan. I didn't get to stick completely to it because of life events and stuff like that, but I had my plan. And then now we go to Thrill, and then Chef gets to join in.
Hi, Chef.
Since he joined in.
I'm actually going to run up and check the kids real quick while Thrill goes.
Oh, yeah, good. Fine. Fuck you too, Danger. Thanks a lot.
I like.
Well,
through
I
your
just got to check on him.
I
Hopefully I'll
actually
be quick.
super need to take a bathroom break.
All right,
Well,
Thrill,
I
you're
need to
on
get a
hold.
drink,
Maybe just
so-
pause.
Hold.
Pause.
Pause for the cause here. I'm going to go get
5-minute
another drink as well, so that works out.
Is your mic working, Chef?
Yes,
Yep.
Nice.
we cleared the raid.
Oh, look at you.
Oh, so excited.
That's awesome. All right, I'll be right back.
How's the pizza?
It's good.
What kind?
This is my own personal creation, and you're gonna hate it because it has pineapple on it. But I
I don't have issues with pineapple. That's Mr. Tim up there.
Oh, okay. So I sat down, right, and thought, like, man, I really like Hawaiian pizza, but I hate when Hawaiian pizza doesn't use, like, the red sauce. But then I also wanted to...
What's that?
There is a couple places that, like, for whatever reason, they use a ranch-based sauce for the Hawaiian pizza instead of, like, red sauce. Yeah.
Gross.
I
Disgusting.
hate ranch-based sauce. Anyway, so I was like, man, Hawaiian pizza sounds good, but I want to, like, up it a little bit, and I want to put, like, pepperoni and salami on it, too.
For a lot of times we do pepperoni and pineapple. It's just not quite the same as ham and pineapple, though.
I think it's because, like, the pineapple's sweet, the ham's, like, sweet, but also a little salty.
Yeah.
And then, like, the cheese is salty, so it just, like, satisfies all those cravings.
Mm-hmm. I want to order pizza now. Too bad it's midnight.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, too bad also it's Rona, because, like, we used to have pizza places here that would stay open till 1 in the morning.
That's true. A lot of those close at like 10 now.
Yeah, now they all close at 10 because, like, who's going to really order pizza? Even though it feels like in the middle of Rona, you would order pizza more because you're not going out to eat as much.
Yeah.
We're talking pizza while we wait for everyone to get back.
I'm down for some pizza talk. It's probably going to make me want some pizza, though.
I already want pizza.
I have pineapple on my pizza, though.
Dude,
Danger,
no.
you're going to hate it.
Me.
Yep. Yummy. Perfect.
What?
Pineapple pizza.
You okay there?
What else is on the pizza?
Pineapple juice.
Ham. I did all the pineapple. No, so I put ham on it, and then I also like wanted to enhance it a little bit by adding pepperoni and Genoa salami.
So technically, it's Hawaiian pizza, and you added stuff to it.
Yes.
Fine.
I mean, what? So I only like pineapple on pizza when it's Hawaiian pizza. I like how he's
Damn.
He's angry.
He's looking. I thought you were looking, not seeing.
No, I need to. I can actually hear the background noise from that one now.
Oh,
So I need to go into the sound effect and edit it out, so all there is the actual scream. Because I can hear it queue up at this point, so...
Oh,
Damn it,
interesting.
bastard.
That makes sense. I wondered, like, how he knew when I would hop into the Phasmophobia stream while I'm waiting to be let in on the action, like, how he just suddenly knew to take the headphones off.
Yeah, I can actually hear, like, the background static, and I need to go in and take that out, and then re-add it back in.
So here's the my dragon roar, which won't work, by the way, right now because Streamlabs chatbot on YouTube is being annoying for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
It has like a wind up time where the dragon breathes in before it roars. And that's actually like slightly more terrifying than the roar itself, because I'm like, I know that my eardrums are about to get shattered. But
see, that's what happens sometimes. Is like I'll hear that background noise, but I will be busy doing something with my hands on the keyboard and mouse, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I can't stop to pull my headphones off, and I know this is gonna hurt.
Then he cries.
What are you busy doing with your hands?
I don't want to talk about it.
Hand jive. He's doing kung fu. Ayuka!
All right, your turn, Thrill.
All right.
What are we talking about? I guess.
Did we have a plan after high school?
And did your plans go according to plan?
No. No.
I'm not so sure anyone's does,
Not
honestly.
really.
But I do feel like there's some people who, like, you know, they have their plan, and even if it like deviates a little bit, they still like really stick with their plan. And those people I call serial killers, but
yeah. Well, I didn't really have a plan. At one point, I thought that football would be an option. I'm not that big though. I'm only like 5'10", but I've got like, you know, broad shoulders. So I was like, oh, but then you realize how big like linebackers and stuff are. But like my first attempt at football resulted in me messing up my knee, and then going to a doctor who said, yeah, you shouldn't play football. You've got a bad knee. You know, when you're a kid, you have to have your parents, you know, in high school, sign your waivers and stuff to play sports.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I still wanted to play because I thought, I was like, you know, at least if I can, this is a way to go to college. And I remember the doctor saying, yeah, there's a good chance though that like one bad hit and like your life's over. You would completely need a whole new like knee replacement and everything. So I was like, that was the end of that. Like literally like within like 2 weeks, like my ideas of being a football player were done. So I was like, okay, well, then I had no idea what I was going to do. Then I was like, you know, I always liked forensics and police work. I was like,
that'd be
I wanted to be a forensic pathologist or like a forensic psychologist. Like I wanted to deal with that. And I remember talking to one of my science teachers who was really supportive of the idea and said, you know, let me talk to her husband, who was a coroner for one of the local like smaller counties around us. And I even remember talking about trying to get like a shadowing in high school to like, you know, go see a pathologist. They had no idea how to do that. They didn't know any type of thing. Like, well, you could see a regular pathologist. And I remember talking to one at a hospital, but a regular pathologist's job is essentially lab work. Like that's all he did was he just basically took lab samples and just ran lab tests. I was like, well, that's fine. And then I remember talking to my counselor, and they're like, you know, it's a lot of college involved. Like, you've got to get, you know, like a doctorate and stuff. But they never offered any options. So I was like, well, there goes that idea, because I can't do 8 years of college. I should also mention at this point, nobody had ever discussed with me that you could get college, that you could get loans for college, that you could get federal grant money for college. I thought the only way you went to college was to be wealthy enough to pay for it.
Scholarship.
Or a scholarship for being smart enough, or for being really good at sports.
Yep.
You know that,
or the military paying for it.
I learned about that through one of those like what are they called when like
Like
a bunch of colleges come and set up tables to like
Oh, yeah.
advertise? And the military was there, and I saw
Mhm.
100% tuition, and I was like, what?
Yeah, they were like, we'll pay for your tuition with the guard. So
Yeah,
Fun
sign me
story.
up.
A buddy of mine
So-
back in high school found out the hard way that just because they say they're going to pay tuition doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna.
Yeah.
Well, did
So
he
I
get
had
bad
no idea what I was
grades?
going to do, except I was like, I don't want to be a mope like, everybody in my family. I don't want to have a manual labor job working as an automotive repair guy or a construction worker or a plumber. Like, I don't want to do a trade. I want a nice, cushy office job then.
So that's
I had
why
no
he
idea how
became a
to get
stripper.
Yep. And that was that. Oh. And
Showtime.
then I was like, well, I don't know what I'm going to do.
And that's when he grew the beard.
Yep. And so they're like, well, so then my school, I should mention, I have absolutely no ability to work with numbers. So I cannot, for the life of me, deal with numbers. Math just completely ruins me.
Which
So
is funny because by comparison, I'm actually the opposite.
yeah,
Like-
I'm the opposite. I'm really good with like history and reading and stuff like that, but
I'm not
so I
great
had
at
no
math,
idea what I was going
but
to do.
I could teach myself it.
Yeah,
I,
talked to
I hate math.
I had to
took
teach
no,
myself
I
it.
hate math.
I took number and graph theory as electives for my degree.
yeah, not me.
So I might know a few things about numbers.
So yeah,
And
then I
graphs.
talked to a recruiter for the Air Force and the Army National Guard, and like the Army. Like I talked to Army and Air Force recruiters, and I remember getting rejected. Not rejected, but basically because of my history of a knee problem and some medications I was on. They're like, you can't go to MEPS. You'll automatically be declined because you're on like maintenance medications with a knee problem.
MEPS is kind of
And
stupid, so I could see
the
that.
recruiter basically said, like, I can't approve you to do this. And I remember after we left, he came back. He was like, what I'll tell you, he goes, is I can't officially tell you not to do it or to stop doing it. But what I can tell you is if you weren't taking these medications, there would be no reason to mention them in like 3 months on the form or to mention the cause of the medications for. So
That's
and
how it
then
was
I
for my I had a surgery when I was 6 years old, and they were like, "Where's the scar?" I was like, "Hidden," and they're like, "Would it be hidden if you got stripped of your
Yep.
underwear?" And it's like, "Yeah," and they're like, "Don't say anything."
Yep. So then I went and I was like, I'd met with an Army recruiter as well. Then I went back after like 90 days, and this was to talk to her. My goal was to join just to be able to pay for college.
Mhm.
And I could get I wanted to be an MP because then I was like, well, my next choice is I'll be a cop.
Mhm.
So I'll go in, be an MP. I can get out, pay for college. I didn't even think about college. It was an option. Like maybe I can go to college. I was like, because then I realized a lot of police officers need to have a degree.
Mhm.
So like our local departments and stuff require military service or a degree, or they require a 2-year degree plus. So I was like, I'll just go to college after I get out of the service. Well, then my recruiter bullshitted the hell out of me.
Mhm.
Essentially, he had a quota, I guess, to fill, but so I ended up not being an MP because there were no MP jobs available in the entire military. So then my goal was, okay, well, because I should mention at this point, I'd started talking to a recruiter in high school and I'd given up on it. And then after high school, I was working just a, dead end job at a restaurant. So I was like, well, I need to do something. And I can't go
Consequently,
to
the
college.
restaurant had a ladies' night, but
Yep.
he had stripped down to his underwear.
And so I was like, well, I need to do something. I was like, well, I'll talk to a recruiter. I can join the service. Because I was like, there's no other way. I can't afford to go to college. That's too expensive. And then I was like, why would I go to college? It's stupid. Like, I don't like school. I don't want to learn the school stuff. Like, everything I need to know, I can learn, either reading the book or doing it. I was like, I don't want to take math classes and stuff like that. So then I was going in. This was when the recruiters, I don't know if they're still like this, a lot of them aren't, but they were all in one building. So you had the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Air Force all had recruiting offices in the same strip mall, and like next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And after I talked to like, I don't know if it was the Air Force recruiter, I went in the back to like do something. They had like a shared area in the back, and apparently that's where the Marine Corps recruiters just hung out to poach people. So then they filled my head with all this great stuff about the Marine Corps. And so I ended up joining the Marine Corps. And I was like, yeah, I'll pay for college that way. And I'll be a cop. And then I screwed my back up in the service, and I couldn't be a cop anymore. I had no idea what I was going to do. And I still don't. So then I was like, after I got out, I was like, well, I'll go to college anyway. But by then, you're working a full-time job. So no, I had no plans. I thought I was going to be able to do something, but I had no idea how to do it. And that's why I'm now in middle-aged, taking part-time classes to finish an undergrad degree.
Stripping
And
on
I
the
work for an
weekends to pay the
insurance
bills.
Making a
Talking
killing in
shit on
the
internet.
process.
and I'm slinging a little bit of that sausage on the side. Like, hey, who wants to see the fat guy in a Speedo? Make good money as a Chris Farley impersonator.
So here's the thing, Thrill, is like they're so distracted by the beer, they're not even focusing on the rest of your body.
As long as my belly doesn't stick out past my beard, we're fine.
Yep.
Like, what are you talking about? They want that.
Who's into dwarfs? And I mean dwarfs in the classical sense, not the modern sense. I mean dwarfs in like the
D&D.
Warcraft kind of idea. Big, bearded, hairy, stout.
And that's why
he shows up at D&D parties and just makes
Hey.
their day.
and that's why Thrill plays Muradin exclusively.
Exactly.
Yep.
All right,
I
you're
wanted
up,
to be
Chef.
a writer at one point too.
A writer.
I mean, everyone could be a writer at any point, right? All you have to do is write a book, get it published. Congratulations, you're a writer.
So I don't think it's that easy. That's something I've wanted to do for years now, but finding a publisher is like a nightmare.
There's
I've been
actually a writing, I don't want to say class, I guess group that my wife has been doing. It's every Monday and Wednesday. I guess the entire group is like the first hour, they just take time to themselves to, work on whatever it is they're writing. And then they kind of critique each other's work a little bit, not necessarily pick apart the story itself, but like maybe you could rephrase this, rephrase that, you know what I mean?
That's cool.
I should
I don't know
mention
a ton about it because I haven't sat in on one, but she's
I should-
really been enjoying it like the past 2 months or so.
I should mention I'm technically a published poet.
Technically.
Did you publish
Technically.
it on Reddit?
No,
I mean,
I actually. So
He's a semi-poet.
I'm a semi-poet. No, so there was this contest in high school, in like high school to write poetry, and the English teacher said, hey, you can get extra credit when you did this, and because like I'm Mr. Nerd, I like school, right? I was like, oh boy, extra credit. And so I wrote poetry, and it turns out the top like 200 poems, and this is like a nationwide thing. The top 200 poems get published in like a collection of poetry books, right? So I got 2 of those published. I would have to find the books. I have them somewhere. If I find them, I can like send photos. I don't know where they're at, but I am technically a published poet.
I just want to say that the word published seems very vague these days.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
Like I could no, I'm not trying to downput anything you've done. That's awesome. That's awesome. But I can write a stupid ass haiku and put it on my Facebook status right now and consider it published.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking.
Well, why don't you
I'm
do that
talking
like right now?
joining
Because
a book publisher and trying to get an actual work published. Like it's very hard.
My wife has looked at self-publishing and that's expensive.
Yeah, I was like, and then you don't get the advertisement behind it. Like that's why you want a publisher, and then you got to get them to approve your story, and then they have to approve all the parts of the story, and it's just like,
Well,
gosh.
and then if if nobody buys it, then you're sitting on
Mhm.
500 books that are just sitting in your attic.
I'd burn them.
I wanted to be a narrator for audiobooks at one point.
Oh,
That would be a cool gig. I looked into
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
doing public domain stuff for LibriVox because I know from experience, like from friends who have tried to do, say, graphic design work, programming stuff, that there's a huge competition out there. One of the best ways is to do minor projects and shitty stuff to get I don't remember what you call it now, like basically a book of work together. So you have
a
exactly
portfolio.
portfolio.
Yeah.
Portfolio.
I thought about doing like LibriVox recordings, but I was like, I think I sound terrible. So I was like, I don't want to listen to my voice.
I
Anybody else
always thought voice acting or some kind of voiceover would be fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
I also had the opportunity to be an actor and chose not to do it because I studied like the fact that probably 95% of people that go into acting never make it to sustainable level to where like you're at least making enough to pay the bills, right?
Yeah.
And
I would say like even 98%.
Yeah, probably.
Because did you watch the Cosby Show?
Parts of it. I haven't seen like all of the Cosby Show, but I've seen like a couple episodes here and there.
So I can't remember his name, but his daughter's boyfriend and then husband in the show.
Oh yeah.
He still acts occasionally, but he actually has a job at Trader Joe's, and that's his daily job.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Even though he's an actor, like he just he's not in the 1% that is uber rich, so he has to have a normal job.
Well, and I mean, like, it's not like my acting would have been movie acting; it would have been like stage acting. So
I can't act.
So that's
this.
That's even less, right?
You
like that's probably like
and you can't act.
I was like, I learned this in high school.
We don't act; we're real. What are you saying?
Yeah. What do you
I was
mean?
in
This
like
is not
theater for a while, and I ended
All
up
right,
doing.
so we should knock.
I have never exaggerated anything in my life.
I am a classically trained Shakespearean.
We are all
actor.
real.
I'm Calculon.
So
That's how act.
Before we go too far off tangent, it's still Chef's turn to talk about if he had plans when he was graduating high school and if he stuck to them.
I feel like this is going to kind of tie into the last one, but go for it, Chef.
Yeah, I had no plans. I literally had no plans. Like, WoW came out. What year did WoW come out? Like 2000.
90s.
2002
I thought it was-
or something.
I thought it was
2002, 2004. I graduated in 2002.
I thought it
I
was
started
90s.
playing WoW.
No, because I graduated 2004, and it was while I was in high school, and everyone went crazy over it. So it had to have been like 2002-ish, 2003, maybe.
So I had a full-time job. I was living at home, no car, so I wasn't paying anything but a phone bill.
Okay.
So I had a full-time job at a grocery store, so I was banking cash, and I had no plans. Just continue playing WoW all night long, and then work all day long. But then I met my wife.
Exactly.
We started dating, and it was kind of like, this isn't going to work for me. You need to go to school for something. What should I do? It's like, well, I like to cook. I guess I'll do that. So I started school 2 years later. And it took 3 years to go through a 2-year program.
So was it something
that definitely
like...
wasn't a plan.
Were you, like, passionate about cooking, or is it like, well, I kind of like doing this, so I'll go to school for it, whatever?
I kind of like doing it, so I went to school with it.
Yeah,
and
I hear that.
Really enjoyed it. Like, really enjoyed it.
I feel
That's
so.
good.
I feel like any of my friends that like were passionate about whatever they originally went to school for, they hated once they were actually in school for it, and then swapped majors.
I loved what I was studying, but it would have required traveling or going elsewhere, and then I was married, so
I have felt that way about just so many things in my life. Like, I will be passionate about something to the point where I want to do this for the rest of my life. I want this to be like my thing. And then the idea of having to do it day in and day out to make ends meet is like, well, then I'm not going to like it anymore because it won't be passion. It'll be my job.
Right.
So, like, I love streaming. This is fun. But if I had to do it every day, I probably wouldn't like it as much as I do right now.
But danger, remember what that one famous person said. If you love your job, you'll never work a day in your life.
Well,
Well,
But that's what he was
I
just
did.
saying, is he wouldn't
Yeah.
love it
Yeah.
anymore.
And
Yeah.
and I'd like to point out that whoever said it probably was loaded with money, so they didn't care what they did anyway.
They were probably a college professor.
Yeah, probably.
With tenure.
anything Warren Buffett has ever said doesn't count.
That's fair.
I should add that kind of you talked about with chef, so it reminded me I didn't even have a plan after high school because I was
Yeah.
working, at this restaurant, and I was like, I just doing whatever, and I was still living at home, and I don't know, I'd been out of high school 6 months, something like that, and I remember my mom was like, if you're gonna stay here, I'm gonna need you to start paying some rent. So I was like, fuck this. And then So then I started looking for other opportunities to make my life better. And I still didn't realize that based on like my income or my mom's income, I could have easily gotten, like federal aid to go to school.
Yeah, that's
So, I
something they
didn't know
don't really
about
teach
that.
you. They don't really teach you that much in high school for whatever reason. They're not like
Yeah.
they don't. I feel like even though high school's supposed to like prepare you to possibly go for college, or at least that's the focus now. Anyway, it used to be like I think high school used to just focus you on how to be a regular person.
After I got out of the service, then I was working on and off as security, and then I got a job with this company, and then I remember I started doing before like streaming and podcasting was a thing. There was the internet radio.
Oh
So when
yeah,
I was doing some of the internet radio, I was like, I really like this. And I know one of the guys we knew was a producer for an FM radio. And I was like, I could do radio. That would be fun. Then you realize you don't get to just do radio. Like
no,
most guys go to college for, something for radio. But even if they don't, you also don't get to just you're going to move. You're going to have to relocate somewhere around the country where you can find a job working at a radio station. And I didn't want to do that either. I was like, I don't want to just like randomly have to pack up. I was like, I'm doing okay right now with my job. I'm doing okay with my friends, my family. I was like, I don't want to pack up and move halfway across the country for this gig. And I started sitting in on meetings. It's not just, you're at the morning radio and you're doing radio host stuff, from like 7 o'clock until 10. Well, then you've also got, 2 or 3 hours of post content meetings. And you've got meetings to come up with new content every night.
Well,
So
and
when I
then
was trying to write skits or come up with content, it was like, this is just tedious.
sometimes you have to
fell into
hustle.
that too.
I actually kind of fell into it and then sometimes like you have to hustle to get like sponsors for your radio station.
See, luckily I didn't have to deal with any of that side of it because, like I said, the guy we were working with was a producer on FM radio, and he handled all of the marketing and sponsorship, which wasn't our show. We did a shitty little show that, in the middle of the night, but like, the main show during the day was an FM radio, a known personality. So,
Right.
Is this the same show I was on, or was this something else?
no, this was the one afterwards. Like
Okay.
when we were doing the morning show, and then when the guy made it to FM and closed down his internet radio station, then we were doing, later we moved to the other network.
What's up,
And we would do
Legendary
that
Troller?
shitty show
Welcome to
again,
this
too.
stream.
See, I kind of fell into that too, where like even before we started doing the internet radio thing, it was like being a radio DJ would be a lot of fun. That's something I could do. And then the more you look into it, it's like, oh, your day isn't just being on the radio and then going home. Like there's a lot more to do after the 8 hours of being on the radio.
On location is a pain in the ass.
It sucks. it definitely sucks because I did an internet radio show, and the person was a little sketchy. If I'm being honest, right? So I somehow weaseled my way into not paying the $50 charge that he charged all his radio hosts.
Which
and
is
to this
weird to begin with.
Which is weird to begin with, right? And I got to do like a couple shows, but then he goes into this whole spiel of like, you got to bring in like $100 worth of sponsorships and da. And I'm just like I would get it if, say this was like a big mainstream radio station in the metro area, but we're a small internet radio that maybe 20 people listen to.
Right.
Like, shouldn't we just focus on like getting more people to listen, period, versus like, oh, we got to make money like right now?
The guy who owned the network we were on that ran the station, like they had like a building and an actual like, you went in, it was like a real radio station, and
right.
But he was a known personality who had been syndicated and stuff like that, and then he had a syndicated like morning, zoo animal type of show, like one of those crazy morning drive shows.
Mm-hmm.
And then he did the internet stuff for a while. Then he got hired. Another network changed their entire format from like oldies music or something to like to rock music, and hired him to do their morning stuff. So I was like, oh, the guy I'm working for is an FMD. He's on morning talk shows.
Who was it, Thrill?
Was it Ray Lytle?
Okay.
Yeah. So it was him in the Morning Disaster, Ray Lytle, and down in St. Louis, there's the what's his name, John Lamb.
Yeah.
So like they used to be the Lytle and Lamb show, and then he got on this FM station, and that's when we found out later he was on for about a year. He had gotten a contract and hired people, but the contract with the radio station is they basically paid him this much money, and then it was his job to use that section of what he was allotted to pay co-hosts, and he wasn't paying them.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
And the station just wasn't picking up because they tried to do like modern rock, and there was already a really popular rock station in town, so they just couldn't keep the views up. And he does AM radio now, but
yeah, that wasn't entirely on him though. Like he didn't realize that.
Yeah, he thought
what he thought that was his salary. Like he didn't realize it was that he was responsible for paying the people working with him.
So I like radio personalities' names because they just always seem funny. Like Lytle there are for KB over in Colorado, it's Willie B. Like,
well, I mean that's obviously made up.
It's obviously made up, but it's funny that's just their personalities.
Like with the radio stuff, like then I was writing some skits that would actually get turned into skits on the FM radio. But you got no credit and no payment for it. And then it was like I would sit in on some of their meetings that they would have for creative because they liked the goofy shit we were doing at like our 8 or 9 o'clock show on the internet. And he was like, this would fit well, aspects of it into the morning show.
Okay.
We had another guy who got to actually call in and do some of the skits like as a report on the radio once a week. But it's like, it's too much to try to come up with new content over and over and over again. And write new jokes, write new material. I was like, I couldn't do it.
Well, and then to not even be credited for it is like that's just kicking the ball.
That sounds like.
But also, some of the stuff I would throw out a premise, and then they might expand on it, or my idea. I had some that were literally I wrote it, I came up with the premise, and the friend and I would write it, and he would do the reading of it, and it was like. But, they would only credit it as in character, but it wasn't like it's a radio show. So it wasn't like they're like, and this was written by so-and-so.
Right.
But then it was just expected that you would have this material every week. But it's like, I'm not getting paid for this, and I got a normal job.
That almost sounds like Thrill like was in the normal business where like you as Grunt get all of the work done, and then Mr. Manager goes to the meetings and says, "Hey, look at this idea that is totally mine."
Except they weren't paying me.
Except they weren't paying him.
So I was like, "What the hell with it?"
So did you guys always kind of have an interest in like doing some sort of talk to the public type thing like YouTube and Twitch allows us now more easily.
Or some sort of entertainment. Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah. I mean, are we just gonna go like round robin again?
Sure,
Well, I
go for
mean,
it.
it's just kind of general, so...
Well, I mean,
So-
you start.
Okay. So I will say, like, the idea of like fame in Hollywood always like seemed kind of attractive to me, and like, you know, being a nerd who was bullied in high school, it would just be like the most. I don't want to say cliche, but also it would be super cliche as well as like kind of hilarious. You know, if I was like big personality and like everyone I went to school with was like relatively, you know, stuck in dead end jobs, which it still kind of technically is happening, but it's happening with. I'm guessing Chef decided to do the scream to Danger.
It was Ninja.
Oh, it was
No,
Ninja.
not me.
Hi, Ninja.
Not me.
So I mean, it was always like on the back of my mind as like maybe
You still
something that I
streaming,
would.
bud? I've got you up.
It was maybe something on the back of my mind that maybe I would do, right? But like as
Yeah,
I got
you're still going.
as I got older,
You
son
of a.
I'm listening.
as
You
I
keep
got
going.
old. As I got older, I was like, you know, like it's a fun hobby. Like if it ever takes off, I literally don't know what I would do, but you know, working a 9 to 5 has its perks, mainly like consistency and you know what you're making. Period. So you can budget around it and do all
And
that.
health
But it's
insurance.
just
And
kind
health
of
insurance.
yeah, it's just kind of one of those background things that you always kind of had an interest in, though.
Yeah, I mean, I did theater in high school, right? So,
Yeah.
and did theater part of the way through college. So, I guess I've always, for how introverted I actually am, I guess I always have had that like low goofy side.
So I guess
You
danger.
want to go?
I'm getting
He's gotta eat a
jelly
jelly
beans.
bean.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
okay,
getting
Thrill.
jelly bean.
Make sure you eat the right one.
Mute
this
yourself, danger. Now, Thrill.
Right here. I checked
I would
this
think-
time. It's not the bright red one with black dots in it, so.
I'd say yes and no. You know what? It reminds me, and it's something I forget about because I never pursued it or it never went anywhere. Wouldn't. I did try theater at one point in high school, and I was like, I can't act. I just can't do it. I come off as somebody trying to pretend to do something, if that makes sense.
Mm,
It doesn't come off naturally or
right.
right for me. So I ended up, but then in high school, I wanted to be a pro wrestler. So
Which
at one point, I wanted to be
requires a lot of
professional wrestler.
acting.
That requires a lot of acting, Thrill.
Which, yeah, but it's not the same thing. Like, but I was like, I wanted to be but you could be that crazy character that
Mhm.
wasn't me. I could be a crazy character. And
They
problem
called him
is
the
at time-
Hillbilly.
But
at the
I
time, I don't know if you guys remember wrestling in the 90s, but
Uh-huh.
everybody was a goddamn giant. It was like,
Yeah.
if you weren't like 6 foot, 4. Also, I'm not very athletic, as in I can't do like backflips and stuff like that. So like I'm 5'10", and if you're 5'10", you better be able to, jump high and do flips and crazy shit like that. I was like, I can't do any of that. So I was like, well, it would have been fun to be a pro wrestler. And then I had a lot of knee problems and back problems.
so the
then I
entertainment
was like,
was sort of on the sideline where it was like that would be cool.
But yeah,
I-
it would be cool to be like a personality. I was like, maybe
Right.
like an announcer.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so I was like, well, I'll maybe someday, something in that vein of entertainment. I was like, at one point, I thought about being a politician. I wanted to run for office and be a congressman.
Well, I mean,
And,
that
that falls into the same thing. You're a character
that-
on stage.
I mean, that is acting, right?
So-
You're fooling the entire country to like vote for you, right?
But I also
Yeah,
realized that
absolutely.
I would get ruined if you started doing research into my background, how I grew up. You start talking to people, really start digging into it. Like, ooh, well, I wrote some questionable papers in high school.
What do you
and,
pay people for? I mean,
Okay,
you
so
know,
So Thrill, you forget the magic words that you can just say that makes everything bad that you've done in the past go away. All
I'm
right?
back.
No. It's well, I was a different person back then, and I have since
Yeah.
changed my views on life.
okay.
I
Well,
prob-
How about Chef?
I promise I didn't inhale.
Oh gosh. How about Chef? Did you always have an interest in like entertainment or putting yourself out there for other people to view?
No.
No.
The first time when I really started teaching my kids how to cook, I was like, I should record this. So I've got my YouTube channel now for 4 years, and it never really went the way that I wanted it to. So
It was kind of one of
it
those things you just figured you'd
turned into
try.
me just recording what our kids are doing and posting it for myself, basically.
For the
Now,
history of it.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
prosperity.
I mean, don't worry. The YouTube algorithm's broken, so like in 8 years, you'll be a YouTube superstar because someone will share that video on like their cooking blog or something, and it'll just like explode.
But they'll share it through another social media link, and so you'll get no money.
Yeah, pretty much.
I also wanted to do politics, and then I was like, I'll be a political pundit. I was like, so then I was like, I'll be like a Rush Limbaugh, like kind of a, like that type of big personality that just can rant about a political issue, and I still would like to do something like that. But one thing that I feel like holds me back is I don't want to get on soapbox rants about things. Because A, I'm afraid that the government NSA will flag me if I start talking too much shit. And B, cancel culture, man. If I started, even if you said stuff that was like as a character, and like I could say some crazy shit as a character, but I could lose. I'm sure my company would. It's a major like corporation, so it was like if people started throwing a fit, like I could lose my job.
Yeah.
So here's a fun topic, right?
Danger hasn't answered.
Oh, he hasn't. Oh yeah, that's right. He had a jelly bean.
Nick had something to say.
No. We got it. He's trying to get out of this.
No.
You go, and then I'll pitch the next topic.
Oh, I was gonna follow up, but okay.
Oh, you go, then Aureolin will go, and then I'll pitch the next topic.
Aureolin can go. It's fine.
So I guess we already know Dangers is that he wanted everyone to see his wonderful face, and
No,
he wanted everyone.
I can go. I'm not being.
I mean,
smart.
I just like a general answer, like.
I have always wanted to entertain, but not for fame, just for the ability to create and put something out there. It originally started with music. When I started playing guitar, I just wanted to be able to make something and hope somebody somewhere would enjoy it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then like that never really went anywhere. I didn't enjoy playing with other people really. So like a band was out of the question because people annoy me. So eventually I just kind of landed on YouTube. It's like, hey, this is something I can create and edit until it's something that I'm happy with. I learned that later after I started just posting raw crap onto YouTube.
Which is funny because sometimes the raw crap is like what actually people just click on versus
right. Yeah.
They're called vlogs, Danger.
No, they're called lifestyle videos. All right.
But I mean, it's never been about like I've never wanted because I never had like a real plan, but I've always had a steady job in any case. So, like, no matter what I'm doing here, I have my job to fall back on. So it doesn't necessarily matter if I get fame and fortune because I have what I'm actually doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this has only ever been a creative outlet. Obviously, I would like people to see it, and if something became of that, then
I mean, something did become of it. We make you drink and eat jelly beans to torture yourself.
I mean that. So, like, I've thought about pushing myself harder. Chef has actually brought this up once. He was critiquing random people when we were still doing the 30-second gamers thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And his one critique with me is like, you're meeting your goals. Your goals just aren't enough.
Yep.
Slacker.
And I just kind of accepted it, but then the more I thought about it, I'm like, he is absolutely right. I've met my goals, and I've got this. This is what I wanted, right? So like, yeah, it would be nice. I just don't care to push myself any further.
I feel like
I've got what I expected out of it.
I feel like we're gonna see Chef on like on a TED Talk one time, and that's gonna be like the defining line of that TED Talk. Is it's gonna be like, you're meeting your goals, but your goals aren't big enough yet.
Chef will be the next Tony Robbins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go.
Funny thing is, I would like to be a speaker that does that kind of stuff.
Motivational speaker.
That's the word, motivational speaker. But I hate getting up in front of people and talking.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It's odd, especially as an introvert, because
Oh my God.
fucking people. But
But
yeah,
if you had
I've
10,000
always
people
wanted
watching
to.
you right here, I wouldn't have an issue with it. 'Cause
Right,
I can't really see them.
yeah. Like, I've always wanted to entertain to some extent, but not because I expected anything out of it. I just wanted to create something and hope that somebody got something out of it.
I get that. I just thought it was kind of funny listening to you guys all talk about how you've always been interested in a potential like radio personality or whatever else, and like that sort of entertainment industry. And like I did dabble in doing drama club and things like that, but I've always been terrified of people, I think. And so I didn't really want to do anything like that. Honestly, like I wanted to be a lab geek. I wanted to be one of those scientists in the lab and you never see their face, you only see their results kind of thing. Or a surgeon who never talks to the patient. I just cut. But I started doing this after I kind of was coming to terms with the fact that I had PTSD, and it was like I have severe social anxiety. So I wanted to try and address that and work on talking to people, because when I first started YouTube, I literally would go for months without talking at all. Like I just wouldn't talk. And so starting YouTube was almost like I had to redevelop my vocal cords and my dialogue and my vocabulary. I couldn't even film 30-minute videos without going hoarse. I mean, it was hard. And so for me, this was almost like a self-improvement outlet and platform more than like something I enjoy. I mean, like I enjoy what I do in the videos, but it was more of a means to improve myself than anything else, which I think is why I don't care very much whether or not a ton of people come by and are interested. It's because it's really for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, that's essentially why I create content, right? It's because it's like a stress relief. It's something to. Granted, sure, there are times where I have random pop-offs where I get like 20K views in a day across the channel, which makes absolutely no sense. but fuck the YouTube algorithm.
Right. That's how mine is. It's like, oh, an Idol Hero videos, click, 20K views. Like, oh, is some random podcast about personal life, 20K views, or like 20 views, like,
yeah.
Screw
like,
you.
I've had videos on YouTube that blew up, like one of my videos has 100K views, and it's on its own. It's the only one that's anywhere near there. But I know exactly what I have to do to get more views, just based on that one video.
Right.
More clickbaity and crazy.
But I just it was a Dying Light glitch video.
Yeah.
I showed how to exploit this one glitch, and people were all over it.
Right.
And if I stuck to Dying Light content and, exploiting their glitches and stuff,
You probably would have
I'd be a lot bigger than I am right now.
Well, so okay, so
But
here,
that's not something that I care to do. Like that's not going to be fun for me to keep that up.
Exactly.
So I mean, I think you and Chef will know what Facebook group I'm talking about when I say this.
All you gotta do is say that.
Yeah.
But my favorite posts, and it's not because like I actually like seeing them. It's that ironic use of favorite, are the ones that say like, I have all this, why am I not getting views, or blah 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 blah. And I'm like, maybe you should just like stop focusing on the views and like just focus about having a good time. Because if you have a good time creating content, like, I mean, I guess this
People
is just
see
me.
it.
Yeah, well, yeah, and also like this is me like following what Chef told Danger is like I'm only meeting my goals, but my goals aren't big enough.
Right.
But like, if you enjoy making
Chef
content,
the philosopher.
Chef the motivational speaker. The thing is like
says.
the thing is like at the end of the day, I enjoy making content, and like just because of the size of my channel, I'm probably guaranteed to at least get a few views on any content I produce, but at the end of the day, like, that's not really what's on the back of my mind. It's just like, it's something to do, it's stress relief, it's just good fun. So
Right.
And because that number's there is like, yeah, maybe you don't really care, but then you release something and you're like, well, why didn't this one get as many views as something that was related to it?
Well, see,
and then you start diving down the algorithm rabbit hole and drive yourself crazy.
Well,
Even though you don't actually care, it's just because it's there.
Yeah. Well, I'm a data nerd, so I like looking at data anyway. So
yeah.
So it's fun to like look at data and then like theorem. I guess you can tell I really am a computer scientist at heart, but
I mean, that's why I liked breaking down Idle Heroes and going over all the number. I would sit there mathing out on a whole page, like writing out all the numbers and giving out all the details and stuff. But I mean, and that's fun, but like if it hits a point where I'm not enjoying the game anymore, like I don't want to spend time on it.
Right. That's kind of what happened to me with YouTube in the first place, is like, yeah, I can keep recording Let's Plays and then spending most of my week editing them so that I can release 3 a week. But this isn't fun anymore, and I can stream and get the exact same content and then just be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's why I don't edit. Period.
I always did.
So I used to edit, and like if it's a project I like feel like editing, right? Like like kill montage or whatever, right? Something fun. Then I don't mind editing it, but like that was the same for me. Like I would sit down, I'd put in edits, and like I'm like, this really isn't worth my time when I could just, I could sit down and record and put it out, which is like, I guess basically streaming, but streaming via VODs.
You do 3 hours of material, spend 12 hours editing a 1 hour video out of it.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Oh.
Like so it
took
I was like, the last videos I edited was like 12 hours that I buckled down to 30 minutes, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is too much time.
I mean, I'm gonna let you guys know exactly my editing process, right? I hit the record button, I start this, and then by the time that says like the time that I want it to save for the video, I'm done with that video. That's it.
And then I edit it down.
I don't edit it down.
I do that. I like record.
A lot of yours is gameplay with voiceover, so.
Yeah, I record mine for like 45 to an hour, and then I edit it down to 15 to 30 minutes, and but it's just so much work.
See, when I record gameplay, I have to cut out the slow stuff, or I'm not happy with the product.
So the thing is that I've learned that like sometimes I don't just shut up at all, right? So like,
well, I mean, if you keep rambling, then fine, but I don't all the time. So.
When you sit there and ramble for like 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden an Isaac run is done, and you're just like, There's nothing to cut in this Isaac run. I was ranting about toilets the entire time.
Yeah, it's like sometimes, like, I talk a lot, but there's sections where, like, when I'm playing my games and I'm just rambling, I'm like, this is pointless. I don't need that in there. Let me just find where I stop talking and cut it off. Like,
Oh, see, I think the rambling is like, so I actually like creators who go on tangents and ramble a lot, probably because that's something I do. But so I love like unedited like content. I watch Northern Lion, right? Not for his Binding of Isaac gameplay, but literally just to hear him talk about poop like 20 times a day at least. So I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just following what I like.
Yeah,
Pretty
it's
much
like
it.
I feel like someone has to be a good free talker, and it has to be actually entertaining, almost like a stand-up comedy skit.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I just start zoning out, and I'm like, why am I watching this?
I wanted to do that at one point too. I wanted to be a stand-up comic, but I didn't.
I could never stand in front of all those people and try to come up with quips. Like, oh gosh.
Well, see, like
So did you hear about that airline food? I mean, Corona, right?
on YouTube, I kind of hit my stride with survival games for a while. Like,
Yeah.
people were starting to show up for survival games, right?
Then he shot
And-
a wolf.
Then I shot a wolf, and then I couldn't stream.
With a
But-
flare, you monster.
Right? A horrible person. But like, I can't not edit survival games because they're so grindy. Like, there's so much of me
Yeah.
just chopping a tree. Like, I'm not leaving that
Yeah,
all
that
in.
stuff's got to get cut off. That and travel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you also have to be careful because some games, if you cut out that stuff, will then hit you for like flag you on YouTube and copyright strike you just because they don't want you cutting that out and just showing the good parts.
Yeah.
Because then
But
people
it-
won't buy the game if you're just showing them all the.
But
all the
like,
cutscenes.
especially the Long Dark in particular.
Yeah.
I mean, that came kind of died in the water is one of the reasons I quit. But there's so much walking around. So I had to do something to make it fun. Some parts I would sing and then like do that pitch thing to it, so it would be like really high pitched. But then a lot of it I just cut out because there's so much walking around and it got really old.
Well, so that's
That's why
That's
my
why I-
nighttime at Porsche ones is like I'm recording for like literally 6 hours and then I'm just editing it down to 30 minutes because it's just run here and do this side quest and go farm this and build that and then you're
Yeah.
finally ready to finish the quest. Like, oh my gosh, no one needs to see this.
so.
Well, I
well,
feel like
that's
that's
why-
one of the reasons Stranded Deep did so well. Stranded Deep was one of my best series on YouTube, and that was something that, for whatever reason, I made that fun like the entire time.
Like Alien Isolation. I mean, like, that's
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
You can
So
never
that's-
not die.
That's why, ironically enough, so I've been trying to do like something. I mean, I'm sure someone already coined this term, but I'm calling it podcast gaming, where like whatever the game I'm playing is like just like the background. Really, you're just like focusing on the commentary and like all the weird
Mhm.
quirks are the weird topics I decide to go on, or tangents. And I'm intentionally choosing like somewhat grindy games, like say Stellaris or Warframe or any of that. Because like, they're kind of like chill to have in the background. Like, there's pretty visuals and stuff like that. Oh boy, space battles.
Right.
But I'm trying to get better at like filling the time, because that's something I noticed that for the past few years I've had difficulty doing, is like filling the space, right? It's easy to kind of sit down and like get wrapped in the game and forget that like you're recording and like you're trying to also be somewhat entertaining.
I feel
I
like
just-
that's exactly how we all are as streamers, though. Like, the game is just like a center point. It's an excuse. But then the real stuff is like the chat and whatever we want to talk about, and like, you know what I mean?
I think
Right.
the reason
I mean, except for Phasmophobia. We're really into Phasmophobia.
it's just
Okay, well, I mean,
it's just
Phasmophobia is
that
a great game.
as YouTube, as a YouTube gamer, it's like if you're trying to post a legitimate video, it can't be more than 20 to 30 minutes because as soon as people see, an hour and 15 minutes, they'll never click on it. It's like that's
Not
too
of
much
gaming,
time.
anyway.
Like that's just too much time. They won't sit through it. They want a quick, short, entertaining video. That's what they want on YouTube.
Well,
So this
gaming-
actually brings me to a fun topic. Of like, I want to say that Vine and TikTok have ruined attention spans of people, right? Because
I think it was already shot.
no, I mean, attention spans of people was already going downhill, but I think Vine and TikTok further enhanced that because people found out like, oh, you can get like entertainment in 15 seconds.
So I don't know that it necessarily ruined it. I think it just bought into it.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Probably.
Attention spans were already horrible, and they recognized that, and they just capitalized on it.
Made it more
But-
accessible.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
on the flip side, that almost perpetuates a circle, or like a circle that feeds into itself, right? People's attention spans were getting shorter, so you make a platform where creators can only make 15 seconds to 60-second videos. Thus, people's attention spans continuously get shorter. Thus, these platforms start doing better because that's where people go to find content versus, like, say, YouTube or Twitch, where, you know, they're going to be committing a few minutes or a few hours.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, I'm not the guy that clicks on Reels on Instagram.
I don't.
Well,
I
I
don't
mean-
click on Reels. I like
I don't
stories.
like watching Twitch.
That's
I
why
like
I'm scared
stories.
to watch. Like I'm scared to make a video over 30 minutes. Like if my video is 30 minutes at the end of edits, I'm sitting there going, oh crap, where can I cut a few more minutes? Because it's just too long.
But then you start thinking about the story of the same thing happened with me in BioShock. Is like,
Yeah.
Where can I cut more out,
Right.
but still maintain the actual story? And
Yeah.
then I'm still at like a 45-minute video, and I'm like, this is too long. Nobody's gonna watch this entire freaking thing.
That's when
Are
I
there-
break it
are-
into like 2 episodes. I'm like, okay, well, we got 2 episodes now.
Mhm.
Alright,
Gaming
Ron.
on YouTube is so weird. Like, I don't
Alright, Ron.
necessarily watch Let's Plays, right? If I get on YouTube to search gaming, it's because I'm stuck and I want to figure out how to do something.
Mhm.
And I feel like that's what's going to do the best, and that's why my glitch video did so well.
And that's why I like uploading like strategy based videos now. Like I
Mhm.
like being like, here's how you can optimize this, or here's how to best handle this situation in this game, and
Mhm.
I like that. I mean, and I think that's why Idle Heroes did so good, is because it was like, here's a breakdown of what this hero does and why it's awesome, or this
Yeah.
hero is crap because of this, you know, like
Yeah, it wasn't literally just you playing the game. You were explaining the
Right.
game, and that's what people were coming for.
yeah.
I mean, I think, you know, ironically enough, I've attracted people that, for whatever reason, will sit through my entire videos. I don't understand it, right?
I mean, I'm not saying
And
it doesn't have its place. Like, I mean,
It's
Jacksepticeye's still doing it, right? Markiplier's still doing it.
hmm
I just think,
But
like,
he's like a persona now that people want to watch. You know, he's
right,
built that
like
personality.
I feel like they got into the
Or
Let's Play
avoid.
game early enough
Mhm.
to where,
To where when it had that
Yeah.
boom, they
Right.
were like, they built their audience during
Yeah.
that boom. And
like,
now,
trying to get into Let's Plays now, it's like
There's too many.
talking about the same
saturated.
YouTube group. It's like, you know, I do this, and this right. Why isn't my channel growing? It's like, well, it's because you're a gaming channel and then you post 15 minutes Let's Plays.
well, and also
That's why.
I mean, also let's not forget that 500 hours of content is uploaded to YouTube every minute. So
Right.
It's hard to get found.
You know,
like- You know, you watch some of these people, they, you know, they'll share their link and, you know, why isn't my channel growing? Can you help me?
mhm.
It's like, what is so different about you playing this game that they haven't? Why should people watch you play Skyrim when they watch somebody else play it 10 years ago?
Yeah.
You know, what are you
Unless-
offering?
I mean,
different?
unless
Well-
the person just really loves Skyrim, but that's kind of like in a whole different boat of all of
they've-
itself.
They've
Right.
taken away a lot
We
of
call-
ways.
we call- We call them a Bethesda employee.
They've taken away a lot of ways to advertise your YouTube video for free too. Like a lot of people knocked Google Plus, but like that was one of the ways you could find groups and advertise your channel. And now that platform's gone, and it's just like, well, how the heck am I supposed to get people to see this?
Well, that's because the platform, as a standalone platform, was crap.
It was.
I mean, it wasn't good, but at least you could find groups of people who were
it was
looking
definitely,
for your content.
As a YouTuber, it was definitely good for sharing links.
Yeah,
That's all it was good for.
I mean, like I did a lot. Yeah, I did a lot of self-advertisement, a lot of like searching for people who were in that specific group of gaming, you know, getting into that niche so that you could get your face known. And after that, it was just like, well, how the crap do I find these people who are in this specific game? And
So
it's really hard.
If I remember right, I think we found each other on Reddit, didn't we, Aureolin?
I
think
was it?
I think
Reddit?
I think
I didn't get on Reddit very often.
It seems like I posted a link to like just one like tiny little short jump scare that I had, and you commented on it.
Maybe
like, oh, that's an interesting name. I'm gonna go check this person out.
Yeah, it's like I think I mean, I did a lot of like bouncing around to a lot of different channels trying to find different people because, you know, it was like YouTube support other YouTubers kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then I found yours. I don't remember if it was Google Plus or if it was Twitter or if it was Reddit. I don't know. Or if it was through someone else who I was checking out and then saw you commenting on a bunch of their videos and was like, well, let me check this person out.
Well, I know at this point anyway, Flinkydink was kind of at the center of all of it.
Probably. I might have found Flinkydink first and then saw that you commented on a lot of his videos and went to your videos and was like, hey, I actually like this.
Yeah, that might be.
And stuck around.
Yeah, at first I thought the heart rate gimmick was, you know, interesting and cool to watch, especially with the horror games like Alien Isolation. It was cool to see how high it would raise and all that stuff.
And Evil Within.
Oh yeah, definitely. But then you get to know the personality, and then talking outside of just YouTube comments is like, okay, I like this person, so I'm going to watch their stuff.
I could be odd because when I watch YouTube, I didn't watch Twitch.
All right, Ninja.
I didn't like the format of Twitch. I don't like watching live plays of video games. I wanted to watch playthroughs. I wanted to watch people play, but I also wanted to be able to, if you uploaded, say, an hour video, that wouldn't bother me because I'll just skip through the parts that don't interest me. Or continue to watch. If that like if you're traveling, like the Long Dark. I've watched lots of Long Dark players, and if they're playing, you know, the walking stick simulator game, I was like, well, I'm just going to skip a few minutes ahead. And I do that with every video I watch, though. I do that with movies and TV shows too. Like, well, this doesn't interest me. Fast forward a little bit. Okay, I'm good. So
I'm gonna be honest towards what seems to be my I don't want to call them a clientele, but they're kind of a clientele. In the sense, yeah, my viewers. I know that people don't watch me for the gameplay. I know they watch me because, one, they know I'm probably not going to shout. So there's not going to be any like massive changes in volume. And I am told that I have a pretty decent voice for like listening to. So I imagine that 90% of my people literally like turn me on when they're falling asleep. I'm pretty much.
Yeah.
I actually get a little bit sad when people are like, I kind of skipped through and saw this part, and I'm like, oh, my video was skippable.
I don't think people. I mean, if anything, people do like the 2x speed maybe on some stuff.
I've done that quite a bit.
That. I do. I just skip. I'm like, well, this is fun. I'm like, okay, well now they're chopping down a tree. Skip ahead a bit.
And I try to cut all that out, so when people like comment and are like, they'll say something where it's like clear that they watched a certain part, but then they didn't watch another part. And I'm like, they didn't watch. They're just skipping through.
Well, it's like
I mean-
occasionally PewDiePie will release like a 25-minute video. It's like, okay, I want to watch the whole thing, but I'm not interested in spending 25 minutes of my life on it.
Yeah.
So that's something that I'll speed up to 2 times and just have on while I'm maybe distracted by my phone or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to assume that most people just put me on as like background
Yeah.
because
I just feel
they
like that's
know-
kind of what Let's Plays and even streams are, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm not like overly offended where it's like, gosh, you're not a true viewer. It's just like a kind of sad that they're skipping through. It's like, dang, I'm not entertaining enough. I'm not doing good enough.
Well,
I feel like that's happening.
that's because you spent hours recording it, and then more hours editing it, and then bothered to publish it, and then they just and then all they can do is skip through it.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe.
watch Danger for the games he plays.
He watches me because I'm an idiot and I'm willing to do stupid shit to myself.
like drink a ton.
Well,
And hang out with us idiots.
do that anyway.
All right. So,
I somehow made it through this entire bottle of wine that I don't really like.
so
You're practicing.
all right. So bringing our topics full circle, right? Like circling back to the game stonks and everything. This was an interesting conversation that came up in my global enterprise management class, which doesn't sound fun, but actually the professor's kind of cool. So he makes a boring topic a little more fun.
Those professors are nice.
Yeah, gosh, it's like I love those professors because you know that if you're in university, you're gonna have like maybe one in like a dozen that are that way.
That's how my political science professor was. But go ahead.
Yeah. So, do you think that social media has pretty much destroyed how, like, say, streaming or stock market or any of that functions anymore? Like, would you say it's completely changed the game versus, like, say, back in 20 years ago when the only way to really learn about anything was, like, through newspapers or
Well,
very, very slow...
It's definitely changed the
computers.
game because now it's
Yeah.
like 10, even 100 times faster paced. Like, you have to be the most up-to-date person in order to jump on any opportunity or you're going to miss it. Before, it was sort of like it takes it a couple weeks to get around as news, and then people get in and, jump into the stock market where it's at, and then it goes up, and then you have a chance to get out. But now it's like, if you haven't heard about this today, you missed it.
Yeah.
Pretty
Mhm.
much.
So the only place I struggled with that was you used the word destroyed.
Yeah,
I would say that it's changed and it's evolved it. Like
it's expedited it.
Yeah, it's not. It hasn't made it worse in any shape or capacity. It's just changed it.
So would you say it's made it better, though, is the question?
Absolutely.
It's just made it
Absolutely.
faster paced. It's almost the same thing, just fast forward.
Yeah. Like, I mean, let's be real. The 5 of us spend, 85% of our lives on the internet talking to the internet?
Yeah, I mean, that's
No.
true. No.
I didn't even have a computer until I was in high school, so
You-
no.
You're here a lot. You're a liar.
What do you mean I'm here a lot? I check in from time to time because you guys are my only constant friends.
You'll
It makes it
show
sound
up if
so
you get
sad.
pinged. Is my
Well,
point?
you're saying 85% of my life, and I'm like, no, because I
Well,
didn't have a
not that-
computer for half my life, so no.
Not that you live constantly here, but like it's an
your whole
important
life.
it's an important part of your social being.
My
Yeah,
social
not like
being
not your life
today.
Yeah.
history, but like
Yeah.
mine
Well,
right
today,
now,
I mean, we've been
today.
talking for the past 3.5 hours, so yes.
Yeah.
I mean like at present, like at present, yeah, it's probably a pretty important part of my social life, purely because
Yeah.
I don't like going in public.
I mean, who does? Public's stupid.
Public is stupid.
Public is
Suck.
scary and full of crazy people.
Exactly. And here I've found the crazy people that I like, so why would I go somewhere else?
No. Publix is a pretty good grocery store.
I don't go in grocery stores. That's what a husband is for.
I was just talking to one of the
That's
girls.
what grocery pickups for.
we just had
I
that
still haven't
discussion.
tried that either.
I
Just the
will
idea of
raise you.
someone in my trunk behind me still makes me nervous.
Unless she's going to bury him.
I will raise you
Hop in!
grocery.
I'll take you somewhere fun.
I will raise you grocery pickup and say grocery delivery is the real game changer.
No.
So
Then they come to my house. That's not okay.
Yeah, no. No.
That's not okay.
then they know where I live.
Right.
Okay, well, you know what? I
The
don't think
pizza guy
Sanjit.
already knows. No.
I don't think Sanjit and Troy and Casey are all gonna come kill me. I think they're just probably dropping off my groceries because that's what they got paid to do.
I think
So,
there are some
I'm-
crazy
well,
delivery
still,
people.
It's like invading my private space.
Exactly.
It's not necessarily that I think they're going to kill me. They're in my private space.
Hmm.
So
But-
I
Okay,
Plus
you
I
don't-
have
you
to
don't
answer
have-
the
you don't have
door,
private space.
which I don't do either. That's what husbands are for. You drop it and leave it, or wait for the husband to be home.
I order enough Amazon that like we get the same UPS drivers all the time. So like I would actually be okay with grocery delivery, but I live out in the boondocks and we don't have that.
Yeah. That I
So-
was gonna say, like, the UPS guy who comes to my parents' house, who live way out in the boondocks where I grew up, we know them. We trust them. But the one who comes to my house here in town, I don't answer the door.
So you would say Rona's actually helped because it's encouraged a lot of no contact stuff.
I'm fine
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah. I don't have a single issue with any regulation that they've put in place.
I you know, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Whenever a package would arrive, my least favorite thing was talking to the person so they could hand me the package. I'm so happy they just like leave it there now.
Why be? And on top of it, it's like I'm dealing with some sort of autoimmune disorder, so an extra excuse not to go outside without a mask is fantastic in my book.
Well, it's like I started walking into gas stations and they've got that plexiglass barrier in between you and the cash register now. And I just think, why wasn't that there before? Like,
Well, like banks, for
it
example.
makes all kinds of sense.
Banks used to have that stuff, then they got rid of it. So that you'd
Yeah.
be more friendly people person. Now they all got that crap back again.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't care about friendly personality. I'm here to do business. Let's just do business and I'm out, all right? Like I'm not here to shoot the shit and say, "Hey, you know, did you get the latest eggs out of the carton?" No, I didn't get the latest eggs out of the carton. Why aren't you getting the latest eggs?
I miss opening boxes of cards.
I'm not. In other words, I'm not here to be your friend. I just want my Snickers. Now go away.
Pretty much. Like I'm here to buy what I'm here to buy. Like I'm not here to talk to you. All right.
Now,
Yeah.
I understand
You guys
that
are a bunch of
mindset.
assholes.
Probably
It's- well, on that note, actually, I recently heard somebody say treat. It seems really weird to say out loud, but treat every person you meet as a human being, and your life will be better.
I mean, I treat him as a human being, though. I'm treating him as a human being that, like, it's like a quick exchange of, like,
Yeah.
you know,
But like
Yeah.
after hearing that, I have gone out of my way to be like, no, I'm at the gas station just buying whatever. You know, just a quick hi, how are you doing? How's your shift
Me.
going? You know,
Back, I gotta grab something out of a drawer here.
it's about 30 seconds out of my life, and I feel a little bit better about it. So
well, so here's the thing, right? Like, if they'll make conversation with me, it's not like I'm, like, stopping the conversation, right?
mhm.
I just,
Right.
like, that's not the primary focus, and, like, I'll be courteous, like, if they're, like, trying to, being like, "Oh, how's the weather outside?" I'm like, "Oh, it's a little chilly actually. How's the weather in here?" Make like crack a little joke.
Yeah.
And then they'll, sometimes they'll be like, "Oh, it's a little chilly too." I'm like, "Oh, wow, you should tell them to turn up the heat then."
Hey, Aureolin.
Huh?
How is it 12/17 and you still have liquor delivery?
It's month
Husband.
end, and also he found a new game he likes.
Oh, okay.
Month end, he has to stay up till midnight at least to do stuff for work. So
Oh, sucks.
yeah. That's what I was.
Especially on the weekend.
I was just inquiring. I was like, it's like way past your bedtime, and you're still playing your game, but you couldn't stay up later to play with me. And he's like, it's month end. And I was like, you right.
You couldn't stay to die to the ghost at least 20 more times?
Right. Just like 2 more times, I would have been happy.
It's like on Fridays you're in bed at 10. Why are you still up?
Yeah. I was a little confused, but no, he's quite enjoying this new game he found, I think.
Oh, so that's really why he doesn't want to play with us that late. It's because he wants to play his other game.
Well, he just found it today, so I don't think so. But
so he knew about it all month, is what I'm saying.
I don't know. I didn't ask when he found it.
He was mentally preparing for it. Hold up. What happened?
What's wrong with Danger? He's done.
I have things to talk about.
Oh, okay.
What?
Has anybody heard about the Frontier yet?
No.
Which Frontier? Which Frontier?
The Last Frontier.
Oh, the Last Frontier? Or which Frontier? There's
no.
a lot of Frontiers!
Shut up!
Okay!
The new Vegas Frontier.
Don't tell me.
Oh,
The
I
mod.
think so, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
I assumed you
So-
knew about it.
It had its Nexus release, and then like 48 hours it was pulled, and its page on Steam doesn't exist anymore.
Oh no.
What
I
happened?
bought it, downloaded it. I already beat it, Danger. You're behind the times. They canceled it
Jeez,
'cause we
what's
beat it
wrong with
already.
you? Thrill has money for that, but he doesn't for the forest. He doesn't want to play with us.
What? Well, the mod's free.
Shh.
That would cut into my phasmophobia time.
Yeah.
That way
So one of the guys that was working on it, they found a certain type of underage content on his computer,
Oh.
and some of it may have been leaked into the mod.
Oh.
Oh.
So they pulled the entire mod while they can get everything out.
That makes
But it'll
sense.
come back. I hope.
It'll come back, yes.
That's
That is the
sick.
plan.
That's sick.
He's been he was just, I don't know how you can be fired from a mod team. Like, I don't think they're like an actual development studio or something. But he's not a part of the project anymore.
Oh my gosh.
And they're getting out everything that they can, and they're going to re-release it.
What a shame.
Ow.
Yeah. It was even more disappointing. Like, one, I was really looking forward to the mod, new Vegas content, right? And it was going to take place in like Portland, Oregon, I think. But then the fact that those kind of people still exist just makes you want to punch somebody in the face.
I think that's
It
one of the
is
things that
awful.
sickens me to the most extreme. Like, I do not agree with or understand the thought process involved with that. And the horrible thing is a lot of like the things related to that encourage it. You know what I mean? And it's sickening.
Well,
It's so sickening.
so it's been really bad. I'm in a lot of Fallout groups on Facebook, and of course that's all they're talking about right now.
Oh.
So the fallout has been really bad.
Shut up, Thrill! This is serious!
One of the
I heard that through the headphones.
I did too.
Yeah, a guy I worked with
So,
got caught with that
go ahead.
same scenario,
oh yeah, you told me about that.
and it
Is that a donation candy bar? That's a donation candy bar.
A fundraiser
Oh, did
candy
she?
bar?
Yeah.
Oh,
It totally
fundraiser.
is,
Nice.
yeah. My kids are
Those are
doing
the
a fundraiser. I
The
know,
caramel
They
they're
are
really
really
good.
good.
My kids
Is it
got
the
a golden
caramel one?
ticket. They got a 1-pound chocolate bar.
Nice.
Dang.
I was like, "You're gonna share, right, kiddos?" And they're like, "Sure, mommy." I was like,
They haven't
Fun-
learned yet to stop sharing with mom.
"No." Especially my youngest. He's like the best sharer in the world. You don't even have to ask him. He just comes around with like handouts. Like, "You want it?" I'm like, "Oh, you're the
My-
You want a
sweetest
dumpling?
thing."
Yeah. My daughter's the same way. We always get steamed dumplings from the bar / Chinese restaurant that we have over here. And like that's just her thing. Like she has to share her steamed dumplings with everybody.
Yeah.
And that's all she wants to eat. That's her meal is a side appetizer of steamed dumplings because she loves them so much.
And you just want to scoop them up and squeeze them. Like,
but
you enjoy
So-
them, but thank you so much.
So I
also I really love steamed dumplings, so yes, I'm gonna eat it.
So I feel like this is where being an only child comes into play as far as difference goes, right?
NDP.
What? What?
Look at my chat.
What's going on?
Oh shit!
Oh, it's Dragonese.
Dragonese, wow.
What's up, buddy?
I haven't seen him in a long
you
time.
in a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. How are you doing?
I can't see your chat when it's minimized, but you know.
She said hi anyway.
I downloaded this thing called Chatty, so I could basically all it does is display chat and almost like a kind of remind. It's just that it's just a chat window. It just grabs like the Twitch chat and displays it independently.
That's interesting.
And you can open
Dragonese says
tabs
he's
for
glad he could
multiple
derail
windows.
the entire podcast.
I mean, to be fair, if it wasn't him, it was going to be one of us soon enough, right?
I mean, I tried to derail it with underage nonsense, and that didn't work. So
I mean, I was
And then
just about
somehow
to
we
ask.
enjoyed the conversation and kept going.
Yeah.
So,
Something's wrong.
all right, so back. I feel like that's where like I'm disadvantaged as an only child, right? Because when you're an only child and you're growing up, if you like something, you don't have to share that something because there's no one to share it with, right?
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
So like I'm in this thing where like, and Danger knows the chips I love, right? I'm having to share my favorite flavor of those chips, right? Because I got a stern talking to about how I should not be hiding the chips when they're bought for the entire household, and I'm like, but these are my favorite chips. Why do you buy them?
NDP, do you still live at home, or do you have like roommates, or?
Well, so I do still live at home for now. I am moving out fairly soon. Because the agreement is like, as long as I was going to college, right, I get to stay here. Graduated, had a tough time finding like an actual job. Worked at a hotel, but it was I didn't work enough to like. I wouldn't
Be able to pay
Colorado's
rent.
Yeah, Colorado's expensive. Let's put it
Yeah.
that way.
No, I know. I've got family there.
Yeah. I didn't want to saw my leg off every like 2 weeks in order to pay rent. I thought money would be a better substitute for that. So I have a regular job now, right? But I've paid rent since the start of last year. And I still pay rent, obviously. But I am moving out like within 6 months. I'm just waiting for COVID to kind of die down because
Cool.
like I don't really some
Yeah.
apartments have central air that is
Yeah.
shared by everyone, and so like if one person in the apartment would get COVID, there's a small possibility that everyone in the apartment building would get COVID. So
right.
I've heard that
thing is,
Colorado a lot of the houses have, they don't have central air. What's it called? The other air conditioning where, because it's cold there more often than not. What is that called?
A
I'm
window
a cheap,
unit.
yeah, I was gonna say I'm a cheap redneck. Oh, the only other one I know is window unit.
No. Like it's not air conditioning in the technical term of it. It's, oh gosh, it's something else where it's almost like it allows air to blow through the house, but it's not actually cooling the air. I don't know what to call it.
That's called a window, Aureolin.
House fan.
Basically,
A
but
fan? Are you talking about a
no,
fan?
it has a technical term. I can't think of it.
I mean, there is a technical term. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Like
like
just
my
like a simple air recirculation
But-
system.
So
maybe
you-
my brother and their wife just bought a new house in Colorado, and they had not been informed that it did not have central air conditioning. And so they were having to deal with that whole shebang and trying to get it installed because it was an unusually hot summer in Colorado and they didn't have air conditioning. And it was just like, wow, that sucks. I mean, I know all about house woes, but man, that sucks.
Do you want to know why it was an unusually hot summer
Because
in
of
Colorado?
the fires. I mean, I know.
I mean, the entire state was kind of on fire for
The
a
entire
while.
state
No.
was like basically a furnace, you
Yeah,
know?
my brother and my sister live there, so like I know, but I felt bad for them. But I mean, yeah, so just something to ask.
We used to have the whole house fan. I don't know
Well-
if you guys ever have that as kids, the whole house fan. Basically
Yeah.
like a giant fan in the
No,
central or
Up in the
ceiling,
attic.
and you turn it
Yep.
on in the attic or the top of the house.
we
or-
just opened
Ours was in the
windows.
middle of the kitchen. It was just a giant fan, and you turn it on, it would slam doors in the house.
Yeah.
Like,
So
I
I
think-
didn't have it as a kid, but when my dad moved when I was 16 or 17, and the house he bought had just had its centennial. It was over 100 years. It's over 100 years old now, and it had a whole house fan. And there was like no grate or anything. It was up in the attic, and
Yeah.
you could turn it on, and you could dive into the house fan if you wanted to.
And by the way,
Oh.
it's not like a fan. It's all big ass steel fan blades, and it's like 5 foot by 5 foot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's huge. It
We-
looks like
it's
a
massive.
turbine.
I think we
That's
were
lovely.
so outdoorsy of a family that, like, in the summer, we just turned all the air conditioning and heat off and we just opened windows. And we were all just kind of acclimated to whatever temperature it was. So I don't remember it ever bothering me. I would just sleep with, like, my window open and fall asleep to the owls and the coyote howls.
See, I'm down with that, and I like the outside, but I don't care if I live in Alaska. I need air conditioning.
Yeah, I don't know.
Really?
I was
Seriously?
so used to it when
I
I was
have
a
to have
kid.
air conditioning.
And we
Wow,
we
so
would go camping for like a week at a time, so we basically lived outdoors. I mean, for me, I was more comfortable just sleeping in the grass than I was in a bed.
so I'll tell.
I feel like camping is it's expected. Like I'm
I'll-
okay camping. If I'm a little bit warm, I'm fine with it. But if I'm
Well, we went
if I'm in
camping
my
when there was
house
snow
and-
on the ground, so
So I'll
taking baths in the creek with ice was an interesting experience.
I'll let you know a little secret danger.
I
Right?
didn't like the cold, but you know, when you need a bath.
and you're not
So-
wrong.
So I mean, granted, when I get an apartment, I probably can't do this, which will suck. But I really only like use air conditioning, like in the house. Like we don't really turn it on until like June and July and August, which are the hottest months out of the year. Like we'll have it like
Turn mine in March.
we'll
Oh.
have it like semi on. To the point where, like, you know, if it gets above 70, like 74, it'll cool it down to 74. But we mostly like have windows and, you know, patio doors open.
Well,
Can't
we're
sleep at
down
74, it's
south.
way too hot.
That's
I-
way-
See,
Well,
I
okay,
like
so,
I
but
like 80
also-
degrees. Like when it gets to 70, I'm starting to get chilly. But
So
I want to be chilly in my sleep.
well, in your
so you
sleep,
have
I
to-
can get that. But like during the day, I want it to be warm.
If I wasn't married, had no kids or anything in the house, it would be set at 58 all the time.
Ooh.
In the winter,
Brr.
just have hot enough to the pipes don't freeze or anything.
Yep.
I like to be borderline sweaty. I don't know why.
No,
Maybe it's all the.
can't-
Oh,
That's
no,
a-
no,
I
no,
think
no,
it's
no.
all
I
the
can't
manual
sleep.
labor I did
I
as a
sleep.
kid. I just need to be
woman.
sweating or
So
I feel
here-
useless.
Here's
I
the
sleep
thing.
in just boxers, even in the middle of winter.
So
See,
here's
I
the
hate
thing,
winter.
right?
Hate it.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing with Colorado, right? It's because of our elevation. Except for June, July, August, it'll drop down to like 40 degrees or like 35 degrees at night. So like, it's not gonna be hot when I'm sleeping, especially if I have windows open. It might actually get a little chilly.
See, I like to be completely covered with the bed sheets and everything. I want it to be warm. But the air around me has to be able to form icicles.
So, so I
just
I
like
tried
the
to-
cold.
I tried to sleep. I tried to sleep one time without covers, and it was the weirdest experience in the world. And I've never done it since, right? Because I was like, man, I'm really hot. Like, maybe I should just like sleep without covers. And then like I woke up and I'm like, this was a weird sleep. I always need like at least sheets on me.
Yeah, I hear that,
The-
Dragonese.
Feel
I
too
need
exposed.
Yeah, like I always need at least sheets on me. I don't know if I always like need a comforter, but I at least need sheets.
I think I don't care either way. It's like,
Yeah.
if it's a nice warm night, then I'm totally fine with my feet sticking out of the blankets or just like only having my midsection covered or something, but if it's cold, then I'm bundled in it and I'm scooting over close to my heater, aka husband, is sticking icy feet onto his back.
And this is why I'm never gonna get married, is because I don't want icy feet on my back.
But I mean, I do like it a little cooler at night. I don't know why. Maybe it's because we camped in the middle of winter. But I don't
You
know.
like it cooler at night because that's the only way.
I don't know. I think it just makes for better sleep. But I still
It
want
does.
it to be warm during the day, though.
I mean, so technically, the reason it's better cooler at night is because while you're sleeping, your body actually produces more heat than when you're actually awake.
It might also be because I might have malaria.
The worst sleep of my life was a summer with a pregnant girl. And it's hot outside, and then, goddamn, pregnant women are like a heater.
Yeah, they give off about
Quit being
the
so
same-
hot.
Right.
They give off the same amount of heat as a furnace.
So,
Really? I
so
think I was cold pregnant.
I had an encounter right in my younger 20s, right, and I stayed the night with the woman.
An encounter.
An encounter of a certain nature that we will not speak on YouTube because I still want to make my 3 cents of ad revenue from this.
There might be a Garth Brooks song written about it.
I had this
Something like that.
encounter, and it was with a mature woman.
And you know, she was like, kind of like, not like super skinny, but like somewhat skinny. You know, fit. And so you're not expecting that amount of level of heat to come from such like a small frame. And so when you wake up in the middle of the night and you actually touch your back and it feels like you've just given yourself 2nd-degree burns, you're just like, what is wrong with you?
I think
Okay,
it's,
now try
I think it's
now
genetic.
sleep with a 4-year-old.
I feel like it's genetic. Like some people put off a lot of heat, and other people are just cold all the time. Cause like my husband is a furnace, but I am one of those. If it's room temperature, aka 70-ish degrees, my fingers are going numb.
I'm like that. I'm always hot, and my hands are always warm.
So
Which,
I
as
just
anybody with couples
freeze.
know, that's a big deal. Your hands
So-
are always warm.
I freeze. I get so cold. It's like
So when
my
I wa-
veins forget how to put blood to my extremities.
Go to bed.
when I was in relationships, that was the one compliment. It's like, oh, you're so warm. Let me just put my hands on you. I'm like, no, you're ice.
No, because then it's hot. I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah, I like out of courtesy for my husband, I'm always like, come here, furnace, I need to warm up, and I'll just put it near him and be like, yeah.
Maybe that's why Chrono's always the one targeted by the ghost. He gives up the most heat signature.
No, he's targeted because he makes himself targeted.
Yeah,
That's fair.
really.
Oh, this reminds me of something NDP's story. Mainly, it reminds me of being like that 19 to 20-ish range, and kind of having a relationship with like a woman who was in her mid-30s.
I'm the furnace too.
And quite a unique experience because you're like two totally different people at that point. But I feel like it's also a great
Right,
learning
Chef.
experience because you learn a lot about women in general when you're in like your 20s and you're dating like a 35, 36-year-old woman.
Bye, Chef.
I want to wave too. Hi.
Chef's going to bed.
Why? No.
Because we talked about bed, so now he's ready for it.
He's a sleepy boy.
Oh.
He also is
Actually,
like
I actually need
he's-
to use the restroom real quick.
He's actually-
30.
All right.
might make a drink while I'm up there.
he's also like, I don't know, an hour. I heard that through the headphones again.
I'm on the ball tonight. I don't think one's gotten me yet.
So you guys are all the furnace then in your
I
relationship?
Yeah.
definitely a furnace.
Yeah.
I wonder if
I
it's a
don't-
male thing. Like males.
I feel like it
generate
is.
more
Women are
heat.
always cold.
Women
Every
are
woman
always
I've
cold.
ever dated is always freezing.
Well,
Well,
see,
they
but
feel
my-
freezing, but they're always super hot when like you're in bed.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase
I've got a
that.
cool down dragon.
My mom is like the one who's like always hot. She always talks about how she's overheating. She needs the house to be cool. And then my dad's like, I'm freezing to death. I need the heater. And so I was always like, well, maybe it's just a genetic thing and you either get one or the other. But then almost all men I've known, they're the heater. So I'm like, well, what the frick is going on with my parents?
I'm also a fat guy, and I've always been a fat guy, so I always produce like a walrus
mean,
heat.
I was
So-
gonna say that also plays into it. If you have like a little bit of extra bulk.
Yeah, I was always the really skinny, high metabolism, pure muscle kid, and gosh, I just froze all the freaking time.
So I used to be, and this is gonna be weird to say, right? Because you look at me and you're like, you have never been skinny in your entire life.
Don't put words in our mouth.
I used to be like the super skinny, high metabolism kid until I started getting bullied, like in 6th grade, and then like that's when I just started like gaining weight.
Mm.
I think because like depression. I don't know.
Yeah, stress and depression. I don't know, because I
Mhm.
was super depressed in high school. I could say that now. I didn't think of it then, but like I was super depressed. But I was tiny. I mean, like I'm talking under 5 foot, less than 100 pounds, tiny. I was itty bitty.
Never been tiny like that.
I'm the one everyone would
So-
come over and jokingly put their elbow on the top of my head, and I wanted to hit them.
Really.
I hated it so much.
So here's the funny thing, right? Like I don't have a preference for height for women, right? Like, you know, I just appreciate all women. But ironically, I have not dated a single person that has been over 5'4".
Yeah, I don't really care about any of that. I've dated large dudes, I've dated skinny dudes, I've dated tall dudes, short dudes. Like, I don't really care. It's more about your personality and what you're bringing to the relationship. Like, I don't really care about physical appearance all that much.
So
I'm
for me,
insecure about my height, so I can't date a chick who's close to taller than me. I'm only 5'10", so like, you know, of course that's a big girl.
I
Like,
I
mean,
get-
I can't say that I
A girl who
don't.
puts on heels and is taller than me makes me feel insecure.
Yeah,
So I
I
get-
mean, I can't say that I don't prefer the guy to be bigger than me, but like if they've got a banging attitude and a banging personality, I'm all about it.
so I mean, yes, you know, I'm 6 feet tall, so I have like a bit of an advantage, right? Like most, you know, actually I'm above average height for a man because I think average
Yeah.
height for men is like 5'10", 5'11", or something
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I think so.
that. So I have a natural advantage, but also like women in Colorado are like really freaking tall. All right, like there's 6 feet women, there's 6'2" women here. All right, So
I think my sister out there is about 5'10".
yeah, like I think
Which
I've
is an
been
Amazon for a
My
woman.
brother's 6'2".
it's
My niece is 5'10", and she's also 14.
I'm the smallest one. I'm the second oldest, and I'm only 5'6". So I have to look up at all my siblings.
Both my younger brothers are taller than me. Like one's 6, like they're in that 6 foot, 6'1" range.
Yeah, everyone
So-
thinks my younger brother is older than me, and I'm like, no, I'm older than him.
So going off Aureolin's point, right? Like there is a certain level of attractiveness that I feel like and this is gonna sound, I mean, maybe a little bit sexist, but there's a certain level of attractiveness that I feel like a woman has to have, but it's like not that high of a bar. It's just like, you know, do you take care of yourself? You know, you don't have to really put makeup on, but do you at least not look like an orc when I don't want to look like I don't want to look like Legolas leading the Urkai to death. All right.
Don't wash your makeup off and look like a freaking beast. How dare your natural face be ugly? Come on.
No, but I'm saying like, and I agree with you, right? Like personality plays like a huge part of it, but there does like need to be a little bit of like,
Yeah.
you know, taking care of yourself. Like
Yeah.
even though I'm a bigger guy, I still do enough to, you know, not die of a heart attack by the time I reach 30.
Yeah, that
Yeah, I'm not
that
doing that.
general maintenance and self-respect of yourself, like, it shows. And as long as you're meeting those quotas, like, I don't really care how you look physically. It's more about, like, are you responsible in this relationship? Are you loyal? Do you have a good sense of humor? Can you take my crap?
Because
Well,
like,
and
here's
all-
me
and-
in between my brothers.
Nice.
They're both younger than me.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if I could find a photo. Maybe I can. You should see, like, all my siblings, I'm like the ugly one of my siblings. My siblings look like they could be models, I swear to goodness.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, I'm the ugly one out of my siblings too.
I am too, but
I'm
I'm
the
also
shortest.
the attractive one out of my siblings. So.
And
Exactly.
I am now the chunkiest too. I didn't used to be, but I am now after I had
You know,
kids.
You know, I'm the
My-
chunkiest out of my siblings. I'm also the skinniest out of my siblings. All right, like
How
My
does that
brothers
work?
Got my dad was
by
always
being
skinny
the only
guy.
sibling.
yeah,
My
by
mom was
being an
skinny
only
as well.
child.
And so I got my mom's metabolism, which is like even when I was in the Marine Corps, I had to watch my weight, and I was always on the verge.
You can't
of-
see them super good in
being
this one,
overweight.
but like those are my siblings.
Oh, okay.
So they all look like fantastic added to the photo, and I'm like the derpy one in the middle.
You're just having a good time.
That's
I
just
didn't
me.
exactly-
That's just me.
I didn't know you were related to Mr. Rogers.
Oh, everyone says he looks like Tom Cruise. I should find that comparison picture someone did of a comparison picture of my brother with Tom Cruise. He looks like Tom Cruise.
The only
Interesting.
famous person I've been told I looked like was either Luke Combs. Is that the fat guy with the beard, the country singer?
No,
Or
I
that
would
was,
Dan
have.
Aykroyd when
I
was
would have
young.
said Larry the Cable Guy. What are you talking about?
Luke Bryan. Are you talking
Luke
about
Bryan.
Luke Bryan?
Yeah, I think it's Luke Bryan. I was like, hey, I don't look like that dude. It's just the beard. I was like, he's got a sparkly beard too.
No, it wasn't Luke Bryan. It was
like we should-
Jason Aldean.
We should share
Yeah,
old
Jason
photos.
Aldean, and I think it was Luke Bryan or Luke Combs, whoever like the fat
I-
guy is with the beard.
Here, Thrill. Here's my
And Jason
battles. Those are my
And-
battle buddies.
Oh, okay. I don't have any of those on my phone.
No. So this is the oldest photo I have,
My
right?
battles.
This is the oldest photo I have, and
Oh.
it's me when I was like
The-
14.
Wow.
All right, here I'm trying to get this one of me and my cousins because I don't have siblings, so it's me and my cousins.
Oh wait, I didn't realize.
Wait,
for
you
whatever
had
reason,
that
I
many
didn't-
kids and you don't have siblings? What
Nope.
is this shenanigans?
I mean,
My parents
Yeah.
don't like each other all that much.
I have
Yeah.
3 official
Oh, that's
siblings,
unfortunate.
and then I have a bevy of random step siblings.
Yeah, I get along with
Alright,
my
Is this screen
siblings.
share? I think this is screen share.
I don't have any siblings,
What?
so Yeah.
Thrill and I are the only ones with siblings.
There. That's me and my cousins.
All we see is
Oh.
watch stream.
Yeah, we're gonna have to stream to see it. Oh, okay.
See, there's me when I was skinny. Oh,
I don't see
Dangerous
danger in
dude.
that picture.
That's
funny.
me with a tiny
That's
beard,
funny.
little baby beard.
Baby beard. Nice.
That's
Man.
not all my cousins. There's more.
So
of
yeah,
them,
like
but
there's me
they
when I
weren't
was
there.
somewhat skinny. If it'll focus in here.
It's crazy how different men look without a beard. Like all you guys gotta do is
Oh,
shave
yeah.
your beard. Yeah, I mean like this is how I looked in all my army pictures, and then I got bangs, and the
Good
first
lord.
day I came in with bangs, someone who had been in the unit with me
Yeah,
for
you
like 5 years came up to me to introduce themselves because they didn't recognize me. I was like, seriously?
I like how she says, all you guys have to do is shave your beards. Like, this took us 10 months to grow. Are you kidding me?
It took you 10 months. This takes me 2 weeks.
Yeah, I was like, my husband's
What
grows
year
pretty
is it?
fast. 2021.
What year is it? So this is,
Women can change how they look like 10 times a day just based on what makeup they put on.
I mean, honestly,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was like, you want me to walk away and go put makeup on? Transformation
Oh.
complete.
That happened to a girl I work with. She doesn't normally wear much makeup, and she has wavy, like curly girl hair.
Hmm.
And sometimes she'll just wake up and can't sleep. So she came into the office,
That's how I
had
look like
straightened
without a
her hair
beard, alright? This is
and
how I
put
look
on
like
makeup.
without a beard.
totally different person.
This is how I look like without a beard, alright? Like,
Nice.
Oh,
do you
Lord.
see why I keep the beard?
How long ago was that?
3 years ago?
Oh, wow.
And now I'm getting gray hair. Actually, maybe you can... No, it still doesn't show on camera.
I can't find it.
I
I was like,
Like,
here's
literally-
me with makeup.
started
I've
growing
actually
out
seen
my
that picture.
beard in like 2015, I guess, 16.
Because you guys remember a while back, Chef was doing some contest for like the best recipe or something like that.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I threw together some nonsense, and then I jumped in my Discord server. I'm like, hey, if everybody can go like my entry, I'll do a giveaway.
Yeah.
Because the prize for winning his thing was like $20. So like, if I win, I'll spend that $20 to buy you guys, merch out of my Streamlabs store and whatever you want, $20 worth.
Right.
So I won. So,
Nice.
and then I ran just like a random generator out of all the names that had entered.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
So I was looking through and adding everybody in. I'm like, that looks really familiar. Who is that? Oh, it's Aureolin. All right.
Score.
That's
I
funny.
think I've been growing my current beard out for probably about 5 years.
Yeah, you've had it for a long time.
I started out with just a normal beard, and then
If I could
think
grow
when
a
my
beard,
dad got sick, I started just letting it go crazy because
So,
if I could grow one, it would be so epic because I've been growing this for like 8 years and I sit on it now to explain how long it is.
so my issue with letting my beard grow longer than like around this area, maybe a little bit longer, right? It starts curling in on itself.
Yeah.
And
mine did that too.
the problem is you would think as it gets longer than that point that it would start weighing itself down. No, it actually starts curling even more.
Yeah.
So that's why I have to like leave it like this length. I would rather have it like a little bit longer, but I hate.
You can use a beard straightener. That helps. That's what I do. That's
Yeah,
why
I
it's
think
pointing like straight down right now.
like I could grow a full beard with, usually about a month is when I would shave it down with a set of clippers, and then I'd let it grow for about a month and then shave it back down to where it was like like an eighth of an inch or a half an inch beard or something, so it was just groomed.
Mhm.
Then when my dad got sick, I was like, well, when he got cancer, I was like, well, I'll just stop shaving my beard and like stop trimming it. And then when I kept it going for a while, then after he passed, at that point it had been like a year, so I just kept letting it grow. What I realized is once it gets past like that first like year's length, it takes a long ass time to get longer than that.
Mm.
Yeah.
And then I would trim it, like I would just kind of snip and like try to round it and trim it, so it was like a whole hassle. But
I
See,
think that's
I
kind
feel
of
like
how
I'm
it is
kinda
with
working on
women
that,
too. When they try to grow, when you try to grow your hair, certain people's hair grow quicker than others, and some people are like, "Oh, you just need to trim it," and then that works for some people. Like for me, yeah, I need to trim it once a month if I want it to get longer. And then other people, it's like, no, if you trim it, it's just going to be shorter. Your hair just grows really slow.
Mm-hmm.
I get
So,
so
I feel
have
like
to
a lot of
trim
people say
to
it just comes
get
down
off
to
the dead
genetics,
length.
too. Like your
Yeah.
hair can only grow to a specific length, and then it's just not going to anymore.
Probably.
So
yeah.
what I will say is I used to have to shave this off for when I worked at the hotel until they decided that beards are like okay.
They're hip again.
Yeah, well, they were hip again, but there was still restrictions on like how long you could still let your beard grow, right? Like it still had to be a professional beard. I couldn't let it grow as long as thrills, in essence.
That's the way I was too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is like I had to shave every day, like literally every day, because if I went a day without shaving, I would have like stubble. I would have stubble when I woke up in the morning, and by the time that it gets to afternoon, the stubble is a lot more pronounced.
That's how Chrono is. Like he
I
has
wasn't
to
that
shave for
bad.
work, and if he doesn't shave, it shows. And he didn't shave for a while after I had my second, because our second baby was really fascinated with his beard and would like touch it and grab it a lot. So he let it grow out really long until he finally got called out at work and they told him he needed to shave it.
I've decided that's what mine was. Well, it's obviously the military, and then when I got out, I was working security for a while, and they kept like our boss was a retired cop, so he kept like a police standard on facial hair.
Ooh.
And mustaches look stranger dangery. So I didn't. And then when I got my job, I started growing a goatee. Well, then goatees fell out of fashion. So around 2011 or so, I just started growing a beard, but I would keep it really trimmed, and then I'd let it get kind of big and trim it. I would just clip it. And then because I worked in an office and I didn't want anything coming about it, then a couple of guys in the office I noticed started growing their beards out. So I was like, well, if they're not saying anything to them, then I'll go ahead and start growing mine out. And then I kept growing. Then I went to work from home a couple of years ago. So then I just let it go crazy after that.
Yeah.
And now if they say anything, I'm just going to tell them that I'm a member of I'm a heathen. I follow, like the, what is it, Osatru or whatever religion, and that I have a religious protection on my beard.
Yeah, I was like,
the military just had that happen.
So
a guy who said he followed the Viking religion got a religious exemption, like they issued to people of like some Muslim faiths and other faiths.
Yeah,
require a beard.
What is that religion where the women aren't supposed to cut their hair? I'm drawing a blank right now.
Oh yeah, I know what you're. And they wear blue jeans.
I don't know. There's some religion.
They can't wear pants, so they have to wear like skirts or dresses.
I think so. There's some religion where female aren't supposed to cut their hair.
Yeah, it's a Christian offset.
Yeah,
the name of it. It's not Mormon, is it?
Mormon? No, I think it's something else.
All right, so
I had worked with
really quickly.
But I get people asking me if I'm that because my hair's so long, and like one of the last times I usually put my hair up in a full bun, just to keep it up and out of the way.
The classic long hair girl move.
Well, and no one can tell how long my hair is whenever I do that, and it keeps it out of the way. And the last time I left it down, I had put it in a big long braid. and I went to pick up my kids, and my son's class, he's in kindergarten, so all the kids in his class, I came walking over to get him, and they came running over. They go, "Whoa! Why is your mom's hair so long?" I was like, it just keeps growing. I don't know.
Is it Pentecostal?
Sounds right.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm just like, I don't know. It's more maintenance for me to keep it short, honestly. So I just let it grow.
See, that's how I was with my beard for a long time. Like I'd grow it until it got annoying, and then I'd just trim it all down. And I don't like being clean shaven anyway, so it'd just be like 5 o'clock shadow all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Then it'd grow, it'd get annoying. I'd do that again.
I just don't want stubble, because then it's like when my husband has stubble and I go to kiss him, it's like, gosh darn it, I'm gonna break out now because of you.
That happened. Or this was a big complaint I had when I would trim mine. Like there's that weird in between. Even if I would take like a set of clippers and I would put like a a 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch guard on it. If I went shorter than that, when you got down to a certain length, then it becomes static. That is like my girlfriend's hair stuck to it. So like you would, every time you'd go to kiss or sleep, her hair would just like stick to, it was like sandpaper, and like her hair would get stuck to the side of my face.
Like Velcro.
I don't want the poking. Like, don't irritate my skin. Like,
my
come on.
Stepdad, my mom had to make him shave because he did the same thing. He would shave and let stubble grow in the winter, and she actually got beard burn from it. And so she broke out with like a rash and had to like use cream and stuff on her face because the stubble.
Yeah, I seriously break out. I'm just like, no, you're not allowed to kiss me right now. Go shave.
So the one thing, right? Being single's great, right? Sometimes I miss falling. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's great. No kids.
Having to go out looking for somebody for the night. I mean,
I'm in a distance relationship, so
what are you drinking, by the way?
Effectively single at home.
It's still the Angry Orchard.
Oh, that's the rosé one. Okay. Every time I looked at it, I'm like, is that some strawberry flavored?
No, it's the
strawberry.
They finally restocked the rosé. I was drinking the crisp apple one for the longest time, and they finally got the rosé back. Yes.
I need to get more booze. I'm out.
I had my husband restock today.
All right.
Anyway, I'm out at my.
Your husband does a lot.
I'm listening, Thrill. Sorry, I've come from a big family, so I'm used to like 3 conversations at once. I'm not cutting people off. I'm just used to multiple conversations going at one time.
That's fair. So it's great being single, right? But like, falling asleep with someone is always like kind of cute and all that.
Is it?
The one thing I always freaking hated was getting woken up in the middle of the night because I'm like choking on her hair because it has somehow like ended up halfway down my throat.
I have asked. I've been like, do you think I should cut some of this off?
Just tell her not to sit on your face while you're asleep anymore.
I don't know, Ninja. Probably not.
I was like, do you think I should cut some of this off? Like, isn't it annoying that like I have to yell at you because you're laying on it, or you roll over on it, or you're putting your elbow on it? He's like, I like it long, and I'm like, well, it's easier to maintain for me, so I guess I don't really care.
I'm in the same boat. I love a woman with long hair. And I told my girlfriend's the same thing. So I'm going to cut. I was like, do not cut it like, don't go crazy pixie cut or anything. Keep it, at least right below your shoulders or.
Yeah, see, I tried that.
I like really long hair, but my wife tried like super short ones, and I really liked that too. So
I tried that when I was a junior. I cut it. It was like here in the front, and then it was like pixie push up in the back. I hated it.
So hers was even shorter. Like she almost buzzed her head. It was so short.
Yeah, I've thought about that for like donating. Like cut it really short and then donate it all because there's so much hair. I mean, literally, if I cut it off right now, I probably have about 4 feet of hair here, and I mean, like that would be cool to donate, but I just don't know. It gets so floofy and crazy. I think it would be such a hard time to maintain it.
Give me that hair.
I had to
Give me
use
that hair. I need it.
I had to use pomade when it was like pixie style to keep it down because it didn't stay down otherwise, and that's annoying. So
the
should I take my hair down now and show you just how many feet are here? I mean, like this is from a bun. There's a bun back here.
I mean, if you want,
if you want.
it's not a pain in the ass to do.
My head gets cold. I need that hair.
Right? Yeah, here I'm donating to Thrill. Like I've got it swirled up, it's all wrapped.
So Thrill, I have a question.
500 hairpins later.
You would
No, I just use clips.
so you
But I've got
so you would
it's like one
you know the cut that some women do where like they have like part of their like hair like shaved down to shorter hair and then like the rest of it's like
Jeez, there's a lot more
long.
hair than I thought.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, maybe if I stand up like
Oh my gosh.
I don't think I ever realized it was that long.
yeah.
That's crazy.
When I go to hospitals and have to take my hair down, they're like, "Holy crap, I didn't realize it was that long." It's like it goes.
I have issues with a long beard, especially right now. Like wearing this, I have to watch out with zippers because I'll zip my beard into it.
Well, I mean, like when I don't put my hair up in a bun, it's like going to the bathroom. I have to be like, okay, I'll just get it in front of me, and then okay, we're safe.
Sorry, Aureolin's sweater says anus.
No, it doesn't. It says unis honest.
It said anus.
It just
I
came
mean,
in
With the
today.
hair,
I was so
the way it was bent,
excited.
It was A.
I didn't realize-
S.
It
Wait,
just came in
so-
today. I was so excited.
You bought merch for a dead channel?
Frick yeah, because I was there for all of it. And plus, it's one of those things where it's simplistic enough that unless you were there, you don't know what it is.
That's
I don't
fair.
like
I know enough about it that I didn't watch all of it, but I know exactly what it is.
I watched
Yeah.
all of it, and I was there for the full 12 hours at the end. So hell yes, I bought a hoodie.
I don't like
I,
hoodies.
I love hoodies.
I
So I don't-
will admit, like I'm not a huge Markiplier fan, but some of the stuff he does is interesting, and that just that entire project was an interesting concept.
I
Yeah.
can't stand him as a personality. I don't
Really?
know him as a person, but as a personality, I don't care for the.
I really
people
enjoy
hollering.
it.
I don't like the I don't like the over the top stuff that he does either.
I feel
But
like
him
I feel
That's
like
him
as
as the
a person
views,
and
man.
all the charity work he does, like he's a good guy. I'm not going to take
Yeah.
that away from
I
him.
feel like Jacksepticeye is what I would determine as like an over the top character. 'Cause
See, to me, they both are.
it's too loud,
Yeah.
it's too ridiculous. For me, Markiplier is like funny and entertaining. Plus what
He can be
Lixian
absolute-
puts into it, it's just like I watch it to see what's gonna happen.
I like.
I get a
how
lot of inspiration from him.
I like how creative he can be.
Mm-hmm.
Like his let's plays and screaming at video games, whatever. I'm not into that. But a date with Markiplier was a really interesting idea.
And the heist of
The heist was really cool.
I loved that.
What was the one that they shot at? Like it wasn't like a mansion or something,
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
but
It was
It
like a
basically ended up-
murder mystery type thing.
yeah, it basically ended up being like the backstory to Darkiplier
Mm-hmm.
is what it ended up being at the end. That was really well done. Like
Yeah.
he said, they spent like hours on color correction alone.
And that's like what he wants to do is make those little short, fun films. And it's like, I really love that.
that
So-
when he does that stuff, I'm interested. But just to watch him play video games, like you're just screaming because you're gonna get views. No.
So I watched an interesting movie concept called No Escape. I don't know if you've seen it.
Mm-mm.
It was just randomly on Hulu, and I happened to get on Hulu because, well, my mom got a Hulu, and basically anytime she gets a new streaming platform, I get it. Right.
Like, I've watched so many, honestly, I can't even tell you if I've watched it or not.
So the premise of it is there's
Jack
this
has gone down quite a bit recently. Dragon Ease, you're right.
the premise of it is they take this super famous social media person, right, and they put him in a situation that seems like horrific and torturous, right, in Russia. Like it's interesting. At the end, and I'm gonna spoil it because honestly, it wasn't that great of a film anyway. So like, I'm probably doing you all a service to save you the hour and a half. At the end, he thinks this is an actual torture thing, and like they make it seem so real that when he confronts the person who put him into this situation, he just literally beats him to death, and then it starts playing videos of like his 10 years of doing this social media thing and blah 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 blah, and all his friends come and they're just like horrified, like his friends that had died during the course of the movie. Mm-hmm. And all these fans are like, they're supporting him, and then they realize like he just killed a guy, and they're like horrified, but like at the same time, why would you even put someone in that situation? To the point where they are just like so angry or like so survival instinct that they do end up killing someone, even if it is fake.
Yeah,
I wouldn't convict him. I consider it justifiable homicide. I would
say so too.
Mm-hmm. But
it was an interesting concept. I think the movie was like, and I'm starting to come to terms that I like bad movies. And that's not to say that I don't enjoy the big movies, right? But like I actually like sitting down and just like watching bad movies.
I went through that phase as well.
Yeah. I was like, occasionally I just want to watch a good Crawl or Sharknado.
But,
yeah, it wasn't that bad.
I feel like if you're a horror fan at all,
you like crappy movies.
You live in B&C movies because they're horrible, they're low budget, but you love them anyway.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair, I suppose, right? That's probably where my love of bad movies comes from. And like I said, it's not to say that like I don't like those big blockbuster like Avengers Endgame level type movies that are just ahead of their time and stuff like that. But I also like it's kind of cool to sit down and be like, well, this was a cool concept. Like you guys sucked at putting it together, but like, hey, cool concept.
There's an idea here, yeah.
I can't wait till Hollywood repeats this 10 years down the line
with a budget.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, to the point about the whole Markiplier thing, like I don't really watch his Let's Plays. But then he does this weird filming stuff that I really like. And I feel like that's kind of what I want to do with YouTube. Mm-hmm. Like not necessarily copy his style, but I like I just really like the weird one-off videos I did, like the stupid tea video everybody's mad at.
Oh, I love that tea video.
Yeah, I love it too.
Videos.
I thought it was awesome.
I really thought the mispronouncing stuff one, I thought that was kind of funny. I like doing that kind of stuff. I'm just waiting to have an idea to do more of that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Danger. My one-off videos have been the most popular ones lately.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, people get used to you doing this one thing. It's like, okay, well, I could watch it, but it's going to be more of the same thing, right? And then you release something weird, and they're like, he hasn't done this before. I better watch it.
Yeah, you release something weird, and everyone in a Facebook group says that's the whole thing that your channel's about.
Well, don't post it in a Facebook group.
But it's fun making them mad.
Or that Facebook group.
I feel like watching popular YouTubers, though, is almost like a form of research. Like, I can figure out what are they doing or what are they saying that's so entertaining or so interesting that other people like to watch it. And the only one that I actually enjoy watching, because I've tried watching Jacksepticeye and I've tried watching PewDiePie and some of the others and stuff, and I only really enjoy Markiplier. So, like, I use him as a lot of inspiration for some of the stuff I do or say during Let's Plays, because it's just, to me, that's the most entertaining.
See, off the bat, Jacksepticeye was kind of my inspiration for even starting YouTube. I kind of found
too
him
noisy, and I was just like, I want you to shut up now.
But
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right. It wasn't so much his personality; it was just watching him and how much fun he was having playing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, I can record myself playing a video game. If he can do it, why can't I do it?
I watch him still just for like research sake. Plus, he's had an anxiety issue recently.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to figure out how
like the past 2 or 3 years, it seems like.
Yeah, and I've been trying to figure out how he deals with that and still does videos, but I almost feel like the way he emphasizes it makes it less entertaining for me. So I like to watch Markiplier's videos almost because I think I relate with him more, just like his personality wise and the way he understands things and stuff like that. I'm sort of like, yeah, I get that. That's probably what I would think.
Out of the three of them, I feel like I actually relate to PewDiePie the most. But
see, I can't watch him. I think he's too boring.
Maybe that's why I relate to him. I don't know. I feel like where Jack is right now, his YouTube content is probably not the greatest it's ever been.
Right.
But I think his entire evolution from where he started to where he is now is the most interesting out of all of them. Because, like, recently he's in a Ryan Reynolds movie, for fuck's sake, right?
Right. Yeah.
So, like, what he's doing outside of YouTube itself is the most interesting out of the three of them.
I feel like he's starting to shift from focusing on YouTube to shifting to focusing on more broader spectrum things. But like recently, Markiplier started talking about writing something new, and he's working on some new project that he was writing for. And I'm like, ooh, what is that going to be? I'm really excited to see what he's going to put together now.
See, I think that would be interesting. Something that he's spending a lot of time writing. Yeah. That's going to be something cool. Because when he puts his mind to it, it's amazing.
Yeah, and I really like his creative process.
I'm not into it, but his creative stuff, I'm really, really into.
Yeah, I really love the like random aspect / entertainment / bit part to it, and it really highly entertains me. So I'm always very excited to see what new stuff is going to happen. And so here recently, he took like a week off to write something, and we haven't seen it yet. And I'm just like, ooh, I'm excited. Like, I want to see what you're going to come up with now. And
well, that whole a date with Markiplier thing. Yeah. Like, yeah, it ended up being a Darkiplier thing, but like, I kind of think the whole Darkiplier thing's kind of cringy.
Well, that was almost fan-made, you know? Like, it was like the fans created it, and so he delivered it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go grab a drink, because I honestly don't watch any of them. So.
That's
I mean, there'll be times where I watch PewDiePie here and then, like, if he releases...
That's so funny! PewDiePie is the one person I can't stand watching. I find him so boring.
I'll admit, I don't watch his gaming stuff anymore, right? Ever since he started like going on this whole meme stuff.
I don't even know.
Because I find the meme stuff just like it's funny, right? All his reactions.
It can be, but I really liked it at first. He started reviewing his own Reddit, is what he did.
Yeah.
And at first it was really funny. And he's really into it, and that's great, but now that's like all he's doing, and I'm bored with it.
I tried watching some of his videos, because he's one of the most popular YouTube video people. So I tried watching him, and it was like every video I watched was almost the same as the last one. And I was just like, where's the variety? This is so boring.
These days it is, because all he does is go through his subreddit and review memes, and it gets old.
And that goes back to like these people got in when the game was early, and so they've developed these personas that fans are literally just watching them because they've been there since the start.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and
like,
I mean,
you
I
have
guess
a million subscribers. You can do literally.
I mean,
right.
The thing is like once you get enough subs, right? And I'm not there yet for sure. once you get enough subs, it doesn't really matter what you do as long as it's like still within decently ethical boundaries. And even then, like I've seen Reddit, right? So I don't even know how well like keeping it within ethical boundaries actually.
Well,
prevents people
it's
from-
just about producing that persona that people originally subscribed for. That's it.
Yeah,
I mean, they're not there for the content. They're there because he's PewDiePie.
Right.
pretty much.
It's just like I've been there since the start.
I knew this guy back when he only had 100 subs. Yeah, you and about 1,000 other people, huh?
Precisely. And that's really what it is. I mean, like with Markiplier, he literally has almost a cult-like following where people will develop theories about things that are non-existent, and then he just like runs with it because it's hilarious, and that's why I like it.
I would go as far as to say Markiplier's following is an actual cult.
Almost, yeah.
I would dare say it. Yeah.
And I think that's one of the reasons I'm so highly entertained by watching it, because he's
It's
like,
because
I'm telling you to do this, and it's like I'm sitting there in the back of my mind going, I bet you millions of people are going to do this right now, and it's hilarious purely because he said to do it and he knows it.
I mean, this feels like we're going full circle, right? Because like a whole bunch of people inflated the GameStop stock because Reddit said, "Hey, let's do this."
Exactly. And that's what it is. Like, you get a big enough following and they'll just do whatever you tell them to because that makes them more dedicated fans.
Look at that.
So when are we getting the Thrill cult?
Thrill cult?
I mean, we can start it right now if we want.
All right, let's go, everybody. We got to do everything that Thrill says for the next like 2 minutes.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Nope. Did Thrill? Is it okay if she goes to the bathroom?
Don't fall in.
I feel like we need an actual title for the podcast, though.
Why?
I mean,
I don't know why. Just something to add to it, because all I ever call it is podcast night.
Yeah, I just call it like podcast with friends, and I'm like, I gotta love him.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
ironically, I've got
bearded lady.
I've gotten a couple dislikes on this, and I think it's because of my naming scheme. But I put game songs and podcasts with the boys and girl.
Sexist.
So the first one we did, I was actually going to call it Three Guys, a Girl, and a Podcast. And then I Googled it, and that's already a thing.
Of course it is.
So I didn't get away with that one. Go to the bathroom.
All right, fine. You brainstorm. Can I count on you for that, or is that asking too much?
That's
we'll get distracted. Start talking about football or something.
All right, you talk about sports while I'm gone, because that's boring.
I don't watch sports.
I don't watch sports anymore either.
I kind of watch sports like at big events for like the Super Bowl, but let's be realistic. I'm only there for really the Super Bowl commercials.
I don't even watch that anymore.
Really?
I watch UFC a lot, but
I'm
I
not
stopped
going to
watching
bother
it
with the
because it's
Super
too
Bowl.
fucking expensive.
I already know Tampa Bay's going to win, so why bother?
I'm gonna watch it purely for the fact of there's gonna be really nothing else on TV at that time.
Well, I understand that. I just
and so
I'm completely uninterested.
And it's like I get to make some nice appetizer stuff, so I could just make that regularly, but like when there's a big event, it feels like less of a chore to make it than
you're doing it for something, not just because you want to do it.
Exactly. So I'll make some appetizer stuff.
But
Tom Brady's on Tampa Bay now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to win. I don't care. The Bears aren't there, so I care even less than I would have.
I mean, the Broncos didn't even make playoffs, so I really didn't care. I really stopped caring.
The Bears were playoffs.
I really stopped caring about football the minute the Broncos were losing more than they were winning. So,
hey, Thrill, I don't have any lime, but Monkey Shoulder and Canada Dry Bold. That's actually pretty good.
I
Interesting.
managed to pick up some Vernon's, which is my favorite ginger, like ginger beer / ginger. So I think they call it ginger soda.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so like ginger ale / ginger beer. Vernon's is kind of in between the two. That's my favorite mixer, and it's so hard to find because a lot of stores were just out of it all year.
That's
But-
fair.
Everybody seems to carry. I can't remember the actual name, but it has a goose on it. That's
Oh yeah, the brown can with the goose on it, Gosling or something.
yeah,
ginger beer.
Gosling. That's it. That's like everybody's go-to ginger beer.
It's a little too much. I need that and ginger ale both. Like ginger beer. So Vernon's is like basically what I would make anyway. A little bit of Canada Dry and a little bit of ginger beer, and I've got my mixer. So
Mhm.
Vernon's is great for that, but everybody's been out of it everywhere for months. So I found some, and I would let you know that I have basically drank almost half that fifth of Evan 100 this weekend.
So here's the thing. I feel like it's all gone because everyone's drinking, right? Because what else are we gonna do?
And
Yeah.
that's why I think we should name
And
the
that-
podcast.
I just want to point out that I looked down at Thrill's window and I saw something float behind him. It was his vape.
My vape, yeah, it's a ghost.
But I had the split-second thought of, hey guys, there's orbs.
Someone's addicted.
Orbs.
A little bit.
Aren't we all addicted?
I
That's what
think
we
I'm
play.
I think I'm the only one that plays solo though.
I think so. I tried it, but I don't.
I
have
would.
Yeah, I just
time.
don't like it as much solo.
It's
The only
scarier
time I play
solo
is on
the thing.
I am
Green.
gonna point out that I think I drank these drinks too fast, and I never know when I'm buzzing until I stand up,
stand up. Yeah.
and then I
And
sit down.
I
So
was just like,
wait.
I've only
is
had
it-
like 3 cocktails and 3 beers. I don't even have a buzz yet.
I
Is this-
have had.
is this
This
how-
is number 5.
Oh boy. So is this how it works for you? You're like,
Did you
all
buy
right,
a
I'm
sixer or what?
And she
Huh?
only weighs like 87
Did you
pounds.
buy a sixer?
Oh,
That's a
I
lot.
wish. No, I think husband put 2 6-packs in the fridge. He's very generous.
She's got more.
Mm.
so
Husband's like, you keep drinking, I'll keep playing this game on my Switch, and
No, more
just
like
forget that I'm supposed to be
more
asleep
like
right
he's
now.
like, you keep drinking and then you come to bed.
We gonna make another baby.
If I start getting chunky faced, you know why. Did you decide on a podcast name?
No,
no, we
I
mostly
can't think of
said,
anything witty.
We actually ended up talking about football. So
We don't have a theme.
Yeah.
It lasted about 5 seconds when we got bored.
Yeah, we did.
That's what she said.
That's sad.
I didn't say she said it to me. God.
Personal experience always comes into play.
Like random.
Rude.
So, okay, on that topic, I'm a little jealous.
Oh no.
Oh wait, changing topic.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous of those one pump chumps that can just be there in like 5 seconds and be done. Because sometimes when you just, you know, you want the experience but you don't want it like for half an hour. You're
I
just
don't
like,
think you're doing it right.
That poor girl.
Don't worry, you've been single a while, so
that's true. Maybe I can make it to that.
you have to build your stamina back up.
I mean, for all you know, that girl is
6
like,
months,
yes, I
you're
finally
done.
scored. And then 5 seconds later, I'm done, baby. Like, oh,
I'm
great.
sorry. No woman I've ever hooked up with was finally like, yes, I finally scored. Look at what I got. I'm like, well, okay, I guess.
You're after one of those nightly trollers then.
So I
And we're like, well, I mean, we've been talking a lot, and
You know,
bought
so-
stuff,
so much like Thrill, I think every girl that I've hooked up with has been like, you know, outside of a relationship, has been like, oh dang, I drank too much that night.
In some circles, that's called rape.
And we're back on New Vegas, the frontier.
The frontier.
I will
New
say-
Vegas, yay.
If you're gonna be one of those one and done quick guys, make sure you find a woman who just can't get off anyway. One of those women who be like, well, I've been with multiple players and I have to still have something additional going on. And then you won't feel so bad.
Sometimes
And you
it's
want to
hard to figure out what works for you. Gosh.
So how's everybody doing?
That's the good.
For a long time, my go-to was put the woman on top because that didn't do anything. Works for
Nuh-uh,
her,
that's
doesn't
the
work for me.
best way.
So, I mean, yeah, it works great for her. I was like, that works great because it doesn't do shit for a guy.
Really?
Well,
It depends
does.
on the guy.
It does.
It's like, not from my experience.
How do you think she got the babies?
I
hey, you.
don't know about that.
The wheelbarrow.
Maybe danger.
Wheelbarrow.
Wait, what did I do?
Huh?
Huh?
What did I do? What happened?
You had kids.
I did have kids.
That was a total accident, though.
Oh, don't say that. That's not right.
I
So-
can actually say both of my kids were planned.
Nice.
Both of mine were too.
I was not.
I was!
I was. My brother wasn't.
I wasn't.
My little sister wasn't. They tried until
So-
they got a boy, and then everything that happened after was a mistake.
So I had a cousin that got a vasectomy after his third kid.
And
Right.
it didn't work.
The doctor didn't do it properly, and so they, his wife really wanted a daughter, and his wife really got a daughter.
Well, good
No
for them
lady
then.
that happened to. She had her tubes tied. They didn't do it right, and she found out she was pregnant.
How do you not do that right? It literally requires cutting of an organ. I mean,
Yeah.
you either do it or you don't. There's no
How do
doing
you
that
mess that
wrong. It's surgery. Like, for women, it's surgery. For men, it's a procedure.
they,
So,
they just pinched it with clamps and forgot to do the actual
No,
cutting.
they don't. They cut it. Those tubes were like, no, we're not done.
They tied it in an actual knot and hoped for the best.
yeah, it was like a balloon animal. They're like, "Doo, doo, 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 doo."
That'll work great. I got
That's
this.
fine.
That's why I'm always a big advocate for the man doing the procedure, because it's like, for women, you're talking a full surgery. For men, it's like a go in, get a procedure, it's done.
I actually agree with that because it's like, what, a 2-day recovery and.
Well, it's also premenopause for women. Like, you're basically
Well,
forcing yourself to go into menopause early.
Mm.
Yeah.
That
because I
sucks.
think you actually need prescription drugs
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
recover it and everything.
Because your hormones get jacked. Like, your body doesn't know what to do.
SEC,
Oh,
We're talking about hormones and female problems.
doggy dog, 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 dog.
Yes, I'm fixed. I'm a
Hi,
fixed dog.
Pulper. Oh, look at the love
hear
eyes.
No, it's so
Look
cute.
at those loves.
See,
Oh,
you're not jumping everywhere. I'm confused.
oh, she just wants the snuggles right now. Don't look at her; she'll lick you. You're gonna get her worked up. Don't do it. You can see it on her face.
So when we do whiskey and cigar nights, he brings his dog over, and his dog and my dog just chase each other around the entire time.
No, that's good.
It's funny.
So I think she's confused because she hears you and she's like,
Playtime? Play?
Uh,
Nice.
It's like the only interaction either of them get, so it's pretty great.
so
Yeah, like
all right.
one of my very earliest gifts was being able to understand animals. All I gotta do is look at them, and I know what they're saying and what they're gonna do.
All right,
She's
all
like,
right. So
treat-
here's a fun
I attack your
Here's a-
face.
here's a fun topic, right?
Hmm.
What do you do
Something that you can do to your dog that you can also do to a partner.
I don't have a dog.
Okay, well, do to your pet that you can also do to your partner.
Rub his belly.
Okay. Danger.
Give them snacks.
Give them snacks.
Buy her a fancy
highly
collar.
appreciated.
So mine is change the angling to get them excited.
With
The what?
pets slash other things.
Share my
Well,
food
so-
with them.
So by that I mean like, my dogs are weird as heck, right?
Well,
So,
I
like-
mean, they work feet.
That's true. so like I can be like a little hunched over, right? A little hunched over and like petting them. If I go like into a further hunch, it's like immediate playtime.
It's
Like,
body
I'm like-
language. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm just confused. I'm like, because sometimes I'll forget that if I hunch like from 45 degrees to like 55 degrees, they're like, oh, you want to play?
That's just body language, though.
If you
For
stand up too
animals.
fast, they're like, what?
For them, yeah, like
Yeah, that's how they
hunt over and stick
communicate.
their butt in the air when they're ready to play. So
I mean, with my cats, all I have to do is either give them the wide-eyed stare, or like soft blink, and then they're like, "Oh, loves," or "You're gonna attack me."
or they
If I
just
sit
go
down on
murder
the floor to
and
like work on
cats.
something. Like if I'm like, oh man, I need to fix, the connectors on the stereo or work on my computer. As soon as like I kneel down, it's like flying in. She's like, ah,
no,
you're
no
on
matter.
floor time. It's crazy time. I'm like,
Yeah.
no, leave me alone. I'm trying to work on the computer.
I think my
No.
cats know my schedule at this point, so it's like if I'm going to a certain area, they're like, "Oh, you're gonna do this," and then I just kind of talk to them as I'm going, though, and they know. Have you seen those videos of the cats with the buttons and they use words?
Hmm.
I
Mhm.
think I could train
seen
my
it with
cat
dogs,
to do
too.
that. Because I've already trained him to know speak and sit and stand. Like, he already knows those. And there's other words that he knows that I don't, like, reward him for. They're words that are just, like, I tell him and he knows what it means. So I bet if I gave him buttons, he could do it. It's harder with my deaf cat because she needs visual cues. So I don't know how I could do that with her. Maybe colored buttons? I don't know. It would be harder.
Food.
So
She's not
Yeah,
food
food.
motivated. She's very not food motivated. She has no interest in treats, and she's
Weird.
only interested in wet food. Yeah, she's very not motivated. She wants brushed. That's about the only thing that motivates her. If I get the brush out, she wants it. But other than that, nothing.
So, do you
I
believe
was
that
gonna
cat?
say she always seems really aloof whenever she's on stream. She's like,
Yeah.
I just want to sit here and be left alone.
She just wants
Yeah.
to be near me. Like, that's it.
So, do you believe that cats choose their owners?
I believe that owners have to learn to communicate with their cats. If you don't have that repertoire with your cat, that you understand what they're saying with their body language, then you can't communicate well with them. So in a way, I guess you could say yeah, because if you don't understand them, then the relationship's not going to work. But if people put forward the effort, then
They'll accept it.
Yeah, I mean, like, it took me a year to figure out how to communicate with my deaf cat, but that's because I didn't know she was deaf. And then as soon as I figured out that she was deaf, I figured out how to communicate with her, and now we have a bond where she literally won't leave me alone.
She just plops on the keyboard while you're playing Phasmophobia.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, she has to have physical contact or she's not happy.
So here's the funny thing that I always tell any of my friends that have cats, because I don't have a cat right now, but I will get a cat once I moved out. So it's always funny because they're like, "Oh, do you mind cats?" And I'm like, "Okay, here's the real question. Do you mind that your cat is probably going to give me more attention than it gives you in a normal day?" And they're like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "I don't know what it is about me, but every time like a cat sees me, a cat just like has to be like all up in my business the entire time that I'm at anyone's house." And they're like, sure, I don't believe you." And then I actually go to their house and the cat's like just sitting on my lap chilling.
I think a lot of people don't know how to communicate with cats appropriately. Like, I have a friend who has a cat, and he knows that I basically, without better words for it, can, like, speak cat. So he'll, like, invite me over and be like, "Come play with my cat for a while. I just want to know if she's happy." And I'll come over and, like, play with the cat and interact with it and kind of get a read on her body language. And it's like, yeah, she's very happy, she's very content, but a lot of people just don't speak cat. They lean more towards dog with that like social pack mentality, and they want that like bouncy energy that very clearly says whether they're happy or not, while cats, they give much more subtle signals. So if you don't learn to pick up on them, then you just don't know.
I've kind of learned that with ours. Like, she's not a very lovey cat. Like, she likes to be left alone quite a bit. And that might have a lot to do with a 70-pound dog running around and 2 extremely crazy kids running around.
Right.
Like, she just wants quiet.
But she could be totally happy just laying in the same room with you. Like, yay, thank you for letting me be a part of this. Like,
and
that's all they want.
Very occasionally she'll walk up and, she'll sit on your lap and she'll want petted for a little bit, and then she'll go about her business. And
that's great.
It's fine. That's all she wants.
There's a lot of cats that don't even bother to try and lay in your lap. So, like, if she's willing to lay in your lap and rest, then she feels safe. Like, that's great.
Mm-hmm. I have never gone to someone's house that's had a cat where the cat wasn't laying in my lap.
Yeah,
and I don't know why.
I'd be interested if you ever came over, because anytime anybody comes to our house, she bolts.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, I mean, some get nervous.
We have a dog door, and she just doesn't like dealing with strangers. So she'll go out the dog door, she'll go do cat stuff, and she'll come back home later.
Yeah, we'll see if I ever come over. If 100% cat ends up in lap theory, it's still true.
Yeah.
When COVID hit initially and they like kicked all the kids out of school, I went and stayed at my parents' house for a while to my mom was also going through a surgery, so it was also there to help her. And we like lived there for a while. And they have a cat who was really kind of antisocial. It's like she was really nervous all the time. And I tried warming up to her and building, a repertoire with her and stuff. And she started getting comfortable coming down in the room where we were staying. And she would come down, and she even laid in my lap at one point. And now when we come over, because we always visit once a week, she comes out and like hangs out with us. And before, that was it'll never happen. And she does it every time now. And I'm just like, you needed to socialize her more. You needed to make her comfortable again. You needed to make her feel safe. Like, cats need that. They need to know they're safe.
So, one of my dogs, and I think she was abused, like, when she was at the puppy mill. It freaks her, like, so she hates, sometimes when fire alarms, like, the battery starts to die, they like, either trigger or they do that, like, beep every so often.
Yeah.
No matter where I'm at in the house, this dog will run to me and just like hide within me if there's like any strange noise that she hates. And I'm just like, there are like other people downstairs that like you can like hide with, and she's like, nope, I'm hiding here. I'm like, okay.
You're her buddy.
I
The
guess
dog
so.
don't give two shits about nothing. Sleeping on the couch. And it's like,
Well,
make a
so
lot of
it's,
noise. You're like, huh?
Yeah. I try
it's
not
so
to
funny.
I try not to get too overly bonded to any of my cats anymore cuz I was really super bonded to the first cat I owned, and then she lived a really long time. So it was fine when she passed. She was old. And then the second cat I got super bonded to her to the point where like she only fully trusted me kind of thing. And then she died early from cancer. And it was like losing a child. Like, I don't even know how else to explain it. And it's still heartbreaking to even think about. So now it's sort of like I still want my cats to feel safe and I still want to have that bond with them, but I don't want to be overly bonded to them because it's heartbreaking.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's
And now
the
she just
here's
kicked
the
her,
weird.
Get out of my way, cat. Trying to go to the bathroom.
I kind
Yeah.
of I kind of am just like, don't stand in my way, come on.
So here's the weird thing is, and like whenever you have dogs, like even if they're not from the same litter, oh, that's your brother, right? So her Minnie's brother, even though they're not from the same litter and they're like 3 years apart,
Yeah.
is the dog who I swear he's literally somewhere like this cat soul was supposed to go to a cat and it's in a dog.
I love dogs like that.
And so like he's just like chilling, he's aloof all the time. If you bother him, he will let you know by moving away from you.
I love that. Love
My
that so
mom's
much.
dog is like
used
that.
to-
But
When he was not like slightly overweight, he used to jump on the back of the couch the entire time, and that was his spot that he laid. And I'm just like, there is a cushion right here on the couch that you can lay on. And he's like, nope, back of the couch is cool.
my mom's pug is like that because my mom got her as a puppy, and they have cats. Like a
Oh.
lot of cats. A lot of cats.
I think that's the
How
only
many?
reason I've considered getting a smaller dog is because I feel like they do have a slightly more cat-like personality. And I've never been a
no.
small dog type person, but the fact that they have such a cat-like personality, I'm like, oh, they're so sweet.
It definitely depends on the dog.
Yeah, it does.
It
It
depends on the
does.
dog.
I don't want one of those dogs where it's like it has a constant need for your attention, because that will get old so fast for me. I'm just like one of those people who's like, give me my freaking space before I lock you in a cage.
Don't get a cat. Don't get a pug then. Yeah, my mom's
So-
like that. She'll lay on the back of the couch, and she wants to like climb up on your shoulder and like lay on the back of like your neck, like the cats do. She lays on the arm of like the chairs and stuff.
That's my kitty.
Oh,
Hi,
hi,
kitty.
What are you gonna say?
sweetie. Hi,
She's
sweetie.
already mad.
Yeah. She's like,
touch
why are
me."
you holding me? What are you doing? Stop it.
It's like don't touch me.
I was
So-
perfectly happy until you grabbed me. Why do you do this?
I didn't call you.
So the one thing I will say is it definitely depends on the dog,
Mhm.
and it depends on how well you train the dog. Like sometimes,
Absolutely.
sometimes Minnie like gets a little overwhelming, and I'll just be like, "Hey, sit down," like because like she'll always like try and like jump up with you and like get your attention and be like, "Hey, I need pets now." I'm like, "Sit down," and she'll like just sit there and like be patient. I'm like, "Yeah, that's right."
I mean, I'm a
Would any
big
of you believe-
advocate for training even with cats. Like, I highly encourage trying to train any of your pets, because if they have some sense of discipline or order, they're going to be such a better pet.
Mhm.
Would any of you believe that I'm holding a dog right now?
No.
You're leaning forward quite a bit, so yeah.
Oh, I don't have to.
Is it sitting?
Is dog code for
Hi,
something?
tiny pooch.
Gizmo.
You
Give 'em
remind
dog.
me of my bestie's pooch, only plus an eye. Oh.
So I will say that is the funny
He's
thing
an-
about
He's an annoying little animal.
He's
So
like
that-
a grandpa dog too. He's like
Yeah, he's an old guy.
Is he?
So,
Wow,
Yeah.
he doesn't look it.
He was the runt of the litter, so he never got very big. But
How old is
he's what, 12 or 13, I
he?
think.
12 or 13.
Yeah.
so
He's an old guy.
I will say the funny
Hi.
the funny thing about there's the licks.
Oh, that's sweet
The fun-
though.
The funny thing about small dogs as opposed to like big
Oh.
dogs that I've noticed is like big dogs when you're petting their head, they won't close their eyes. For whatever reason, every small dog when you're petting their head, their eyes just go. Oh.
I don't know. I've had some big dogs where like you give them the pats and they.
My big dog's got that spot on the side of her, well, on her side, where if you start scratching her, her leg just goes insane and all that.
You ever had one of those dogs that smile?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
yeah.
I had there like a really close family friend like that I basically consider my aunt and uncle kind of thing. They had a dog and it came out to greet us and it was doing the and like licking
Yeah.
la, 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 and I was like, is it angry? And they're like, no, she's smiling. And I was like, oh, they look so angry when they smile.
Well, it's because to smile, they have to bare their teeth. so-
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, that's our fault for sending the wrong signals to them. But I was just so used to that being a cat thing. A cat mimics what people do, while dogs will still do what dogs do. So I just wasn't expecting it. I was like, am I upsetting it? What am I doing? I'm so sorry. Please don't be angry.
Is it hungry?
Like-
What?
I
Dog looks like a
don't be
creeper when she
angry.
smiles.
Ah.
But you can see the
Alright.
smile to it. Like when they're actually angry, it's more like a straight back, you know, instead of a curve. I figured
Instead of
that
that-
out afterwards, so
I
it
always
was
like
a
her
great
Down
learning
syndrome smile.
experience. I love painting animal portraits like that. I've done a few, mostly for my siblings, but like I love doing animal portraits. Animals is like my favorite thing to paint.
All right. So
Yeah, during
so-
the Inktober deal, all of your animal ones were my favorite ones.
Yeah,
So-
I don't know. Animals make sense to me. I don't know how else
Aw,
to explain
dog.
it.
So this is Minnie and her brother Theo, and I'll let you guess which is which by how they're reacting to having their photo taken.
Is Theo the angry one?
I was gonna say Theo's the curled up one.
Yep. Because Minnie needs the attention, and then my grandmother's dog.
I was gonna
let's
say
see.
Minnie actually looked angry about her picture being.
She
taken.
looks a little angry faced, but I figured Theo was the curled up one. I don't know why. Like I said,
then
I
the-
just read animals.
So this is my grandmother's dog, Bernie. He was the runt of the litter. He's like
oh,
he's-
so
he's 12.
little.
he's 12, but he looks like a perma puppy.
Oh,
Where's my big dog?
trying to
Oh.
find.
Here we go. Here is Theo with his favorite toy, by the way.
That's
Hello.
cute.
Here's
I mean, I think I already shared them in Discord, honestly.
So, all right. So sometimes, right? Sometimes Theo will jump in my lap, but like if I try and give him more attention than he wants, he's like, "I'm out of the lap. I'm gone."
here's
That sounds like a
my
cat
mom's
thing.
pug, and you can see my dog playing in creeper underneath the couch. Yeah, she's like, "Hey, what's going on up there?" My mom's pug is sleeping on a Ninja Turtle pillow, and my dog, because they have cats, they have the couch up on a couple of blocks, so it's tall enough so the cats can run around under there.
I got
Right.
one
So
where
my
like
dog realized she can
my
get on her
needy
belly and
deaf
crawl
cat,
under.
once we got bonded, she like hugs my arm so I can't let go.
That's funny.
Once we bonded, my husband says I broke her. He's like,
Why did you say you broke her?
because she was never like that before I figured her out. He's like, she
Ah.
was never like that before. What have you done? You broke her. I was like, I learned to speak her language. I don't know. Well, shoot. I don't know where that
Wait,
picture
hold
is
up.
now.
Has Aureolin seen the meme cat?
Which
The meme
one?
cat. The meme cat that I follow.
This is
Oh, I don't know.
hard to tell on cam, but this is how I wake up whenever I try to stay at my mom's house.
Nice.
I
Alright.
see at least 3 cats.
Yeah, there's a fourth one up here. You can see the light of its eyes.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, I see
yeah.
it.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
So Aureolin, I would like to introduce you to a Facebook page that I follow, and his name is Noodles.
Okay. Oh, big
He has-
blue-eyed Himalayan.
He has the best meme photos. Noodles is angry in this one.
Oh, upset Biddy. Yeah, like that the Inktober picture I did of Buddy, that's Linux. That's my buddy boy. That's pretty much exactly what it looks like. I'm trying to find some of the commission paintings I
I
did.
made the mistake of leaving a drawer open when I was at my mom's house.
You never do that when there's a cat about.
It's pretty patches.
Kata.
Nice.
So cute. I have one somewhere. I don't know if I'll find it anytime soon, but there's one where my white floof looks like she broke herself on the couch because she's like folded in half upside down.
My mom's other cat. This is Max. He's a Siamese ragdoll mix.
Oh,
Nice.
I love Siamese.
So I'm gonna tell you guys my greatest fear of becoming a cat owner, and it's like it's a stupid fear, right? Like it's nothing that would.
Here's this.
It's not. Oh,
I painted that for a commission for somebody.
nice.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it's a completely stupid fear, right? Like it's nothing that would be bad for the cat if it wasn't. My biggest fear on getting a cat is like I've come to the level of like looking at so many cats that are memes on the internet that I feel like if my cat does not live up to be a meme, I'm just gonna be disappointed.
Hey, trust me, every cat has their meme moment.
Like if my cat is just a regular boring cat that just like lays around and does nothing, I'm just gonna be like, I'm disappointed in you. I named you
Every
Loki.
single cat has their meme moment.
My brother left.
I
his
named you
cat
Loki
with
after
me
the god
while
of
he was
mischief, and
moving.
you're more chillin'.
And so they became my buddy really fast.
Oh, it's so
It was playing on my computer there. You can see the keyboard on my arm.
Yeah.
It's like, hi.
Oh, I just want to snuggle kitties forever.
There's his. Well, you can't see him in the way the light reflects, but
You can a little bit. My big ol' head's in the way.
hang out here.
It looks a lot like my
There's his-
Linux boy.
I'll say his brother's laying down here on the.
Hey, Aureolin, when your cats play, if they play
Oh.
at all,
Here's
and you play
Mira
with them,
Bunny.
nice.
Quite literally, bunny.
Yeah, they
That
like Bunny.
That looks menacing almost.
They lay with Bunny. They like Bunny.
So, did your cats ever do the butt wiggle when you would play with them?
Like before they
Yeah.
pounce? Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
So my friend, his cat, he named him Miles. One time I played with Miles, right? And every time I would like play with one of those toys where it's like a feather on a string or whatever.
Yeah.
He would like do the butt wiggle and then like boom.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the like where the camera goes off screen and then comes back and the cat's a little closer but frozen, and then you go off and come back. Linux does that really good.
That's funny.
He's just like, and then you go off screen and he's like, and it's like, whoa, he's gonna get it.
That's funny.
Yeah, I love it.
Too whited out.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
there's Frere with his brother.
Oh.
His
Yeah.
brother's a husky.
Yeah, I love painting portraits, but
I
there's
like
like so
cats.
many people who do it that I don't know if I'd ever be able to make it into a successful business, but I really enjoy doing it a lot.
My mom paid an outrageous sum for I don't know how to describe it, an art. Essentially, she collects like pebbles and stones from the seashore. And then
She sells
makes-
seashells by the
Yep.
seashore.
And then she makes like collages out of different like shaped pebbles and stones.
Yeah.
I think it looks terrible. It looks more like the what's that brand of art, like of paintings and stuff that don't look anything like what your subject is supposed to be.
Abstract.
Abstract
Yeah,
art.
it looks like abstract art, but essentially she makes like a collage and takes all this different like beach material, uses like
So-
wood to build a frame, and then uses
Okay.
like stones and stuff to build like what would look like the dog, so they're in like a dog shape. Like, this looks terrible. It looks like something a 5-year-old made in art class. It's like, you
Huh.
paid her like like $80 to make this collage.
It kind of
So
sounds
I
like,
like the
a,
three
a
dogs.
mosaic without being, pieces
Yeah.
of glass.
Yeah,
So
I didn't
had
even know
a-
how to begin charging for my pet portraits. I was like, because my first couple were for my siblings, and I was just like, just take it. Like, I don't know how much it's worth. Just, I did it for you. Like, just take it.
It was also in a beach
So-
town that we used to live in, and our family was from, but now has become basically a tourist community. Like, that's the entire community is just tourism.
Mm.
So, houses that used to be working class families, or, oh, you want that, like 3-4 bedroom, 2,000 square foot house that 30 years ago or whatever would have been like 20 grand. It's $400,000 now.
So, one of the fellow theater people and I, when I was, still doing theater back in the day, we had a discussion about modern art, and the most hilarious quote I've ever heard about modern art, is modern art is crap. All right, I could go get a whole bunch of Taco Bell, go sit down in the toilet, and really explode that toilet, and bam, it's gonna be art.
I mean,
There's some-
Very true in some
it
aspects.
kind of depends.
Taco Bell is this is awful. All right,
No.
I'm just
Like-
telling you danger.
I understand some modern art, but like other people, it's like they're pushing the boundaries of what can really be considered art, period. And I don't fully appreciate that, but there's some modern art I've seen that is just like, wow, that's super creative,
There's some cool stuff, but then you'll see somebody take
Take it too
A
far.
they'll take a 2-foot section of a 2x4 and try to put some stupid meaning behind it. I'm like, it's a
Yeah.
board, dumbass.
Right. Yeah, we had
I-
someone locally who took a bunch of takeout boxes that they found thrown out on the side of the road and made a piece of art with it, and then they like got an award for it for cleaning streets, basically. And I was just like,
Meanwhile, Aureolin here with like fantastic pictures is just like, yeah, I can't get an award for like, making the city look better.
No, I mean, see, even
can't find
that,
it.
like, takeout boxes that they found on the side of the street, like, that could have been a commentary about, like, pollution and stuff. But
Right.
no, they didn't go that way with it. They did something stupid.
Yeah, no, they
Yeah.
just crafted this shape, and that was it.
Yeah.
And I was like, boy, you could have really done an impact piece with that, and they
Mhm.
didn't, and it was just kind of disappointing. But I wish I could. Oh, here it is. I guess I just didn't have it on my phone. Let me. I can't put the stream out of it. This is my my brother's dog that I
Oh, nice.
painted for them. It's a golden doodle. So that's that dog, and then my sister's Siamese cat who passed away from cancer, the same as mine, because they came from the same litter.
Oh.
That was him.
Aw.
And I took a pic. I drew that from like a really horrifically bad cell phone picture. And yeah, I was pretty happy with how it turned out.
I like the tongue like barely sticking out. My cat.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was kind of something he did. And when I draw pet portraits, it's kind of like a big deal for me to kind of capture their personality, because every animal looks a little bit different. And if you can't capture that slight bit of uniqueness, then it's not a portrait.
Yeah, then you're just drawing a generic animal.
Here's the picture I drew it from. Like it's
Uh,
it's so dark and bad. But I made it work.
I think, and I don't know, you guys might be able to comment on this, as I think everybody who's been through college has had to take those terrible humanities classes that essentially ended up studying art. And it's always like,
I don't know.
man, like, I get like this is some like famous piece of modern art making a commentary about the life and struggles of. It's trash. It's literally like there. I can see an old tire there. Like that's an old tire. That's a 2x4. That's like this is trash. It's garbage.
I mean, I did
I
straight
don't
up
understand
art
how to make
history
any
classes.
commentary out of that.
Yeah,
So-
I did straight up art history classes because I minored in art also. And some of the pieces we studied, it was sort of like I had to bite my tongue and just accept that this was part of art history. It's just like,
Yeah, because you have to
I kind of,
make your professor feel good.
well,
that's the
it's
problem
like
with
I kind
college, is you're
of
playing to the
get,
professor.
I get it, because it was like that's where art was at the time. Like they were twisting what art could be, and I get that. But
So
To an extent, like this was the 80s. All right,
I
this
see
is not.
cattail and here
I'm like-
cat.
Oh, this is a great the artist commentary on the struggle of HIV during the 80s of homosexuality. It's like it's literally a
No.
pile of trash.
no, ours were like seriously, like they were telling us this artist was pushing the boundaries of what art could actually define. And so here
Yeah.
they literally just had a toilet without a toilet lid and were saying it's art because I say it is. And so it passed in a exhibit at this date and you need to know who did it. And I was just like,
So-
okay.
So this brings a fun rant, right? Like, so that's one thing I always hate about like looking at creative pieces, right? Is because everyone has like their own interpretation of it.
Mhm.
But it's always what frustrates me is like when, you know, say when the writer or the artist is passed and like there's people that spend years being like, well, what did the artist really mean by this? It's like, well, why didn't you ask him when they were alive? And maybe
Yeah.
you would just know.
Well, and a lot of the times they like overcomplicate it. It's like I seriously doubt the artist was that in depth in thought when they were creating that, honestly.
So I went to the art museum in St. Louis, and I was actually kind of disturbed that they had this there. But there was a Stradivarius violin. I don't know if you know anything about Stradivarius, but they're like the violin,
Mhm.
and they have been forever. And this artist burned the violin.
What?
So it was just like it wasn't ashes, but it was obviously unplayable. Like it was.
It was
It
a
was
burned
ruined.
violin.
Yeah, it was a burned violin. It was.
I have a
ruined.
question, Danger. Is the artist dead?
I would like to imagine somebody tracked them down by now.
Okay, because if
in
not,
in a lot of cases with those modern art pieces, probably not. Honestly.
Can we arrange that?
I would like to think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
On an off topic, I'm kind of curious if Dragon knows anything about Warhammer.
I have the game.
It's probably worth $1
You
million,
have an
by the
army,
way.
At least.
or like the video game.
I have the video games.
Ah.
Sorry, I have seen the books as well, the Warhammer books.
You never tabletop though.
It's a huge.
So I didn't do
Thrill tabletop.
I didn't do Warhammer. I was very traditional.
I don't.
Did
I have
D&D.
friends that have Warhammer armies that they're currently painting.
Yeah, like I said, I was very traditional and I did D&D. I didn't do Warhammer.
So you got D&D figures then, at least?
I borrowed D&D figures. I haven't gotten any myself because
I think we did
so-
GURPS at one point, like
so
different programs there, but it didn't. You didn't use figures and stuff. It was
Yeah,
just
that was all. That was all basically just talking, really.
So I mean, here's the thing, right? Like when I got into D&D, I was like a small group and it was fun and it was great, but then they stopped doing, D&D nights, and I don't have anyone that I know that does D&D here, so.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to find a group.
But I have a lot of shiny rocks that I can probably go get. So let me go find my shiny rocks.
I just was curious if anybody else was into models or tabletop gaming. I like to paint them. I like to play D&D, and I do play the occasional Warhammer game, but I don't own an army personally. I'm more of the painter of the group. Cat just threw a pill bottle on the floor.
Not Warhammer specifically, but most of the time when I'm streaming, tabletop gaming is what my wife is out doing.
Heck yes. I love it. I mean, I'm a big advocate of D&D, of Warhammer, of Catan. I mean, any of the tabletop games, they're so much fun.
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
Things on the floor. Stop it!
I know at one point, I don't know if they still are. There is a
Stop.
What is the name of that game? Dragon Age. There was the Dragon Age system, and they were playing that for a while.
Tabletop Dragon Age, not the video game?
Yeah, tabletop.
I enjoyed playing GURPS and stuff like that, doing GURPS style tabletop stuff. But it's intimidating to new players, and then trying to build a character sheet and sort out what
that's
your
why
different
you
stuff
ask
is.
the DM, the manager of the table, to help you.
Which they do, but it's and then trying to figure out exactly it feels, and you feel like you're slowing the rest of the players down, and
no,
it's a lot to learn.
Fun.
It's like never playing poker and then trying to learn Texas Hold'em.
I guess, yeah. I don't know. In a lot of cases, it's people are just excited to have someone new who's interested, unless you kind of have a crappy group. I've seen some crappy groups where they're just what's wrong with you? Why don't you know this?
Well, that's not what my character would do.
I think
my character.
When we did it, I think we just kind of had a crappy group. It was a bunch of noobs and one person that actually understood what was supposed to be happening.
Crap.
Memory full.
I was going to say her memory just got full, I think.
Dang it.
Camera's drunk, send it home.
Stupid drunk camera.
You need to just delete your wedding videos off of the memory card.
Where are those at? Let me find them.
She needs a bigger memory card.
I can't even. I'm literally using the TV screen to find where this is. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Hi there.
Hi. Bye.
What is going on?
Is that
her memory's full.
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
All right, Shiny Rocks time.
She's making movies. The Kino Eye, man. Don't you understand?
So
Oh, dice! Yes,
I
dice.
I found
don't have any dice anymore.
I love
bought a pound of
dice. Anybody who plays tabletop games loves dice.
I used
even-
to have a bunch of dice collections. I don't know.
So
what
I even
happened
got
to them.
one that would like say where you hit the monster or like the person.
Oh,
that's cool.
Double dodecahedra.
In 20-sided style. That's awesome.
What is it? Is this my? Hold up. Is this? Oh, these are my Elvish, I think.
Crap. Are we gonna start playing tabletop games?
Oh, heck yes.
I know there's a system for doing
Yeah, there's
D&D
an
like
app
this.
for
Let me see if I can.
I
hold
just
up.
like painting the models, honestly. It's like, it's so much fun. Just
Oh,
like
that's awesome.
the amount of
Roll 20,
detail and
that's
making
it.
those wings all rainbow-fied.
But yeah, are we gonna start? We're gonna have to start signing up for a Roll20 account so that we can start.
Why not?
I got spare dice. I'll take care of you.
I got a nat 20.
I used to
I
to
have
be a
spare dice.
DM for like 2 years at our local game store.
Nice. I'm trying to get this.
I know
so you can
there's
actually
a,
see the detail of.
a Fallout tabletop game, and I was trying to think of a way that we could manage that online.
It's a little hard to see the detail, but like you can see the Elvish writing around the
That's
numbers.
so cool.
Yep, I got jelly beans.
I have tarot cards,
I do too somewhere, unless I pitched them. I don't know.
but not a quiz set. I don't have like the.
I used to know how to read them too.
What are you giving me, Goofy?
I got a giant D20.
Oh, nice. I'd have to go find mine. I'm not sure where they are.
Oh, I forgot. So on top of the pound of dice I got, I also got like 2 sets, and this is my Emerald Dragon set.
Welcome to the
Cool.
Corsair ad.
Out of stock. Which one? Blinky. Which one are you trying to do?
Yeah, there's so many cool dice. I just love looking at dice.
I'm trying to find. I think I have. Then we have like the
probably do the Sriracha.
we have the
thing
dual
or
color
something.
ones.
Oh, that's neat.
That came in the pound.
Sriracha's the lower end one.
Most of my favorite ones are yellow.
Oh, this also came in the pound as well. It's Ouroboros.
Oh, yeah.
It's an Ouroboros D6, which is kind
Yeah.
of cool.
Great. Didn't think we'd get even more nerdy as gamers. Now we're just gonna sit here and talk about
You have no
tabletop
idea my
guys.
level of nerdiness. I may be military and I may have
Hey,
been like a
Blinky.
camping in the middle of the woods as a kid,
Look.
but I'm nerd.
until recent modern times when gaming and stuff was acceptable. I tried so hard to hide my inner being a nerd.
Really?
Yeah.
Nerds.
I think I was just in the nerd group.
I didn't
Always.
agree with those people.
I don't know. Between camping and
D8
D&D,
speckled.
I smell worker.
Those
They're
are
speckled.
cool.
I know. I
Habanero.
felt so when I bought the
I've been
pound of.
habanero.
No, I'm
I'm
good. I'm cool.
I'm tempted to actually buy a pound of dice again.
Heck
I
yes,
did
dice
habanero.
are awesome.
When I bought the pound of dice, I thought a lot of them were gonna be pretty
Generic or
similar.
boring.
Yeah, and then I actually got some really cool. Oh, there's this one. This one,
You're making me want to find my dice. I'm like, where's my dice at?
so this one, the numbers are really super hard to see, so I've never rolled
Wow.
them. But it's a really cool,
It's like
model
an
for dice.
opaque gem. That's so
Uh-huh.
cool.
I had some like that, and it was, but luckily, they put all the lettering in bright orange.
Yeah, they didn't.
Really
They didn't
helped.
on that one, so I never used that one. But
I like using
Yeah, I have dice.
just black, pearl black with white numbers on it.
Yeah.
I always thought that was just classy.
I still have trouble going into a gaming store and when I see a dice that I really like, I have trouble not buying it. It's just like, oh, that dice looks so cool.
I mean, granted, I got some generic ones. They all couldn't be cool, but even this is
Not bad.
That was half
the
the fun though, was having cool colored dice and
Heck
stuff.
yes.
That.
Heck
Yeah.
yes.
Blinky says hi, everybody.
Hi,
Hi, Blinky.
Howdy, howdy.
We're talking dice. Oh, I forgot. This also came in the pound, a giant D6.
Oh, wow. I don't think I have many odd-sized dice. I'm gonna look in this one place. It might be.
I also have a tiny D6.
That's one thing I liked about the GURPS format was you could almost you could play it with essentially just having like 6 or 12 just D6s like standard dice.
It was in my crochet bag that I made for my dice bag.
Oh, nice.
I thought that was a crocheted ocarina for a minute.
Right? Here's one of my favorites because it's yellow and it's a D8
nice.
and it's kind of swirly and cool.
I have
And I have like a poison theme where it's like green and orange.
Here's another opaque one that kind of came.
Oh, that one's cool.
And you can actually see the numbers, so I did use that one sometimes.
All right, here you go, Blinky.
Oh, I got this rainbow set. I just found the D8 for it, but like it's rainbow colored and it's literally like every color all the way around.
Oh, nice.
I really like these a lot.
All right, well, I'm going on Amazon to find out how much another pound of dice is
Right?
now.
I love dice. And then I have a lot of these Magic the Gathering. Like this one's Theros, and they're like life countdown dice. So they're not they're not rollable, but they're life countdown dice for Magic. Oh yeah, here's the D20 for the rainbow. It's so hard to get the camera to focus right, but like it's just.
I know that was the issue I was having.
I don't have any dice, but this is kind of like dice. It's a D5.
It's a die, right? I have a lot of Magic the Gathering countdown dice in here.
I'm fine.
Oh, they have an antique iron D&D metal dice set.
Ooh.
Oh,
I don't think I don't know what Twitch's rules are, so I don't want to show stuff on stream.
that's fair.
Oh, this one's cool. This one's black and gold. I don't know how well you can see the gold on it. Like, you see that?
Nice.
I love that one, too. Isn't that cool?
I looked that up through. As long as all you're doing is showcasing, you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like this little guy. See?
I've got a couple different sets.
You roll 5.
Is that 22 or 22 mag?
22 mag.
Yeah,
okay.
I think my favorite one is
North American
my
Arms
parents.
22 mag.
But I have.
I like it because I can do that.
There is. Oh my gosh! There's an opaque black.
Oh my god! Another one.
Little tiny guy.
I have this.
Here, I'll do actual gin.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Ooh,
nice.
That's cool.
I don't have that on me, but.
Oh, that's dope.
And
I like that.
Damascus.
it actually has it has my name on it on the front here. I'm only gonna give you a quick glance because it's my real name. But it's inscribed on the top.
See it. It's
Yep,
cool.
that's right. But if you look here, you can see all the wearing from where I put it on because I wore it on my belt my whole deployment. This is the knife I wore on my belt for my whole deployment.
On my belt, I had a Cold Steel Recon Tonto, and then I had an old school bayonet that was attached to my flak jacket.
That was
I didn't have
knife.
anything fancy.
Yeah, because it's like it opens. So.
All right, I need to get off Amazon. I'm gonna like buying $200.
You would think that I would have a K-bar, but I had an M7 bayonet, like the old ass Vietnam bayonets. They didn't even issue us K-bars.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They didn't even like me carrying that knife, honestly. Like every time we had to fly, I had to remember to take it off my belt because it was always on my belt, and they didn't want me flying with it. I was like, gosh dang it.
I only got to fly twice because I was a truck driver.
Did you ever have to do a combat landing?
No.
Oh. You didn't ever get the 0G?
I got the, we're in like a Black Hawk. And
the time, Blinky.
Oh, you got to be in a
Oh.
helicopter.
Yeah.
We were in a
my flights were in.
C-120, and it combat
Yeah.
landed, and it was like a.
Cheers.
My flights were in a C-130, but like that was my flights from like Europe into Kuwait and Kuwait to Iraq and stuff were in C-130s. But
Yeah, they combat landed though,
no.
and if you weren't buckled in, you got to experience space.
Nice.
I hated the C-130.
No, it was nice floating, but then when they level off, you're like, oh!
Well, that's fair.
What I remember was them
I forgot.
telling us
Give me a minute.
as we were leaving, oh, make sure you pack
Get it,
sweatshirts
Killer,
and
good boy.
your polypros because it gets cold. And then they open the back of the plane and you're in a sweater underneath your uniform and
Oh,
it's
love
120
dice.
degrees and it's
Me
probably
too.
like 130 or 40 on the tarmac with the hot ass jet engines and the heat. And you're like,
Oh,
yep.
I'm wearing a sweater right now under my uniform because I was in the back of a plane.
So when you first got into country, did the sand blind you? Do you remember that?
Not really.
I've got one. Give me a
Because when we landed in like Kuwait, it was all tarmac.
Oh.
And when we flew in, and then once we got in Kuwait, it was all that moon dust. But yeah, it wasn't. But then once we flew from Kuwait to Iraq, again, we went from a main base to an air base. So it was all tarmac and stuff. So it was all like perfectly
this one's like
built up
purple
for
and
it.
green.
Oh, that's so cool.
I know.
The choppers were another story.
When we first got there, I want to say it was either Kuwait or
Cheers.
Qatar. I think it was Kuwait, but there was sand, and the ricochet of the sun, I literally couldn't see.
Yeah.
Because it was so bright.
I thought you meant like with like the helicopters and stuff. Kicking
No,
stuff up.
like it took
Well, the
me a
planes
whole
didn't do
week
that,
to
but-
get used to the
The
sun.
brightness. Yeah, because it would reflect when you. Yeah, it was just sun and there was no coverage.
You
yeah, I
couldn't
agree.
see at all.
Yeah, and there were no clouds.
No clouds.
There were no
Forget
clouds
that.
for, like,
you're
3
you're
months.
kidding yourself.
What am I watching on stream?
There's a
maybe?
opaque
So I'm
orange.
gonna, yeah. Oh, I like it. So I'm tempted to get this dice.
Let me see.
Ooh, nice.
I love
Nice.
dice. Oh my gosh, I'm such a tabletop nerd.
This looks great, and it has a D100, and I haven't, like, my D100 broke, so
That's
I've
I
been
don't
looking
have
to
a
get-
D100. D20 is the biggest I got.
That's not
I've
a
been-
die. That's a ball.
It's a die.
Oh.
So I've been looking to try and get like a new D100. So I might end up buying that.
Yeah, I
'Cause-
don't have D100s.
I've never
I
even
have-
heard of a use for a D100.
Yeah, I don't have any use for it.
My DM used
Probably
to
something
use
dirty going
D100s.
in DP.
My DM used to use D100s to like for stuff where
That.
he would factor in like, oh, you have a 65% chance, and like
Oh, that
granted
one's
you can.
cool.
Ooh, I like that one.
It's like granity blue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
So it was like, obviously you can use a dice like, let me see if I can find one of them. You could obviously use like a dice like this, right? That has like, 10, 20,
Oh
30.
yeah, the
all of that.
percentile dice.
Yeah, the percentile dice, but he
Mhm.
wanted to make it like even more like somewhat of a challenge. So he would use a D100 because obviously if you have a supposed
out.
65% chance to, ooh, nice.
It's like silver and blue.
So is a D100 the size of a cue ball? Because it looks like a cue ball.
I can't see it.
Kind of, somewhat. It depends. This could also be bigger for just picture purposes.
I can't see it. It's gone.
What the dice that I
Yeah, I
Yeah, he
can't see
can't.
it.
He
let
killed
me
it.
I did. Let me put it back up.
Oh,
Come out of
Edward Beer Hands.
All right. So see.
Help! It's stuck on my thumb. It
All
won't
I
come
see
off.
is watch stream.
Help. Damn it! Got my thumb stuck in there.
You just gotta shove it further.
That's what she
That's what she
said.
That's what she said.
Absolutely.
So there's the D100 over here.
Oh, I can't hardly see it.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's a box on my screen and it says watch
Two in
stream.
the pink, thumb in the stink.
Oh well, you have to hit the watch stream so you can see it.
Yeah, it'll get bigger.
Or
That's
you
what
just-
she said.
That requires me to like go to things.
You can just look at Danger stream. He'll turn.
That's
it
what
on.
he said.
What?
You just go over and watch Danger stream.
Yeah, I got it up.
Oh.
That's what he said.
All right, hold on. I'll do that. That might be easier.
That's what she said.
You're easy.
That's what she said.
Oh, I see it. Wow, how does it
What
stop
every
on
woman
any
ever
one
said
number?
to every guy.
That's what
So
she said.
they normally they're like super expensive. Like I'm surprised this entire set's going for $29.80.
She also
Huh.
says she can't. Hey, she's not gonna have any problem seeing it. All right.
What? Quit talking
Blake
about
is-
me.
Blinky's talking crap.
Quit
So-
talking about crap. Wait, what? No, Blinky's not talking
So-
crap. She says she likes my voice.
And then
Blinky,
she
I
said-
love you.
So
she-
so an
But then
actual
she said she also says she can't see it. She's talking crap.
that's funny.
I gotta switch over to watching Danger Stream because I couldn't see it on mine because my stream is YouTube and YouTube.
Wait, so did you?
I
Did
saw
you-
it. I saw it.
Okay. I was
I
like,
have too
I
many
have to put it
mountains
on-
going on. I need a cat.
Yeah, I just
see,
didn't understand
Blinky, stop.
how it could possibly stop on one number because it looks so smooth. Like how?
So they are actually crafted, like the picture doesn't show, but they have grooves on each of the numbers. So it will stop on a number. Like it'll roll for like a bit and then like eventually once the momentum dies down,
So
it'll stop on the number.
how is that better than a percentile? Like what good does that do?
Because it boiled down to he modded it to make it a little bit hard, right? Like on a percentile dice, like okay, 65%, you have 4 chances to get above that. You would have like 35 out of 100 to get on it, which is like a little bit more difficult than say like 4 out of 10.
Right.
He wanted an excuse.
So it's less of a rounding to the nearest 10 and more of like a using the 5s and the whatever else
Yeah.
you wanted to. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. So
I-
he liked doing it because he could say like, oh well, you're gonna have a 65% chance to do this. Roll the D100,
Okay.
and then like you could get like really lucky and get like a 66 or above, or you get really unlucky and get 65 or below or
That's
something
me.
like that. So
I'm one of those Nat
Multiple
1
dice.
rollers.
I feel like it's just an excuse to use a very obscure die.
possibly, I don't know.
He just wanted an
It-
excuse to justify buying a giant dice.
It depends on the DM, honestly, like how they run their game and whether they want
mean,
to include
so-
those details.
So
I've
someone-
never used a D100 ever in tabletop
I
games.
mean, they're
I
kind
didn't
of
even
cool
know
to
it
have.
existed. And
They're
it
kind
looks
of cool to have. They're kind of, I mean, they might be more affordable now because maybe now that like tabletop gaming's like popular again
Right.
somewhat,
Mhm.
more
After
companies are
D&D
willing.
5 came out.
Yeah, more companies are willing to like make D100s again because I know for a while, like to find a D100, you had to drop like 40, 45
Wow.
to get it, and you hope that the company's not so backlogged that they don't just immediately like refund your order saying like, oh, we're not going to be able to make this like in any reasonable amount of time.
We're
Yeah.
in a pandemic. They can't keep toilet paper on the shelves.
We
and
only have 5 people
prices have
stocking these
spiked,
boxes.
Pretty much.
Don't worry, we'll make you some dice.
Yes.
What's that you say?
Give
Yeah.
me my dice.
So, a bit of a random and a throwback. I don't know, maybe it was just me, but have you guys, we talked about like, oh, plans after high school and then even plans later in life. Anybody else ever just get soaked up by the fear of existence and be like, well,
Absolutely.
especially after my
100%.
deployments, I was like,
Yep.
what's the point? Why do I want to start school now? Like, apparently
Only-
we're gonna go to war with Iran, and then we're gonna be in war with Russia and war with China, and it's only a matter of time before somebody invades us. So I just need to wait this out, and then I can be like Red Dawn moments or something.
only every single day of my life.
I mean, I think
Honestly-
that's one of the reasons during deployment I was of the whole mind frame of like, well, if I get mortared today, then it happens, you know?
Yeah. I got to a point, and I talked about this before with him, was like, part of my apathy was, well, I'm just going to get deployed again. So why start trying to take classes? Why? They're just going to deploy me. And then, there's always
and then
that
it didn't
threat.
happen.
And then, like, now even, it's like, so I'm so far behind on finishing school and stuff because, like, well, I keep waiting for something to kick off. And it's like, well, now it's all to talk about now with the shit going on.
So,
That was
Aureolin, do
just
you like
always in my head?
card games as well?
I played Magic the Gathering quite fanatically for a while.
So I don't have any Magic cards.
I sold my Pokemon cards not long ago.
Yeah.
I
So
never
it
owned
would
Pokemon
probably make you
I had
upset that I
balls.
have probably over 2,000 Pokemon cards.
It depends. I mean, like, I sold my, like, base set, jungle set type Pokemon cards because they were worth so much.
Oh, that's fair.
But I mean, I by all means enjoyed playing them when I was little, and I by all means still love Pokemon. So
This is a mixed box. This has both Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Interesting.
I never got into Yu-Gi-Oh, but I love Pokemon.
I
So,
like actual playing cards, but I haven't started collecting them yet.
I mean, I already told you I enjoy gambling, so I'll play you in blackjack or Texas Hold'em whenever you like.
Oh, it's on.
Let me move.
It's
Let me
on,
move
is it?
there.
Okay, I'll get my card decks. Here we go.
All right. So, do you see all of this
Out here.
right here?
Wait a tick. Hold on. Let me find. Where is it? Oh, husband moved it. I got Catan. You want to play Catan?
Threw it away. Like, what is this?
I
stuff?
also have Dungeon Quest.
I need more room for PC components.
Do you-
Look at all these
Okay,
stuff.
sorry. What am I looking at?
I only have one.
All,
deck.
all of these boxes.
I have a
either
Mass
Pokemon-
Effect and Dragon Age themed one. And a
Have either-
Coca-Cola themed one.
They have either Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh cards in them. I got a lot
Nice.
of like trading card game cards.
I loved Pokemon, and I mean, like, I got into it when it first came about. Like, I had first edition base set. I probably still have some, because of course I wasn't able to sell them all in one set, but
Right.
I had first edition base set Pokemon cards.
I have my first edition base set somewhere, but I don't
I
know
got
where
the
they're at.
big box in my closet full of like sports cards, basketball and baseball cards.
You should probably look up how much some of those are worth, because I started looking, like, when I was
Nothing.
when I was in my purge stage, I got to my Pokemon cards and I was like, well, I love them, but I'm never going to do anything with them. So I started looking up how much they were worth. And I mean, I sold a set of them for like $300 or $400.
I mean, I will. The only problem is like the newer sets I feel like aren't worth a whole bunch.
No, you
unfortunately.
gotta wait until they're really valuable. That's what I do with
Yeah.
Magic. I look up the set, and if the top 10 cards are worth over $50, then it's worth it. Is that Cloud?
It is Cloud.
Rockin'!
I got some of this stuff at a convention.
forgot
I also have
Heck
that
yes.
I also have a Chocobo. Chocobo.
Oh, I love it.
I got this at the Denver Pop Culture. No, wait, no, this was a different con.
Oh my
was
gosh. Can I find my Tifa cosplay picture? I wonder.
All right,
I don't
All
know
right.
what that is.
Aureolin.
You don't
are
know what
ready?
Tifa is? I will kill you.
Is that a Pokemon?
No, it's a Final Fantasy character.
Aureolin,
Yes!
this is your hand.
This is my hand. All right,
Garbage.
I see it.
Well,
It's not
let's see.
garbage. I see it.
Do you want to replace anything?
Mm. That's tough. Yeah, I'll replace. Do I have to tell you what they are?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, and 4.
Playing some fast and loose draw poker games here.
Heck
Perfect.
yes! I thought we were playing Hold'em.
What's up?
This isn't Hold'em.
No, we're playing draw
This
because
is 5-card draw.
it's easier.
You're just
Fuck
taking me
you,
back
you're
to
trying to send me down the
deployment.
river.
The frick.
All right. You good?
I guess so. Yeah.
All right, hang on.
You're right.
You don't know.
I do
You
know.
know what? All
I-
the
I do cards and such.
You do cards and
everybody I was
such?
on deployment with, they'd have poker nights, but they always played Texas Hold'em, and I had no
Yeah.
idea how to play, so I never said. Also, they played for real money.
I think that's where I learned,
like-
and yeah, we played for real money.
They had a bank going, and they would keep a roster. And I'm
You
like,
know, I was so young though that I got to the point where I beat someone for like a lot of money, and I just was like, "Don't worry about it," and they were like, "Seriously?" I was like, "Yeah, whatever."
I beat your twos, woman.
That's nice.
See, I feel like there was a lot of time that the cards were not seen on camera. There might have been a little collusion going on right here.
Right?
Facts.
I mean, you can
Hacks,
say that,
hacks.
but
You guys got my back.
it did not happen whatsoever.
Hey, it's a fishy Pokemon,
Just off work.
and
How
a
you did?
Flameo.
I've been really
Wow.
good.
Some kind of EVs, right?
Yeah, they're
Oh, off
evolutions.
to work. I'll leave you on work as I'm on. I'll leave you on
So
work.
I'm trying to show Aureolin because Plushies.
Vaporeon and Umbreon!
okay, I have 4 Umbreons and
Thank
1
you, Doctor.
Vaporeon.
You saw my
Appreciate it.
crochet version, didn't you?
I knew they were EVs.
I
and
might
that's
have.
all I could
I
get.
saw Discord if you want to look at it.
I'll have to look. I also have a Alolan Raichu in here
Oh.
and an Olaf. Olaf being from Frozen, of course.
You would.
Nice.
My
Man,
kids.
I don't even know
Pokemon.
where to begin to look for this photo. Dang it. Why can't I ever find
But-
photos I want?
So
My kids still carry their Pokemon everywhere.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad they like it.
I feel like I was like 2 to 3 years out of the Pokemon thing. Like,
Well,
my
so
little
it's kind-
brothers
It's
were into
yeah.
it.
it's
Like
kind
2
of
to
weird
4
because
years, like I was like, I just missed the Pokemon.
I don't know if you experienced this, but like, you know, Pokemon used to be like something that like you were embarrassed to like when you started getting older, like middle school age, right? Like you know, like everyone likes Pokemon in elementary school, and then like you would get to like late middle school, early high school, and it's like I better not tell anyone that like I still play the Pokemon
For me,
game. because-
it only became popular when I was in middle school. So I liked it. And when I got into high school, I was full on playing it on my Game Boy. And I was just like, look, whatever. If you're not in the nerd group and you don't like it, then I don't care.
I feel like that's
Yeah.
when Pokemon, like I was already in the end of middle school going into high school. It's like that
Mhm.
just my brothers would watch the TV shows and stuff, and I was like, man, it was on TV after school, and
Right.
So
I wasn't into it.
I played.
I was into wrestling, pro wrestling.
Pro wrestling, you know?
I want to watch.
You
the
know, I
Monday Night
tried
Wars.
wrestling when I was in middle school, but then I got sick like right before the season started and I didn't get a chance to do it. But I tried wrestling for a bit.
We had a freestyle team. The problem was our school didn't have a wrestling team until my senior year of high school.
In my
Yeah.
town, they called it wrestling.
Wrestling. We were
Yeah.
wrestling.
At that point, like I was a senior in high school, like I was already working like 35 hours a week after school,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like it's expensive to buy the equipment and then to
Yeah.
have to try to figure out like, well, I can't work because I have to go to practice. So I was like, I went and tried out. Tryouts were pretty easy. It was literally
Right.
like show up, because this is the first year we ever had a wrestling team, and it was a joint venture with another school. So we were like their second tier, like JV. I was like, I'm not going to go. So I was like, I went out, heard it out, and then like within like 2 weeks,
Those are shiny.
I quit the team.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not getting anywhere.
My sleeves for
Again,
my
if you're going to
extra deck in
wrestle,
Yu-Gi-Oh.
like there's no career in it, so your whole goal would be to get a scholarship into college.
Right.
Mm.
I was like,
Exactly.
I'm not going.
Alright.
I'm first year. People who get scholarships are either savants or have been wrestling since like middle school.
Right.
And
Who
I was
like-
like,
who
I'm
likes-
not going to get like a great scholarship to
Dang,
a
why
school
can't I
in
find this?
1 year,
Yeah,
and I got to
Who-
pay for my car.
Yeah. Right.
That's fair. Who likes really pretty cards that used to be really, really expensive
Oh man.
that
me.
I pulled
I
pulled
mean-
from booster packs?
I wish you know what? I have
If
one
they're
from
Magic,
Magic.
I like
I have one from Magic the Gathering that I really wish I had taken a picture of, but I did not.
So this is Nightmare Unicorn, if you can see it, and it's not making too much glare.
Wow.
Off of the sleeve.
I like the art.
You know
on
what?
Magic the Gathering cards.
It's like I will
But my
challenge you to Google a hollow Kiora Planeswalker. It was the most gorgeous card I've ever seen in hollow, and I found one in a pack, but I sold it.
So Nightmare Unicorn, I don't know what its price is now, but people used to buy it for like $25, and I got it off of like a a $5 booster pack. Nightmare Griffin used to be.
This is the best picture I could find, but here's me cosplaying as Tifa with a friend.
Nice.
That was so long ago. I think he was something from like Resident Evil. I think he was one of the characters from that.
Oh, okay.
And
Makes
we were at an anime con. I love anime conventions. They're the best.
Man, my
Danger, deal me another hand.
so we
Here's
got
a good one.
cheating.
we also got Nightmare Griffin here.
Wow. Those are Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, these are Yu-Gi-Oh.
Want to hear something impressive?
I watched
What?
the cartoon show.
I had a holographic, well, I guess it's only holographic, but I had a base Charizard from a booster pack that I bought
mean
at
the one-
Walmart when I was a kid.
You mean the one that I don't know, has gone for a few $1,000s?
Yes.
Hunt that.
Yep. I had one from when I was like 12 years old.
Nice. Here's my other card sleeves that I used for the main deck.
Card sleeves are great too. I have some, but they're in storage. I don't know where they are. They're for Magic though.
I got a bunch of card sleeves, different
Man,
qualities, different levels, and then like
I would have
standard
to look.
sleeves.
So
and then
I
higher
have-
up, like hard plastic sleeves.
I have
and
like
the fake
1,000.
grading boxes.
No, not 1,000. 5,000 card boxes of Magic cards. Boxes that hold like 5,000 cards.
Nice.
When I was in my
So-
collecting basketball, I would go on eBay to collect like basketball cards, and I would limit my searches to stuff that was like numbered cards, jersey
Mhm.
pieces, autograph cards. Like,
All right.
but you literally,
Further
some
up.
of them are worth nothing now. Like,
Up
I remember
to
you would
your
get cards,
left.
and your basic cards would just be packing material.
Yeah.
You
You know the funny thing about
1, 3, and
this
4. Put it back.
this card, Effect Veiler.
Uh-huh.
It's a common card, but because of its effect and
It's really
before
valuable.
yeah, so before they got reprinted, it was super valuable, but then they got reprinted, and it's whatever
Mhm.
at this point.
It sounds very similar to Magic.
Yeah,
Further left.
I can't see any of them.
Doesn't Magic have?
All right.
Doesn't Magic have like
Mm-hmm.
that thing where you can only use certain packs though?
Well, they rotate sets a lot. So,
Okay.
like, if you're playing the current set, then it has to be certain sets. But if you're playing modern, then it's whatever's still legal.
Okay.
And then there's draft, which you can just pull from packs of the current sets, which I love. And then there's commander decks, which can come from any set, but they're like 100-card decks.
Okay.
What you got, Danger?
You're not gonna be happy.
Did you get something good? Aw, you're a cheater.
I didn't cheat nothing.
I don't
He's
believe you.
cheating. He's
He had
cheating.
all the
Let's ask your chat. Is he cheating, chat?
I didn't cheat at all.
So Yu-Gi-Oh! The cool, as long as it's within like the legal,
Shuffle.
as long as it's within the legal requirements, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Bans cards and then takes them off the ban list.
Right.
Once there's cards that they feel like can deal. Yeah, Avira, we're kind of talking about Magic the Gathering. I'm talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! But Aureolin
I'm talking
knows.
about Magic.
I was gonna say Aureolin knows Magic the Gathering. So
All I know is Magic.
I was a big
Just
seller
hanging
of
out.
Magic cards. Played a lot
And
of
so-
drafts, won a lot of good cards.
And Hearthstone, but
also
Hearthstone
for
doesn't
kids,
count.
so like spending money on stuff like to try to build decks was just outside of what I could do.
That's why
Yeah.
I played draft, because then you had to play from whatever packs you had, and if you won, then you could pick from the rare cards, and I always got the best ones. So if you know the cards, you're gonna win.
So the cool thing about Yu-Gi-Oh is you can technically use any card that's been printed as long as it's not on a ban list.
Interesting.
They also have they have restricted and banned, so like they'll restrict it to like 2. You can only have 2 per deck or 1 per deck.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you're on my chat says Commander is the favorite format, that and Vintage.
Yeah, Commander's pretty good. Just 4.
Just 4. All right.
So yeah, I mean that's the cool thing. Like I could, if for whatever reason there was a viable strategy that like my oldest Yu-Gi-Oh cards could ever be used,
Right.
I could build the deck with them.
And that was
that's
the downside to Pokemon. It was like it kind of had a rotating base. So since
Well,
mine were so old, there was really no point in keeping them. So I went ahead and sold them.
I mean, I guess the only point in keeping them at this point is like it's kind of cool that I have this many cards.
What you scrunchy facing for? Stop cheating.
Yeah. He's
I'm not
like,
happy.
Oh, are you not happy?
I'm not happy at all.
Oh, Danger. If he loses, he has to do a
Couldn't beat
shot of
it. Could you
butterscotch.
not beat it?
Oh
I don't
wait,
even know what you have, but I'm sure I haven't beat it.
hey Vera, were you here when we were doing the dice talk?
Dies.
All right,
I
so
think
you have
What do I have?
you got 2 pair.
Ah, drat.
When
And I
ritual cards
have-
became
Should
the
have
new
been
thing.
a full house.
I remember when ritual cards became.
I got
the
1
thing.
pair.
Yeah.
So for
I'm gonna win.
for Yu-Gi-Oh, I think there's only one.
That
viable
means you
deck
gotta
that
eat a
doesn't
jelly
ritual.
bean.
Wait, what?
Oh, sorry, just came back. So Avira, I have shiny click clack math rocks.
Are we talking about the black jelly beans from Easter? I'll eat those.
Whatever you want.
I don't have those.
Dice.
I'm
Nice
probably
save
gonna
there.
hop off here. And
I
watch
would
Nice
get
Xavier.
out some of my
Yeah,
really
guys.
pretty magic cards that I still have left, but they're like buried under my bed somewhere.
Oh, I found a pretty purple one now on my D6.
Ooh,
Pretty purple.
That is cool.
And we're back.
I thought
You
about
know-
it. I thought about buying one of those 1 pound of dice things before, but I'm just like, I've got enough dice. What do I really need it for?
Because you need all the dice, including odd-shaped ones.
Well, that and it's like my art brain starts going and I'm like, ooh, I could like make a mosaic of dice and it would look so cool on my wall.
I
That
just
would be
I
cool.
just I just like my shiny click clack math rocks, alright?
I like my rainbow die. I think
Especially
it's
my Elvish.
favorite.
I love my Elvish dice. Like
It's
Elvish,
very cool.
I love my Elvish
All right,
dice. They're
so
cool.
I can do this. Does this make me a cardist?
Very cool.
Sure.
I have no doubt.
Am I into cardistry now?
Sure.
You're into cardistry.
I can't.
Perfect.
I don't know why.
Well-
Where are my cards? Like, this is bothering me now.
Nailed it.
Maybe it's in this
I have
drawer.
that moment with like everything that I thought was like at one point. I'm like, where did I put that? Where am I? And then I spend
it's-
like a whole Saturday trying to find it. I'm like, I give up. The
It's
hell
like
with it.
Yeah.
I know it was here, and now it's not, and I don't
You know-
understand why it's not. Oh, look!
You
I
know
found magic boxes. What the frick?
You know my favorite part of those
Oh,
those
this is
days
Return
Trill,
to Ravnica.
is you spend the whole day trying to find the stupid thing, and then like you're like, okay, I give up, and then you go to bed, and then you wake up in the morning, and like you just are walking around your house, and it's like literally right in front of your face, and you're just
Yeah.
like,
Oh, there it is.
I swear you were actually in a ghost realm when I was trying to find
Well,
you,
that's
Yeah, you were
not
hiding
it.
something.
and then you decided to come out of the ghost realm now.
Forget it. Never mind. I'm gonna put this away.
Now I want to look
Think,
on. Now I want to look on Kickstarter for cool decks.
I should not be standing. This is a mistake.
I have a Sword Art Online deck.
I'm
I
a fall
think.
over.
I do actually. Yeah, see, I have Sword Art Online playing cards.
Ooh. I got Mass Effect and Dragon Age. Does that count as awesome?
Yeah,
Ooh, I want to see the Dragon Age.
too,
Ah,
actually.
frick. That
You
requires
can't
going
find
in my
them.
back room.
They're
Don't-
in,
Hold
Don't
they're in
on.
die.
her hoarder storage.
I
unit
yeah,
somewhere.
I's a tripping.
So I will say my only complaint about the Sword Art Online one,
All right,
like
see you, Cat. You have a good one, man.
my complaint about the Sword Art Online is like you can tell like if you were to just see this without looking at the suit up in the top, you wouldn't know what suit it is.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
King of Diamonds, but
No, but I'm saying like you would have to look at the suit, like you would.
yeah.
And also like the suit may look a little weird. Like Spades looks like this, right? Like, you can-
I mean, it's
you can
legible
tell- I
if
was
you
like,
know what
you-
a spade is.
Yeah, you can tell what spades are. Hearts look really weird, but you can still, you can still tell like it's hearts. And then the clubs look pretty similar to clubs, so that's not really too bad.
Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm back in range. I found my awesome cards.
She gave up. She's just laying on the floor now.
I probably should be. Some of
Why
some
is
of
the
these
room
are not
smelling?
opened.
Oh, so she's mad.
Wow.
because she's opening
She
them.
messed her hair all up. Like,
So I got Coca-Cola ones.
Oh, those are cool.
I got these are Dragon Age 2 ones. They're
Ooh.
like Dragon Age 2.
Nice.
I got Mass Effect ones. I think these are Mass Effect 3. They're Mass Effect. Mass Effect. And then turn them around. Mass Effect. And then I got Tim Burton ones.
Ooh.
And I've got, here you go, Thrill. I've got like Operation Iraqi Freedom ones.
yeah, I was gonna say I thought I had mine upstairs, but I don't. They're in my
Yep, I got them.
storage box down in the basement.
So I've got
No.
all of
Some of
these. My Mass Effect and my Dragon Age ones I've never opened.
So Aureolin, you want to see pretty Sword Art Online?
The,
art?
I've got those.
Oh
the Iraqi
my
Freedom
gosh, she's my
most
favorite.
wanted cards that had pictures of all like the
Like-
high-ranking Saddam Hussein officials.
Oh, I love Pina.
That's just so great.
Those are awesome.
I almost forgot about these. I got Deadpool cards.
Nice.
Thanks, Xavier, for the $2 in super stickers.
I have some
Oh, I
regular
haven't-
playing cards.
I haven't
just
opened my
generic
Tim Burton
ass
ones
like
either.
bicycle cards
Um,
that are in my buggy.
Oh,
bag.
here we go.
Yeah.
I got my Coca-Cola ones. Yeah, Suna!
I know. Gosh. I got these from Denver Pop Culture Con. That's where I got them. There was like a
Anime conventions
It's a
are
local-
the
Nothing,
best.
it's a local store, but I still have never been to like their actual store. But they like sell a bunch of like nerd stuff.
That's
and,
awesome. Yeah,
Yeah, it's-
we have like one tabletop gaming store called Castle Perilous.
Okay.
And I love
So
going
ours
there.
is
I like the Jack of Spades on these.
ooh.
Nice. Oh, I can't shuffle while drunk.
Sweet.
Aviera likes the Iraqi freedom cards. By
Oh,
the way,
really?
Aureolin. Yeah.
Maybe I need to open them then. I was shuffling the Coca-Cola ones. They got the Coca-Cola bear on them.
Oh,
Two.
nice.
dope.
Guys, I think I'm gonna call it for the night here.
No, you're not.
12 a.m.
We're all gonna play.
We're all gonna play some
I'm out.
poker.
We're gonna play some power. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright,
I got 2
Danger.
jokers. Do I win?
Danger, what do you got? What do you want? Let's see. It goes.
Which one's one?
This way is 1 over here.
Okay, keep 2 and 4.
Keep 2 and 4. Okay, 2 and 4.
Trying to see what other cool nerd stuff I have. What's this? Oh, I forgot I had the Mewtwo poster. And then I just drop it. That was smart.
Awesome. Okay.
I'll have to wait till
Interesting.
Aureolin.
It's cool art.
It is fantastic art.
I accept.
I'll have to wait till Aureolin actually looks
Aureolin
at it.
forgot to draw herself a hand.
I did draw myself a hand, but I swear I didn't cheat.
Nice.
I got it straight.
I know.
Hey Aureolin, look at the pretty art.
Oh, Mewtwo. Nice. Very nice.
I have like so much nerd stuff. And
Yeah.
then
I wish I had
and
more nerd stuff. I'm starting to acquire more nerd stuff, but where did I put some of my nerd stuff?
so Danger, remember when I bought Black Ops 4 on
Yeah.
release?
Yeah.
I got this with it and I still haven't opened it.
Wow.
It's been like 3 years.
Was it like a beanie and socks and?
Yeah, it's got beanie socks, a charging cable, which charging cables are outdated now, basically. It has a bottle opener
There you go.
Yeah,
and it has a messenger bag supposedly, but I still haven't opened it.
Where's the?
I got, I think, 2 decks of those. I think both are unopened.
It's got
Why are you
literal
using
wild cards
bag?
in it. What's an Ace of Stars?
What?
I'm too drunk for this. It's
America.
It's an Ace of Stars.
Oh, here's some unopened
There's-
sleeves. if
There's
anyone
also
needs
this
sleeves.
card.
America.
America. It's a America card.
Mine are
America.
all in the desert camo pattern. They're like the most wanted cards with all the pictures of like Saddam and his officials and generals.
Hey, do either of you need card sleeves, by the way?
No, I've
No.
got so many.
You got so many. Okay, I have an extra pack of Kaiba card sleeves, so
Yeah, I've got
Thought
a
I'd ask.
ton.
It would cost more to mail them than it would to just buy another.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fair.
2, 3, 4, 5. Thrill, you want to play this round? This lound?
No, I think I'm gonna call it for the
Nope,
night,
you're
go
gonna
let the
play
dog
this
out.
lound. All right, here you go, Thrill. This one's yours.
I think the only one I would replace in that one is number 5, I guess.
So the furthest one over here.
Or this one, yeah.
Okay. 5. No, stop.
She's cheating.
It's not my fault if the cards fall everywhere.
Oh, I got a Donald Rumsfeld. I
Here is
lost.
dangers.
Best part of this is I know what Danger has.
I think the best part is that Danger knows what you have, so he knows what his odds are of getting one of the cards. Cheetor.
Replace 1, 4, and 5.
Okay. 1, 4, and 5.
That's complicated. She won't remember that.
2, 3. And then here's mine. This is hard. I'm gonna draw 3. Not loving it.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Alright, let's see who wins.
I'm not gonna lie. I wish I could get a chicken McGriddle like right now, but of course McDonald's doesn't stay open all night anymore.
Yeah, you've only got
Okay.
like 3 hours to go and they're open.
Just stay up till then and go get a chicken McGriddle.
I've got squat. I got nothing.
Throw one.
Thrill's got 2 pair and Danger's got 1 pair, so Thrill wins.
Mm-hmm. If Vera needs cards for Magic the Gathering, is Magic the Gathering the same size as Yu-Gi-Oh cards though? I thought Magic the Gathering wasn't.
Like, do you want 1,000 cards? Because I've got them for sale.
Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, Magic the Gathering. Actually, I probably have closer to like 5,000, but yeah.
I mean,
They're all land, though.
No, they're not. That's the sad thing. And some of them are mythics, some of them are rares, and I mean, like, yeah, I need to get rid of all of them.
So here's the thing. I feel like if I was to get in Magic the Gathering, the only way I would have in Magic the Gathering is if I had like, requests from a ton of people saying like, please go buy Magic the Gathering cards. Please go buy Magic the Gathering cards and open them up. Like that would be the only way, because I feel like I'm so far behind. I'm so far behind Magic the Gathering at this point.
That's the great thing about Magic the Gathering is every time a new set rotates, the current set rotates, so you can literally jump in at any moment.
Well, I mean, I guess that's the nice thing about Pokemon, as opposed to like Yu-Gi-Oh, where like you hope that you have these year-long or like these years-old cards, or that they do a reprint of them.
Yeah, like Magic the Gathering, you have to be current. I've been waiting for a set to come out that had cards worth it. There's been a couple sets, but we just weren't ready to invest in it again. But I probably will eventually. I really wish I had, like looking, post activity. I wish I had recorded opening, because we used to buy cases of cards and just open all the cards and then sell them like pre-order style. And I wish I had recorded opening them, because it was a lot of cards.
So yeah, I used to do openings like whenever I would buy like a booster box, right? Like for like Celestial Storm, which of course is way outdated and can't be used now. But
we bought cases, which is about 8 booster boxes, I think.
Oh, hey, I forgot. We get pretty Rayquaza card sleeves that are unopened. I have so many card sleeves. I have too many card sleeves, actually, now that I think about it.
This is why Hearthstone is better.
Why? Because you don't have to
digital
physically...
cards.
Because there's no physical cards.
Oh! I should just add this into my dice box, actually.
Yeah.
I should go through all the Pokemon booster boxes and
I mean,
find their dice.
I'm
Yeah.
definitely having trouble trying to get rid of all the excess magic cards we have now, but when we were selling them, like, as we were opening them kind of thing, they sold so fast. But once it gets past the current set, then it's like, how do I get rid of them?
See,
You could build
I feel
artwork
like
out of them.
how did it go selling your dice or like selling your cards online?
Really great.
Like, was it did?
Yeah.
So that's what I was. Well, also like not really many people tuned into my pack openings anyway, and were like, oh, I want that card. So
Yeah, I never recorded it because I was too busy trying to like write down and record how many of each card I got and stuff,
Yeah.
so that I could then turn around and list it for a current price, because that's something you have to check every day and make sure it's for a current price because they change day to day. But
yeah, that's true.
I really enjoyed it when we did it, and it always came out turning a profit, and we didn't even sell all the cards. So, I mean, I really enjoyed it a lot. And then my husband and I would go to the gaming store that's local and play drafts, and we would get extra rares and mythics by winning drafts. And so
okay.
it's just really fun.
So I want to tell Danger that this is the only reason he needs to get into Overwatch.
No.
To buy the Funko Pops.
No. Yes,
hamster?
to buy the Funko Pop. What? Wrecking Ball is the cutest Overwatch hero in all of Overwatch.
I have Funko Pops without it being a hamster.
I didn't know there was a hamster in Overwatch. Is that new?
I
There
have
is.
no. Funko
I mean, as far as I know, he's not new at this point. I haven't played Overwatch in a while. I'm
What?
actually going to start re-recording it here in a bit.
New as far as like initial release.
New as an additional release since
Mhm.
they made the game, yeah. Also, there's Reaper.
Yeah.
No.
He's an original, right?
He is an original. I have a Black Power Ranger Funko Pop somewhere, but I don't know where he's at.
I don't have any
Green
of
Ranger.
those.
The only one that matters.
Yellow!
The
Yellow!
Nope, it's all about Tommy, the Green Ranger. Danger, is that you or your kids?
Wasn't the Green Ranger
was me.
technically also the Black Ranger?
Nope.
No.
Alright, so I have Daryl.
Oh, nice.
Opened? You opened your Funko Pops? You
I have
bastard.
Ghost.
You're
These-
not a collector. You don't know.
These were given to me open.
Oh, okay.
You
I would
failed
open
already.
them. What's the point of keeping them in the box if you're not going to display them?
I have Rhaegal.
Ooh.
And then, this is going to take up the entire screen. Deadpool!
Deadpool.
Big Deadpool boy.
I don't even
Nice.
have one.
So for Disney Funko Pops, I have an Apprentice Mickey.
I don't have any Funko
Mhm.
Pops.
And like I
have
said,
some
I
Mortal
have
Kombat figurines
I don't either.
downstairs.
I have a Black Power Ranger somewhere. I just don't know where he's at.
I don't know what the obsession with Funko Pops are, but I like them.
They're cool. So I got into Skylanders like for a brief moment, right, and collected almost all of the Skylanders that exist. But I haven't opened this one yet, Blastertron from
Nice.
Imaginators.
Yeah, Skylanders was one of those things where when it came out, I saw it very similar to WoW, and I was like, don't get into that.
Well, I mean, they don't make new Skylanders games now, so like I could collect the rest of them, but I also would have to probably drop a decent amount of money
Too
to
much.
get like
Exactly.
I'd have to drop a little too much, and I might still do it at some point, but not right now.
Yeah, and that's why
Like,
I
maybe
didn't
when
want
I-
to get into it.
Maybe when I start playing Skylanders again for like the channel at some point. I don't know when that would be because I have too much other content to record.
Or maybe
But-
you should definitely get into WoW so I have people to dungeon with.
Who, me?
No, her.
Oh, her.
Me?
I mean, you too.
Oh. I've had friends try to get me into WoW, like, for the past decade, and I just keep telling them it's one of those games that I told myself I would never get into because I know I would delve too deep.
Good.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
That reminds me, I need to cancel my subscription to WoW.
Yeah,
I haven't played in like at least sometime in December.
like
Was
2 or 3
Skylanders
months.
the one with
Like
where they messed
2
with Spyro?
months.
Yeah, Aviator.
I mean-
Skylanders is the one with the weird Spyro.
WoW was one of those things that became really big and popular when I was in high school, and I just told myself I was never going to play it because I saw my friends get sucked way too deep, and I was like, I don't want to do that.
I said I would never be a WoW person because I didn't want to pay for the paywall.
That too.
And then I started
Yeah.
playing, and I hit the max level area where I was like, well, I have to pay now if I want to keep leveling. But then I stopped playing because I was like, I ran out of time in December when classes started. So I was like, why am I still paying a subscription fee? I haven't played it in like 2 months.
That and I
That's
hated
why I
the
played it
idea
for,
of
like,
having
6
to
months.
subscribe every month. I was like, no.
I just buy game time when I want to play. So like I'll buy game time and I'll play for a month, and then if I'm bored with it, I'm not technically subscribed. My thing just runs out until I pay again. So
Yeah, I didn't realize when I bought it that it set up auto renew.
Who likes Destiny at all?
I played it for a time.
Yeah,
I've seen
Cade. Good old Cade 6.
I played
But I
it a
never
little
was
bit.
into it.
Yeah, I think
It's
that's
fun.
one of those games that I like started and then I was a little bit disappointed with how good they had hyped it, and it wasn't as good as they had hyped it.
I felt like it wanted
so-
to be Halo, but it wasn't Halo.
Yeah, so we do have a question from the person who's chatting in mine. Have we ever watched the Guild web series? I haven't. I don't even know what it is.
I know
I
what the
have.
guild is.
Although it's actually available on Amazon Prime.
Are they
Well,
talking
it-
like the D&D
series.
style of the guild?
They could be.
If that's what I'm thinking of, the guild is like a D&D style. I don't know.
Comedy,
Yeah.
like TV show type of thing.
Oh, I haven't
Yeah, it's
seen it.
Funny.
Is
I've
it?
watched it. It's on Amazon Prime. The whole like.
Oh, okay.
series
I
show.
could check
So
it.
you can go
And,
watch it there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Hey,
Danger didn't even answer the question.
I shook my head. I didn't know anything about it.
He was lost.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it either.
Aureolin, why don't you have
With-
a beard?
With Felicia.
Sorry, I'll fix it.
Can we see that? Okay. Now you can go. Now you can join the carnival.
I'm in.
There we go. Now she'll be famous.
The Guild
bearded
with,
gamer.
is it with Felicia Day? Is
I have
that
the
who-
most epic beard of all
Yeah.
of you.
Okay. So yeah, he is talking about that.
Yep, I love Felicia Day.
Interesting.
Wait, is he
She
talking about?
plays a rogue elf in Dragon Age, so I was like, heck yes, I have to watch this.
The
So is he
the
talking
warrior.
about
That's hilarious.
the Twitch stream then, or something else?
It was a YouTube series. Now it is. Wait, it says it's on Netflix apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's Netflix.
I think
was
that's
thinking
where I
Amazon
watched
Prime,
it.
but maybe it's Netflix.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
there's a Twitch channel called The Guild too that she's on.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Felicia
maybe it's
Day
the same
does
thing.
a lot of the nerdy stuff. I love it.
I found her on Supernatural.
Oh,
Nice.
I found her because of Dragon Age.
Oh, Aureolin finally got a beard. It was about
I
time.
did. I've got the most epic beard of all y'all.
I don't know. I
It's-
can still do this.
Mine's thick.
It's pretty thick. That's what she said. Oh, wait.
That's what
Wait
he's.
a minute.
I mean, maybe if you're in Taiwan.
Oh.
The Philippines, yo.
Oh no.
The prettiest girl in the Philippines isn't a girl.
There's a
There-
cattail.
There's a cattail right there.
Meow, meow, meow. You can just strap your cat to your face. There's your beard.
Oh, it is
Cat
the same thing.
beard.
Yeah. So Twitch and YouTube are the same series, or it's the
Okay.
same actors.
Mm-hmm.
Who
Okay.
needs
At least.
who
Yeah, I
needs a
did wanna
monkey
watch
tail
that.
beard when you can have a cat tail? Fluffy. I'm just waiting for her to freak out. Like, leave me alone.
Yeah.
I don't think she cares as long as
Touching
I'm
me.
touching her. She just wants contact.
Contact.
Contact!
Contact attack. I just think it's.
Loopy
I think
cat.
it's funny.
White floof, ready, go! Psh!
I like. So one of my favorite things about Phasmophobia is the spirit box. Just like hearing that like high pitched voice, going, attack.
Attack. Like, oh, thanks.
Okay.
The speaking spell.
Yeah. Are you here? Attack.
What do you want? Death.
Death.
Can we help you?
Where are you?
Cow goes,
Behind. Great.
So okay. So did you guys see the article where a investor? All right, Aviary, you can go to sleep. You don't have to stick around. I think probably we're going to be wrapping up soon.
Lies.
I would assume.
I'm already done. I'm using a hologram right now. I went to bed.
So, did you guys see that apparently someone bought 1 hour of airtime on a Times Square billboard to put GameStop stonks go burr.
I wonder how much an hour of billboard time in Times Square costs.
It was
Somebody had either
it
way
was-
too much
it was
money or
a lot of
poor
money.
management skills.
It was like $200,000 for an hour of
Jesus.
yeah.
I hate people like that. That's just a waste of money unconditionally.
Yeah.
It's pointless, man. Give me that
And
money.
during Rona, when there's nobody walking around Times Square to begin with.
Well, there was at least one person to capture it on their cell phone.
Yeah.
Do it for the meme.
That's
Probably
all the
Russia.
entire thing was.
Really?
That and to screw with the hedge fund.
I do like the memes that have come about from it.
I do too.
I feel like
They're good.
2021's memes have already been better than 2020's memes.
Well, that's because 2020 was a dumpster fire.
That's true.
So,
I mean, we got Bernie
know.
Sanders mittens, we got tall Resident Evil vampire lady, and now we have GameStop stocks.
like, I think from January on, 2020 was just a mess.
Can
I
we
think
also
so.
say that the whole like game stonks thing? Elon Musk tweeted that, and it literally caused like the stock prices to double just
Yeah.
because of his tweet, and then like creating interest in it. So
I know it's funny.
also, I'm kind of angry about the whole idea of the plebs and the peasants. Like, if you could afford to download the app and waste money on a meme like that, you're not one of the peasants and the plebs. Or
Well, so downloading the app is free. The Robinhood doesn't take
Yeah.
anything. But yeah, if you have money to start inflating the price of GameStop stock, you're not really a pleb and a peasant.
yeah,
You're-
not
you're-
part of the rabble anymore.
You're at least lower middle class. Let's put it that way.
You're not in poverty, at least.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I thought about doing it too, and then I was just like, "Nah, let's do smarter investments like Roth IRAs and all that."
Like
I mean, I could afford to, but
I could
I'm
afford
not
to.
gonna.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
couldn't. I can't afford now that it's like $400 or $500 a share. But
Right.
I mean,
when it was
I could
$7 or $8, I could afford to buy a handful. But then I was like, well,
I could afford a couple shares, but that's it.
I
As
could
opposed
waste my
to
money on a couple of shares back then. But why? I mean, I could also just take my money and use it to buy like a new monitor.
yeah.
That's all that stimulus money at work right there.
I
I wanted to buy some.
Probably.
I would like to be able to afford to buy like some gold or silver, like precious metals. But those prices have skyrocketed the last couple of years too. Well, gold was always going crazy, but even silver, like a couple of, I bought a couple of silver coins a couple of years ago because the price kind of started to go up, and they were like $17, $18 was the price of silver ounces. Now it's like $27, $28. Not a huge jump, but when you think like, wow, within a couple of years that jumped because of all the stuff that's been going on.
the price of silver has actually not doubled, but like it has increased at a faster rate than the price of gold in the last few years.
It's just because gold's so expensive, people started buying silver because you couldn't afford gold anymore. Gold's like $2,000 an ounce right now, or something. No, $1,600, $1,800 an ounce.
I remember a few years ago, I was thinking about buying like one gold bar with every paycheck or something like that. And then right when I started thinking that, it got so astronomically high, there was no way I was going to even try.
So I was like, the problem I have with investing in something like part of the draw of precious metals is having something physical to connect it to. But I don't feel comfortable having a bunch of silver or gold just sitting around my house.
Yeah, I
don't want to work. I'm coming to listen.
That might, if people saw you, ferrying it into your house, you might be.
Well, there's that. Then there's just the fact that if you were like, well, I'll buy an ounce of gold. 1 ounce of gold at 16. That's literally like the size of a silver dollar.
Yeah,
like that's not a lot. But like, well, that's $1,600. Well, first of all, I don't have that kind of money floating around. Or silver ounces. Like, yeah, but once you start buying stuff, then you're like, well, I've got a couple $1,000. Like, what if somebody breaks into your house and like robs you? Like, you've got it's basically like just leaving $100 bills stuffed in a dresser drawer. Or what if?
Well, I know a guy that was buying them. He put them in a shelf on his gun safe.
Yeah,
I think you technically can also take it to the bank and put it in a safety deposit box.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, but then you're taking
also,
the trip to do that.
Yeah,
a lot of people that invest in it, like you buy silver and gold because it's something physical. So then if you lock it in a safe deposit box and the banks start having inflation and collapses, then you have to try to get access to it.
That's true.
My
favorite thing is that diamonds are actually worthless, pretty much. They occur so often in nature, but the diamond industry has made it seem like they're the rarest, one of the most rare. Like rubies are actually more precious, and so is amethyst and all this. But
diamonds are artificially rare just because they told us that they are.
Yep. And then you go to a cave and you're like, hey, there's a diamond like right there.
Yeah.
It all boils down to like, if you can convince enough people that it's rare, right?
Like I'm actually curious how many diamonds have actually been destroyed just so that they can say diamonds are rare.
So as far as I know, they don't actually destroy the diamonds. They just hoard them and just release so many every so often.
It also has to do with the cut and clarity of diamonds. And then also the mines they come from and all of the import and restrictions that have gone in place over them.
Imagine how you would look to trying to do that with literally anything else. Like bananas are rare now just because we're holding them back.
I mean, GPUs.
Yeah.
I thought that was more supply and demand. They can't keep up with manufacturing.
I mean, it is,
but
it's also like it's kind of artificially inflated. But that's
artificial because they announced a big launch and then didn't have the demand for it. So then when they did release a handful that they had after their paper launches, scalpers bought them up and artificially inflated all the prices.
Wait, are you talking about GPU or PS5? I'm confused.
GPUs, PS5s, CPUs.
I still think it's funny that no one did that for the Xbox Series X because they knew like only mostly Xbox is a United States console.
I love Opal and Black Opal. Yeah, those are cool.
My mom loves Opal.
When I was a kid, I was actually really fascinated with rocks and stuff. And
Hunter is too.
And my mom was like, "Oh, you're gonna be a geologist?" I'm like, "No, I just really like shiny rocks."
I got somewhere downstairs a bunch of like, essentially like a rock and gemstone, like crystals and stuff collection.
Oh, nice. So one of our
geology course,
one of our earth science projects in high school was to like walk around the town and pick up different rocks to prove that even within like the same town you can have different types of rocks.
Yeah.
So we had to bring in like a rock collection to show everyone. I found what is I found some fool's gold. That was cool.
Is that pyrite?
Yeah, the pyrite. I found some pyrite in town.
Hunter's got a piece of like a decent sized chunk of that. We also
I like that it basically grows as a square.
Yeah. One our first trip up to Michigan, they have this like just like precious rock store, I guess.
Yeah.
And they had whole geodes that hadn't been cracked open yet.
Oh, interesting.
So we bought him one of those so he could get out the hammer and just kind of crack it open and everything. He really liked that too.
Did you ever eat rock candy?
Yeah.
Oh man, rock candy was the best.
I still do when I can find it.
It's so hard to find.
You can grow it. Just make it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Whenever I go to like not a Renaissance fair, but this French Indian War rendezvous I go to every once in a while, they always have rock candy there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
So
I was gonna say the only place I know to get rock candy is actually from like the museum here.
My mom's house, they have like I don't remember what it's called, like Jean and Boots, like candy shop. Like they make all their candies. It's just big ass storefront and warehouse in the back, like a candy manufacturer, and they always have like old timey candies, like rock candy and stuff.
Nice.
My mom used to buy it for us all the time.
Toxic says they have a lot of rock candy over there.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah. She's UK.
She didn't say candy; she said sweets.
So yeah, she did say sweets.
It's the same thing to me, all right. Because I'm America.
America. I'm hungry now, and I can't really get food.
I have food.
I have food, but it involves potentially waking up someone else in the house to get it. So
I want one.
The random drifters that just sleep on the couch.
I want
the random drifters.
Gravy.
Oh, now I want biscuits and gravy.
That's like the only thing. That's all I want is biscuits and gravy.
I don't have gravy. Well, actually, I do. I don't think I have. Yeah, I could have biscuits and gravy. That might be breakfast tomorrow. I do have some Pillsbury cornbread, like instant biscuits.
Ooh,
nice.
They're good.
Now I want those.
Did McDonald's stop with the biscuits and gravy?
As far as I know, I haven't seen them.
Gravy.
I haven't. Seen
I got them. I used to get them at Hardee's all the time.
Mm-hmm.
There used to one of the diners in Denver used to make like homemade sausage gravy for their biscuits and gravy, and it was so good.
I have some pouches of like the white gravy. The problem is the powdered style isn't sausage gravy because there's no fucking sausage in it.
Yeah,
so
right.
It's like this is just worthless. It just tastes like flour gravy.
That doesn't count. I think maybe you're supposed to add sausage to that.
Probably.
Yeah, but who just keeps sausage? I don't have like a roll of sausage in my freezer.
So speaking of stuff that's made instantaneously,
most like beach places or stuff have them, and most shops are little kiosks. Nice.
Saltwater taffy. I love saltwater taffy.
So
I do too.
saltwater taffy's good. So speaking of stuff that's been made instantaneously, why are instant potatoes actually like not that bad? Like they actually taste somewhat
They're
okay.
fine, yeah.
Like out of everything that can be made instantly, like they're actually one
Yeah.
of the better things.
I guess just potatoes just rehydrate better than most things, I guess.
I've been
Probably.
eating refrigerator potatoes,
Yeah.
like the trays of microwavable mashed potatoes.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought about ordering a ton of like that cheap ramen just because I'm like craving ramen right now, and then I'm like, you know what? I actually have actual ramen stores I can buy ramen from. So why would I ever
Yeah.
do the cheap?
Yeah, we don't have those.
No, I just buy instant ramen. I like the bowls.
Oh, actually, low key, I do like the what is it? Like it's not the cup of noodles, but it's like I know what you're talking about, the bowls that have
Yeah,
different flavors. Yeah, those
Yeah.
are good.
The ones that you actually
like
put in
those.
the microwave, I like those.
yeah.
Those are good.
Oh, I have some good news. I moved Saturday and have 100 megabyte Wi-Fi. Ooh, that'll be
Nice.
dope.
That's 5 times what I have because I'm
That
cheap,
is-
though. I'm not
that
spending
is-
the money on more expensive connections because I don't need it.
I mean, that's a lot more than I have, but that's because Colorado actually has most places have pretty terrible personal internet.
It's because you're a mountain.
It's expensive.
I mean, if you are lucky enough to go spend, I don't know, a small sum of 2 of your limbs, and live downtown, you can have fiber.
I could have fiber. That's expensive too. Plus, I have to pay to have it installed.
Yeah.
There's, like $100 and some odd dollar install fee.
So
Like-
for whatever reason, they won't allow us to install fiber at our personal places until they already have it set up somewhere nearby.
I could have fiber if I didn't live here.
So I checked,
But even
and
the
it
fiber here is like you have to spend more for your connection. So by the time you get to let's say a gigabit connection or whatever, it's gonna pay you. You have to pay through the nose for it.
yeah.
A couple $100.
So I looked because I live out by the airport, and it's like, hey, fiber is available in your area, and I'm like, cool. And then it's like, hey, we're not installing fiber in your area. Huh?
So like we have fiber in your area, $100.
Yeah, that's not bad at all,
install fee, and
Toxic.
Like 100 megabytes is, let's say, like $35-$40. 200 is 50, and 80. It's like basically by the time you got done. Plus you have to use only their equipment. So you have to use their modem and router equipment. So it's like then you have to rent that from them, and it's like 300 megabytes plus rental fee plus install fee would come out to something like $70 or $80 a month.
So
Yeah, and you said no cap though, right?
Yeah, no cap. That's nice. Like there's no limit. No like
So-
cable here has like a 1.2 terabyte download limit.
Mm.
yeah, that's so weird. Because as far as I know, nowhere in Colorado has a cap.
Well, it's just because of net neutrality expiring. They could do it, so they started doing it.
It's weird that they didn't do it in Colorado though. But I'm happy they didn't.
Yeah.
So CenturyLink is like a similar story, right? Or well, somewhat similar story. Apparently, they say you have to rent their modem and router and all that, but like if you buy one and you just pay the internet fee, they don't care. It's
Yeah, theirs
And-
isn't set up to where like you can't use something. Like they have proprietary setup for the fiber. Cable you can, but fiber you can't. Now you could add an extra router behind it,
right.
but
I mean, for CenturyLink, like we bought the router, and okay, so here's the funny part, right? This entire time that I have been living with my parents, I kept telling them, oh, they should get a new router. They should get a new router, right? Because this one's slow.
Mhm.
Now that I'm going to be leaving, they're finally like, oh, we're going to get a new router. Oh, sure. Wait till I leave. And then you're going to get a new router. And then you're going to come tell me to set it up. And I'm going to not set it up.
You're gonna do it.
I know I'm going to do it.
Yeah,
But
my mom started texting me the other day because she had her cable internet with the the internet and phone service and cable, so she had to use their equipment for like the voice over IP phone systems.
right.
And she's like, well, I found a cheaper phone system. They live out in the country, so spotty cell phone service.
Hmm.
So she's like, now I'm going to change like the cable. So now I want to buy a router. What can I buy? I'm like, ugh. I was like, I don't know. I haven't checked into that stuff in like 2 years. But I was like, well, what should I look for? I'm like, what's your internet speeds? I don't know. Wi-Fi? Yeah, I just need a Wi-Fi box. Wi-Fi, like a router, or are you talking like a Wi-Fi box that you plug into your TV to watch stuff? It's like, well, I want to watch my shows on my TV, but I just need a Wi-Fi box. So then it's like that whole conversation. Wait, do you mean it's like, well, I use a Fire Stick? I'm like, okay, so you don't need an Android box for your TV to watch stuff through the Wi-Fi. I was like, you need a router. Yeah, the Wi-Fi box, so I can have Wi-Fi.
Yeah, see, we had unlimited, and then net neutrality expired over here, and now we don't.
See, that's just weird because, like, I guess maybe like my thing is it's a major city, so they probably wouldn't put a limit on us. Because
I mean, Chicago's a major city, and it got treated the same way we did.
oh, that's weird. Yeah, Colorado's fine as far as I know. Like, we don't have a limit, so even
Yeah,
if we
like,
had it,
gigabit internet would run. By the time you paid for like, if you factor in cost of the fees, it'd be about, I don't know, like $80 or $90 a month. And I was like,
I
I'm
mean,
not paying that.
even if we had a limit, I've looked how much I use the internet with all my uploading and stuff and streaming and playing games and watching shows, and it still wouldn't even approach a terabyte.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
I use 500 to 700 gigs depending on how much I'm streaming.
yeah. Even with that terabyte, we don't come close to it.
But I also work from home, so like I was looking the last few months, like I've hit 500 to 700 gigs out of the 1 terabyte.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, now that I've had my cable turned off and I just use online watching, I know that usage is going to go up. So I've got to monitor it. So I actually have watched a lot of antenna TV and just tried to like limit. I don't lurk on streams anymore because I was like, now that I'm using more Netflix and Amazon and like Tubi and Pluto TV and stuff, so I'm using more streaming TV options. Like I don't sit and lurk on like 4 or 5 different Twitch streams just to support the stream.
Yeah, see, so I'm barely at 450 for the last month. And that's just me, but you know, I'm probably the heaviest internet consumer in the house, so
Yeah. I think I'm tired, guys.
I think Aureolin has
She's
secretly
out. She's going.
Gave up.
gone.
Or her headphones died.
Yeah.
Either that or she'll come back like, where'd everybody go?
I don't understand. We were having a great time. I was on my 7th beer.
What's terrible is like we were on.
She might be going to get her 8th.
6
Maybe.
hours. I was like, I've had about 6 to 7. Well, I've had like 3 cocktails and 3 beers and like 1 shot. But I was like, I don't even have a buzz because it's basically
neither.
1 drink an hour. Like that's not even enough to make me legally drunk.
Mm.
But for Aureolin, she's been downing the beers,
But,
so
yeah, she wears like a third of that.
and weighs a third of
Hmm.
that. So
I mean, like she's had the same amount and she weighs like half of that.
Well, she's had 7 in 7 hours, so. But I think those first 5 went pretty quick.
I think so too.
Yeah, and she weighs 68 pounds.
30 of that's hair.
So I was like, oh, it's almost 4 a.m. by the time I get done, and probably make a bagel or something to eat, and then go to bed.
I mean, by the time I
Let the dog
lay down,
out.
by the time I lay down in bed and like get the brain turned off, it'll be like 3:30 in the morning for me.
By the time I'm settled and ready to go to sleep, my kids are gonna wake me up.
Get
And
up,
you're-
you lazy bum.
And you're gonna be like,
Pretty much.
and then you'll figure out a way to make Sky and Hunter tired in mid-afternoon, and you'll get that nice mid-afternoon couch nap.
10 a.m. here. I'd swap you guys. It's 3:41 here.
And it's 2:41 where I'm at.
So it's like, ugh, get done.
Okay, so when
So-
does I need to check when does daylight savings time start?
May?
No,
No?
it's coming soon.
No.
Yeah,
Is it March?
it's in March. I just don't know which. All right, so danger.
Fuck daylight savings time.
Danger.
What?
We should probably not plan a podcast March 13th because daylight savings time is March 14th.
Okay.
Which means, we're ending at almost 4 a.m. your guys' time. It will be 5 a.m. your time by the time we quit it.
Good call.
So we should plan it maybe the week before or the week after.
That'll be a hot night. They're usually short anyway.
Sometimes the chef stays up late enough to almost be
Well, even late, it's like 1 or 2 a.m. sometimes.
Yeah.
true.
That last one we played for a little bit and we're like, alright, let's go play Phasmophobia.
Well, we played Phasmophobia and then we joined Chef for Hots and then he
Yeah.
went to
Oh
bed.
yeah. And then we just
And-
called it after. Well, we
and then-
talked and then we called it.
Yeah.
Almost at your birthday? Mine's the 19th of March.
March.
Did she really just wander off?
I don't know.
Like, I don't want to end the stream until she gets back, but if she's not coming back, I don't know what to
Yeah.
do.
I know. She left her camera on as well, which is the weird part. Like, if she had just, turned off her camera, it would
Maybe
have
the
been
cats were knocking stuff over, so she was like, "Yeah."
maybe. I was gonna
Had
say
to
if
go
she
eat
turned
after her cats.
off her camera, I would be understanding of okay, she probably went to bed, but
Right.
but the camera's still on, so I feel like there's intent to come back.
She's below the sofa, KO'd.
Chrono comes out on the camera. Hey guys, she's asleep on the floor, so I'm gonna turn this off.
Like, and this little piggy went to market, and this little piggy stay home. I was pretty toasty at the end of last night, though. Phasmophobia. I was like, I was starting to fall asleep, waiting, sitting there hiding from the ghost. Like,
Oh my gosh! I tell you what, the last two things for me, I was super tired. I was just I'm so tired.
I set my alarm, and I ended up just hitting this. I thought I hit snooze, but I apparently hit the button to turn it off. So I just slept, and I was like, I woke up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Like, holy shit, what happened? I was supposed to be up 3 hours ago.
I hit snooze several times, and then finally decided I should probably get out of bed.
And then I was like, oh man, it's late. I need to get up. And I was like, I'm just gonna stretch for a minute.
I
Well,
hate
that was 30 more minutes that I didn't really need to use.
I hate those times where you feel like you're awake and you oh, stretch, and then
Yeah.
you're just asleep and you wake back up and you're like, oh, so that was not supposed to happen.
That's my average day off from work. I'm like, oh, okay, it's. Or I'll wake up at 8 o'clock or 7 in the 7 or 8 because I'm like, I'm just gonna sleep another hour or two, and I'm like, and it's 1:30 in the afternoon. What happened?
So what I hate is on the days I have to work. Some days I wake up an hour or so before my alarm, right? And if it was like 15 or
Yeah.
30 minutes, I'd be like, okay, I should just get up. Hey, she is coming back.
Huzzah! She's back.
There she is.
If it was only 15 to 30 minutes, I would be like, okay, I'll just get up. But with a whole hour, you know how much sleep you can accomplish in an hour?
I'll do
Not
that sometimes.
enough.
Like I'll wake up at like 4 a.m. I'm like, well, I need to get up for work at like say 6. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
well, I can go back to sleep. Then I'm like, all right, now it's 4:30. Now it's 5. Son of a. And then like I fall asleep at like 5:30, and then like my alarm's going off. I'm like, I just lost like 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah. Are you okay, Aureolin?
She's
We're
good.
all getting ready to go home.
I mean, we're all ready to like go to bed, I think.
Yeah. Tired.
We're gonna call it.
Alright.
Alright.
Do I have anybody to raid?
You can raid
I'm just
you can raid Thrill.
I'll raid
I'm